me, stung me, became a part of me.
I narrowed my eyes at her unblemished skin. No redness, no swelling. You weren't stung, Runa. She jilted, as if the use of her name did something to her. What must it feel like to be called by something that linked a forgetful present to your hidden past? How would it feel if she used my name? A name I hadn't cared about until this very moment. I suddenly wanted her to speak it, badly. Her lips parted as she raised her arm, running her fingers along her skin, searching for the sting she'd felt. She didn't speak for a while. Her shoulders slouched as she struggled to accept what was real and what was not. With a quick inhale, she turned up her palm and dropped her other arm. Closing her eyes, she pursed her lips. What are you doing?" I asked, reaching for her outstretched hand. Pain bit into me. Fire seared my fingertips. Ripping my fingers back, I glared at the small flame flickering in her palm. A fire that wasn't natural, wasn't mortal. She tensed, all while her eyes widened at what she'd created.
The fire said I could now summon its children. If the trance wasn't real, how do I have such a gift?
Squeezing her fingers together, she snuffed out the flame, leaving tendrils of smoke to curl around her knuckles.
How can you summon shadows when you're supposedly as mortal as me?
I straightened with wariness. Shadows? She crossed her arms.
You summon them. I've seen it. You used them to push Actor off me when he...
She stopped speaking with a wince. A spot behind my shoulder blades itched. I didn't want to lie, but I had no answers to give. I settled on the truth, as frustrating and unhelpful as it was. I don't know how I summoned them, but you're right. They appear for me, just like that fire appeared for you.
If you don't know how to manifest them, then how did you turn them into a weapon?
I didn't. They just acted as an extension of myself.
But...
They appear at will. I shrugged. Usually when my emotions are high. I recalled the first time they'd appeared, when running with Salak and the adrenaline coursing joy at winning. They'd pooled then, drawn by sheer happiness, but they'd also been summoned by pain from the lynx's bite and rage at the hunters hurting her. I think any heightened emotions bring them forth. I stepped closer to her, rubbing my thighs that burned as keenly as the fire she'd branded my fingertips with. Just like the mark on my leg reacts when you're near. Her own hand slapped over her upper thigh. I waited for her to deny it, braced myself so she wouldn't see my pain at her refusal, her denial over the connection between us.
A warning,
she breathed, barely audible. What did you say? I drifted closer.
Nothing.
Slowly, she lowered her hand, her chin tipping upward. Defiance glittered in her stare as if she'd chosen to accept that we shared far too many things not to be fated.
Mine reacts the same way. It bled when we first met, but now it just hums.
She gave me a shy smile.
It vibrates to a different frequency when you're near.
That smile arrowed through my heart and made me weak at the knees. Wanted her. And you still think we aren't linked in some way? That our forgotten pasts aren't intertwined? I took her hands, grateful no more fire burned. We share something, Runa. Something worth discovering. Something that might lead us to whatever we've forgotten. Her fingers curled around mine before she pulled them reluctantly out of my grip.
If that's true, why did the fire warn me to stay away from you?
I mulled over her question. Because the more you grow to trust me, the more you'll remember me. If you let me kiss you, your memories might unfurl in one messy moment. She inhaled, her nipples pebbling as her skin broke out in prickles.
And if those memories turn me into something awful?
You could never be awful, I whispered. The way my heart beats around you tells me you're worthy and good and...
Forgetful?
I laughed under my breath. Yet another thing we share. But perhaps together we don't have to be that anymore. She shivered.
But what if I don't like who I am?
Swift pain lanced me. I hated her doubt, her fear. I would do anything to make her whole and happy. I like you. Isn't that enough? She smiled, but it didn't reach her eyes. Cupping her cheeks, I flinched as the burn between us magnified. Blood deep this time. Spirit deep. Past this life and any other. Slipping between my mortal senses to an instinctual part of me that already knew everything it needed to know. She's mine. I want to remember. Don't you? My gaze got lost on her glistening lips. I want to have a name, just like you. I want to share whatever we've forgotten with someone who understands the pain of not having a past. I want to know who I am, so I can make the choice on who to become. Only you can decide who you want to be, Runa. No one else. She held my stare. I tumbled into her, transfixed by her mouth. With a soft sigh, the tension in her back melted, and ever so warily, timidly, she placed her hands over mine, willingly touching me while I touched her. I'd never get used to that. Never stop wanting more.
You're right. It's better to know so we can protect our destiny instead of blindly running toward it.
My heart pounded with hope, all while I recognized that word. Destiny, also known as karma.
Yes.
Slowly she pulled away, granting me another heart-skipping smile as my hands slipped from her cheeks and we broke apart. Summoning the tiny flame in her palm again, she watched it as it cast flickering light on her face.
But for now, my name is Runa, and it seems as if I'm a fully fledged member of Quellis.
Quellis? I asked, tilting my head. Yet another word from the language we shared. Why use that word for fire when the other tongue you use, fire knees, has their own name for it? Her belly flexed as she stiffened.
The language we speak is forbidden. It's a dead language. We shouldn't know it. We shouldn't know that Runa means bee or life-giver. We shouldn't be able to speak to each other so fluently.
I didn't know what to say. How is a language forbidden? She took my silence and filled it with more words.
Quellis is fire, Lokarth is earth, Bravoza is air, and Vitek is water. Those are the only words from our tongue that are remembered and used.
Why are they more important than all the rest?
Because they're the names for the 4 elements that make up the 4 kingdoms.
Kingdoms? I shook my head. I've never come across kingdoms in my travels.
Solon said they exist.
Solon also thinks you're Quellis, and that you're meant to be his mate.
Mate?
Her eyebrows soared upward.
No, I told you before. He's not interested in me like that. He would never.
I've seen him watching you.
He wants me as his acolyte.
She blurted.
He said as much in the trance.
She fidgeted with sudden agitation.
I need to see him, to assure him I'm okay.
Her amber gaze met mine, imploring.
I need to return to the Nil camp, to see for myself that I'm truly alive and not imagining this entire strange day.
Her voice wavered.
How else can I explain how I'm here, when I ought to be sitting beside Solon? Who knows if my body is there with him, dead, all the while my spirit walks here, with you.
I can't tell you how you're here, Runa. Only that you are. I grabbed a handful of her muddy hair. I feel this. I tugged the strands behind her delicate ear. I feel you. I pressed my fingers beneath her chin. You are as real as I am. Stepping back, she rubbed her arms as I dropped my hand.
That might be, but I still have to go back. They'll be worried.
You can't go back there. I kept my temper in check even as the faintest shadow appeared by my knee. Make the choice to stay here. With me. She studied me for the longest moment before stepping back into me and touching my bald hand. The shadow by my knee instantly dissolved, and I exhaled heavily as I unfisted my fingers and entwined them with hers.
Come back with me,
she murmured.
That was always my intention. I went ahead with the trance with Solon to learn who I was, but also so I had a name. The Neil will adopt me now and grant me a naming and spirit ceremony. Once I'm Neil, I can request you become a part of our family, too. You can live with us instead of...
She trailed off, looking at the sunbathing wolves and the plump, happy pups as they tumbled from the den. A faint thread of anger appeared as she judged my life, my chosen home. Why would I want to live with mortals when I can live with wolves? I asked stiffly, squeezing her fingers before pulling away. I don't wish to live with the clan who takes what isn't theirs. She winced.
What Actor and Kiva did was wrong, but they're just two people. The rest are...
Not my family, and they're not yours either. I arched my chin. I could be your family. This pack could be your family. You don't need a name or to prove you're one of us to be accepted. She glanced away. Her silence was heavy before she said quietly,
It's not my intention to seem ungrateful.
Her gaze met mine.
I am. I'm so grateful that you found me and kept me safe while I walked in whatever world I visited. I'm grateful to you for saving me from Actor, and I'm grateful that you understand what it's like to have no memories. But you have to understand, Solon has been good to me. Naya and Hyath, Tiptu and Troll, they're all good people, and I can't just vanish without telling them I'm okay.
My tongue burned with arguments of why she could never leave my side, but I swallowed them down and forced myself to nod. If I kept her here against her will, that made me no different from Actor. Regardless that my heart raged at the idea of letting her go, I refused to be like him. Raking my hands through my hair, I backed away, putting space between us, preparing myself for the pain of separation. I'll take you back.
You will?
Her eyes lit up.
Now?
I would give her up if that was what she wanted, but not yet. I would be selfish, just for a little while. No. I dropped my arms, my stomach growling for food. It's a long walk back and I'm hungry. I'm sure you are too. Her touch flew to her bare belly as if she hadn't considered how her mortal form felt after walking in a spirit realm.
Yes. Now that you mention it, I'm starving.
Good. Moving toward the tree line, where the faint smell of blood indicated the wolves had been successful on their hunt, I beckoned her to join me. Let's eat. Once we've eaten our fill, we'll drink, swim, and rest. Tomorrow when the sun rises, I'll take you back. You have my word. She nodded and patted after me.
Thank you.
Slipping beside me, she smiled tentatively.
I don't know what to call you. If we're spending the day and night together, I would like to call you something other than stranger.
Stranger? My lips stretched into a grin. Is that how you think of me? I brushed her knuckles with mine as we walked into the tree's shadows. I've always thought of you as home. Her feet slowed. She didn't speak. I stole a glance at her, our eyes locked, and the faintest curl of darkened shade siphoned from my ankles. Dropping her stare, she studied the lazy, silvery shadows.
You said you don't know how you summon them. Only that intense feelings do.
I did.
What?
She licked her lips.
What intense feelings are you having now?
I ducked beneath a low branch, keeping my voice controlled. I don't think you want an answer to that question. She studied me for the longest moment, her eyes boring into my back. I didn't turn. I didn't speak. I waited for her to decide if she would rather I be truthful or lie. I'd agreed to return her. For the short time I had her, I wouldn't hold anything back. My ears twitched as she finally rushed to catch up. Her feet found every twig, and her arms brushed aside every leaf. She wasn't quiet or sleek like the wolves. She wasn't in tune with the world around us because she'd been living with mortals who drowned out nature with their constant noise. But she was agile and swift, and the deeper into the forest we walked, the more her shoulders lost their pinched worry, and her face slackened into peace. She was muddy and naked, yet for the first time since we'd met, she flickered with the truth of who she really was. Bees buzzed from a branch-hanging hive, flying on delicate wings to zip around her as we walked over rain-squelching bracken. For a time, she just watched the dancing bees. We kept moving as they kept us company, but slowly, as if they cast a spell with their darting, swirling flight, she came to a stop and sighed, holding out her hand. She moved slowly, warily, as if her decision to reach out wasn't entirely hers. The black and yellow fuzzy insects descended onto her outstretched palm, pulsing and singing their buzzy song. 5 landed in her hand, and, with fluid movements as if she belonged to a river instead of a flame, she brought the bees to her lips and kissed their translucent wings. Her eyes closed. Her earthen, dirty skin glowed. And the wolves that had been silently following us ran to her and lay flat on their bellies, pressing their heads to her feet. She jumped as warm wolfen fur crowded close. Whatever spell she'd cast vanished. The bees fluttered off, the glow in her skin snuffed out, and she backed away from the bowing wolves as if afraid of their worship. I merely stood where I was, my heart pounding, my spirits soaring, my mind straining at the binds of my forgetfulness. In a shadowy part of my past, a sliver of memory wriggled free, a memory of a girl who traveled the world, followed by animals of every kind. She cried and rivers flowed. She laughed and trees emerged. The memory vanished, swallowed up by darkness. But it was enough to make my chest rise and fall with hope.
Chapter 21. Runa. I stood on the kill zone, where blood soaked into the soil, and wolves took turns to eat their fill. Nausea clutched my throat as I studied the once swift-footed deer that was now a torn and bloody carcass. The stranger grabbed my wrist, pulling me toward death.
Come, let's eat.
Eat? I couldn't eat that. I could barely eat meat that had been stored for a season and grilled over a fire, giving the spirit time to loosen its hold on its discarded form. To eat flesh that was still warm and covered in blood? I'm going to be sick. I dug my heels into the ground, pulling against the stranger's grip. I can't. He paused, his smoky eyes catching mine. I braced myself for his scorn. I drowned beneath shame because I wasn't like the others. I wasn't like him or the Nil. I had a visceral reaction that made me strange and questionable. Naya wasn't here to offer me vegetables and laugh away my oddness. There wasn't other food that had been gathered or prepared by a clan who worked side by side. There was just a pack of wolves, their teeth crunching against bone, and the smack of their bloody lips as they happily devoured their prey. I swayed on the spot as my spine tickled with the same sensation I felt when flesh hit my tongue. The deer's spirit washed through me, gracing me with a glimpse of its life, of prancing in sun puddles and nibbling on sweet shoots. It accepted that it no longer had that life, but something was beneath that acceptance. Grief. I closed my eyes, chasing the thick sadness, slipping into the deer's memories as easily as if I wore her skin. A fawn. She had a fawn. A fawn who would perish now that she wasn't there to nurse it. My eyes ripped open and I tripped toward the stranger. I didn't stop to hide my unmortal gift. I didn't pause with worry about how he would view me. I merely grabbed his hand and blurted, "She had a young one. We have to find it." He sucked in a breath, curling his fingers around mine.
How could you possibly know that?
I didn't have time to explain. Tearing my hand from his, I ran into the thicket, away from the fresh kill, away from the stranger's confusion. I have to find her fawn. Sharp debris and slippery leaves bit underfoot as I wrapped an arm around my bouncing breasts, trying to still them and ease the pain of running. My nudity shot starkly to mind. I'm bare. I hadn't stopped to notice. After traveling so long wearing nothing but weather, I'd forgotten the last month of wearing clothes. I'd grown used to being naked while painted in Palin symbols, but those symbols were now smudged and gone. My cheeks burned. I'd been around the stranger while bare. He carried me in his equally bare arms. He'd seen every inch of me just as I'd seen every inch of him. My mind exploded with images of his maleness, of the strength of his etched stomach and the masculinity of his muscles. His wounds had healed. His fevers had vanished. That wasn't possible. Nothing had made sense since I'd stepped into the trance with Solon. My head ached. I tripped over a fallen branch, struggling to stay upright. What was real anymore? What to trust? What to believe?
Wait.
The stranger's voice chased me, gaining faster than I could outrun.
Stop.
I didn't. I dropped my arm and ran faster. I had to find the fawn, before it was too late, before the wolves could flush it out and slaughter it. A chilly gust wafted over my spine just before the stranger appeared beside me. His legs blurred in darkness, his speed uncanny and unnatural. I slammed to a stop. He matched me. Breathing hard, the swirling shadows around his legs dispersed until I questioned if they'd even been there. Moving toward me, he held up his hand as if to prove he wasn't a threat.
If what you say is true and there's a fawn out there, you can't hope to save it. Its mother is dead.
Your wolves killed her.
They aren't my wolves. They are their own creature,
he said calmly.
Just like the deer was hers. Her death provided life to so many others.
I hugged myself. Do you eat like the wolves do? I did my best to hide my cringe, picturing him with his mouth red and teeth tearing at still warm flesh. He stiffened but nodded.
I know no other way. Salak brought me back to life with blood. That is what they eat. So that is what I eat.
But you just said it yourself. You're not one of them.
No, but their way has kept me alive.
Moving closer, he lowered his hands.
You felt something back there. What was it?
His eyes searched mine.
You tensed, then shuddered, almost as if you relived the kill. How can you know she had a fawn?
How much could I tell him without sounding mentally unwell? I'd been able to hide my sensitivity among the Nil, thanks to Naya, but here, what was I supposed to eat? Could I survive until tomorrow before soothing the snarling starvation in my stomach? I have no choice. I wouldn't eat that deer. I wouldn't step into that glen again or see what the wolves had done.
You can tell me, Runa.
Runa. A full-body shiver worked through me. My name on his lips made me feel not so alone, not so lost. Each time he used it, I felt closer to him, tethered with tiny strings that were becoming harder and harder to undo. Giving me a gentle smile, the stranger ran his knuckles along my chin. He'd done that before. The beginnings of a habit, and the burst of heat that always seemed to spring when he touched me, soothed the aching in my heart.
It's okay. You can tell me.
His knuckles kissed my cheekbone, barely there but oh so sensitive. His touch made me hum and burn. I no longer feared retribution smiting me from the sky. How could anything that felt this right be wrong? His smoky gray gaze locked with mine, soft and worried.
Whatever you're hiding, you can tell me. I want your truth, just like I'll give you mine.
My shoulders sagged. Honesty surged onto my tongue. He wasn't Neil. He saw me in ways that the Neil didn't. If I couldn't be truthful with him, who could I be? I felt her spirit. I murmured. He dropped his hand slowly, giving me space by taking that wonderful connection away.
Felt her spirit? As in, you grieved her death?
No, I shook my head. I felt her death, as if I was her. Stepping away, I swallowed hard. It's the same whenever meat is served. The first time I tried, I almost gagged on the tingling life force retained in its body. The second time, I felt it even before I placed the meat on my tongue. This time, I felt it just by standing near her carcass. He scowled.
Yet you wear their furs as if they're your own.
I hung my head. I'm aware that seems contradictory, but the Nil custom is to wear clothing, and I ignore the tingles of the previous wearer when I first slip them on. I raised my chin. It doesn't mean I'm unaware, just unwilling to be bare amongst a clan of clothed. He didn't speak for a moment, his jaw working as he gnawed on his bottom lip. Finally, his nostrils flared, and the darkish tones of his skin flickered with another licking shadow. Tipping his head back, he yipped like a wolf, sharp and savage, summoning and sudden. I tripped backward. You called them. Why? I scanned the dense undergrowth, searching for a tiny orphaned deer. I don't want them to find the fawn. I don't think I could stomach watching them tear it apart. The stranger moved toward me, his handsome face stern but understanding.
If you're determined to find the deer's offspring, we'll need help. Their noses are much keener than ours.
But if they find it...
They'll protect it.
Why? Why would they go against nature and not eat it?
Because I'm going to ask them not to.
He crossed his arms, his head cocking to the side.
They're here.
My nape prickled as 3 enormous wolves prowled from the undergrowth. Their spiral horns were different lengths, but all as sharp as their fangs. I didn't move as 3 pelted predators moved toward the stranger, their glowing yellow eyes fixed on him. Stroking the muzzle of the closest one, the stranger said,
We're searching for a fawn. It will smell similar to the deer you just hunted. Find it, but don't hurt it. It's not to be eaten. Do you understand?
The wolf turned its head as if mulling over the stranger's words. It didn't respond, or at least not in a language I could understand, but with a soft huff, it leapt forward and disappeared into the forest. The 2 others followed, leaving as silently as they had appeared. Moving toward me, the stranger held out his hand. He waited patiently until I raised mine and placed it into his palm. Familiar heat pulsed between us, and our eyes locked, aware that both of us felt it, even if we weren't prepared to discuss it.
Come.
He tugged me farther away from the kill site and back toward the den.
We'll wait in the small meadow. It won't take them long to find it. Then we'll go collect your fawn.
It's not my fawn, I whispered, allowing him to tug me forward.
It is now.
He gave me an annoyingly wise smile.
Its mother has provided her body as life for my pack. In return, you will keep her youngling safe. I don't think you could live with yourself if you didn't.
My eyes widened as he fell into an easy gait, keeping me beside him with our fingers entwined. He might be a stranger by name, but every moment we spent together, he became something more. He became someone who understood me better than I understood myself. He became a friend I didn't have to hide from. A friend who could ruin everything. I looked up from where I sat on the boulder outside the cave's entrance. The cluster of rocks had obviously ended up here from a landslide that had taken a slice of the hill and exposed the cave that had become the wolves' home. The remnant of the landslide now provided a convenient area to sit and scan the meadow and outskirts of the forest. The alpha, who the stranger seemed so loyal to, watched me from a higher rock, his claws glinting in the afternoon sunlight. The stranger sat on the earth below, his back resting against the boulder I'd chosen, his long, strong legs kicked out in front of him. Despite his wild existence, Living with the wolves and dwelling in their den, his skin wasn't that dirty. His feet were roughened from running over earth, and his dark tawny coloring was sun-kissed and brown. But apart from smudges here and there, and the tangled mess of his black hair, he was cleaner than me. Glancing at my grimy forearms and the back of my hands where Palin had painted me, I gritted my teeth. Does Solon know where I am? The fire often gave him answers that aided future events or successful hunts. Hopefully the flames had told him that I was well, even though I wasn't beside him. Hopefully he knew he didn't have to worry. My spine prickled as my gaze fell on the back of the stranger's head. Why had the flames been so concerned when I'd mentioned him? What did they mean? He walked with forbidden shadows. I'd thought they'd meant he'd died from his injuries and was no longer a part of this world. Yet he was alive, strong and healthy, and consuming my thoughts more and more. I chewed on my bottom lip as I studied him closer, studied the way the sun cast light on the firm muscles of his shoulders and danced in the smoke-black strands of his hair. Every inch of him was pure power and lean longevity. I could scarcely remember him weak and sweating from sickness. The longer I watched him while we waited for the wolves to find the fawn, the deeper I fell into curiosity. There was something about him, something scratched at the dark pit of forgetfulness within me, tearing at my past, teasing me to remember. I didn't care that the fire told me not to chase certain memories. I needed to know, and every fiber of my being said he was the key to unlocking them. With a soft grunt, the stranger leapt to his feet. Agile and nimble, he brushed his firm rear with both hands. A splattering of dried grass fluttered down the back of his legs as he prowled forward, just as the 3 wolves who'd answered his request to search slunk from the forest. They've found the fawn. I just had to hope the wolves had obeyed him and it was still alive. With shaking nerves, I slid off the boulder. The stranger looked at me as I walked swiftly toward them. The 3 wolves met us in the clearing, standing almost as tall as us. Their shoulders reached the stranger's chest, their horns well surpassed his head. The closest one, a russet silver wolf with bronze spiral horns, nipped at the stranger's hand, wagging its bushy tail. The stranger smiled, catching my eyes.
They found it.
Is it alive? The other 2 wolves padded toward me and pressed their cool, wet noses into my chest. I froze as their glowing yellow eyes searched mine. The rest of the world fell away. I tripped into them. I became them. For a single heartbeat, I slipped into their fur and felt what they did. I smelled the many tart, sour, and sweet notes on the breeze, and heard the faintest flutter of sparrow wings as they flew high above us. And I saw what they had. Saw a tiny fawn, curled up with its spotty body doing its best to camouflage, its head buried beneath gangly legs. It was in a glade where the sun had been shining to keep it warm while its mother grazed. But now the sun had gone, and it shivered. I gasped and tripped backwards, breaking the link with the wolves. They didn't try to stop me. They merely huffed under their breath and took off back into the forest, expecting us to follow. The stranger offered me his hand.
You flinched again, just like you did when you saw the deer. Are you okay?
I raised my chin, forcing myself to shed the shock at looking through the wolfen senses. Yes, I'm fine.
Ready to chase?
He asked, his legs bunching to run. I nodded, even as my mind whirled with questions about how I'd felt a living animal's spirit, when up till now, it had only been the dead. He broke into speed instantly, following his pack and leaving me to trail behind. I ran as swiftly as I could, picturing the image of the fawn that the wolves had given me, searching the shadowy pockets of rotting tree trunks and tangled bushes. My breasts bounced uncomfortably, and my feet, used to treading over river rock and grasslands, weren't pleased with the sharp twigs and pinching debris. But I refused to stop. I kept chasing as the wolves led us closer to the kill site. My heart chugged with reluctance to return. Thankfully, they veered off, circling the blood-soaked soil and leading us to the glade I'd seen in the wolf's mind. I slammed to a stop just as the stranger slowed. He ran his hand along the back of the closest wolf. The other two wolves lowered their heads and sniffed their way to a thick tuft of wildflowers. My breath came shallow as I moved toward them. Drifting past the stranger, my eyes locked on the tiny creature huddled and shaking on the ground. My heart broke at how fragile and lonely it was. Had I looked like that when I'd wandered the world alone? Had I been so vulnerable and small? I wished I could give it back its mother, to clear the heavy sadness radiating from the tiny thing. But its mother was gone, and the stranger was right. It was mine because I wouldn't be able to leave it to die. It was my responsibility to give it life after its mother had given hers to nurture the pack. With gentle hands, I brushed aside the wolves watching closely and dropped to my knees before it. My spine prickled, and a single tear ran down my cheek as I reached out and ran my fingers along the velvety softness of the fawn. I didn't care that the wolves had gone against instinct and done what the stranger had asked. I didn't stop to think how predators had defended prey. Those questions could come later, when I knew how to ask them. The fawn flinched, squeezing tighter, burying its head deeper into its belly. Its ribs strained beneath a pelt of red-brown and white spots. Its large ears pinned back with terror. "It's okay," I murmured, stroking it again. "You're safe." It didn't unravel. If anything, it curled into an even tighter ball. A wash of pure panic tainted the air around it. I stilled with my hand on its trembling back. How could I feel its panic? How could I see what the wolves had seen? I didn't understand anything about these gifts that seemed to be unraveling so quickly. If I was honest, I feared the speed and strength in which they were appearing. Ever since I'd met the stranger, the faint tingle of life force that had been barely noticeable when I first ate meat was swiftly becoming an extra sense.
Is it breathing?
The stranger moved to my side, his arms crossed as he towered above me. He didn't bow to touch it. He merely looked at me with affection that seemed to glow stronger every moment we spent together.
It's afraid, but it just doesn't understand,
he murmured. I swiped away my tears. You can sense its fear too? He shrugged.
I think all animals can sense what another is feeling.
Uncrossing his arms, he sank his fingers into the closest wolf's fur.
It's whether or not we listen that causes problems. Sensing the wolves' emotion is how I communicate with my pack. They cannot speak like mortals do, but they do speak. Very loudly if you are fluent in their tongue.
I tried to hide my awe that this man who seemed so uncouth and wild had such a deep respect for the world and its creatures. I know exactly what you mean. Lowering my voice to a whisper, I dared to ask, do you feel anything else? Do you see what they do? Do you sometimes feel as if you've slipped into their skin, even for a single heartbeat? His forehead furrowed, but he didn't scoff or make my question seem stupid. If anything, his intensity added weight that I didn't like.
No.
He dropped to his haunches and draped one hand between his legs, hiding his maleness, all while the other held his balance on the ground. His smoky eyes darkened as if secrets swam within him.
Sometimes, if I'm there when the pack hunts, I sense.
He clenched his jaw. Sometimes, I prompted. Sometimes what? He sighed.
Sometimes I feel the prey at the moment of their death. I feel the gust of ice as they die. I feel the fangs that killed it.
He shrugged.
I swear they pass through me before they're gone.
Pass through you? He glanced at the fawn, avoiding my eyes.
I can't explain it better than that.
And do you sense their final thoughts? See their life?
I sense them letting go, leaving this world and going to another.
There's another?
There has to be.
His gaze caught mine.
Doesn't there? Otherwise, where do all the spirits go that lose their lives? Where do ours go when we pass?
I shivered and looked back at the fawn. It remained huddled and terrified. I don't have answers to those questions.
Neither do I.
He fell quiet for a moment before murmuring.
When I was sick with fevers, and Salik brought me back here, I had strange dreams.
My attention snapped back to him. Dreams? He nodded, his smoky eyes hazy with recollection.
I dreamed I was darkness itself, but within that darkness danced silver orbs of life. Life that was misplaced. Life that seemed to be waiting for a second chance.
He exhaled heavily, dispelling the tension that had woven between us.
I'm sure it was just nonsense dreams delivered by sickness, nothing more. But I wanted to answer you truthfully. I made a promise to myself that I wouldn't hold anything back. You're leaving tomorrow, and whatever you want to know about me, I'll tell you.
His lips pulled into a wolfish smile.
Perhaps if I make you like me, then you'll stay.
My heart thudded. I do like you. My cheeks heated. I mean, we're friends.
Friends?
His black eyebrows knitted together.
I hate to tell you, Runa, but friendship isn't what I want.
I swallowed hard. What do you want? Leaning forward, he reached up and tucked a strand of muddy hair behind my ear.
Everything.
Air was hard to come by. I couldn't look away. He saved me from awkward silence by dropping his attention to the fawn who still hadn't moved.
Do you remember the way back to the den?
His change of topic made me stumble a little. Yes? Why? Standing on powerful legs, he kept his hands clasped in front of him, almost as if hiding the part of his body that was so different from mine.
I'm going to leave you and the fawn alone. I'll take the wolves and go.
Wait. He couldn't leave after saying such things, after making my heart pound with hope. Almost as if he sensed my reluctance to let him go, he smiled.
You need to be alone with the fawn.
He shrugged with patience I didn't share, his hands still blocking between his legs.
We can talk again later. We have all night, after all.
My mouth parted. You're not worried I'll try to return to the Nil camp? Bending at the waist, he caught my cheeks and held me tight. The hum of his touch soaked into my blood, spreading delicious, newly awoken heat into my bones.
You could, but I'd find you. I think I'll always find you, Runa. That's why we keep being drawn to one another.
His gaze dropped to my mouth, and every thought flew out of my head. Time stopped as he ran his thumb exquisitely gently over my bottom lip. His touch trembled a little, and he sucked in a shallow breath.
You know what I want, Runa.
With a soft groan, he tore his eyes from my mouth.
Eventually, you'll have to make the choice of what you want in return.
Letting me go, I caught a glimpse of what he'd been hiding just before his hands cupped himself again. He was hard. My heart kicked, remembering the river and how his body had swelled that night. He'd not been self-conscious, merely said his body was showing me the truth. He wanted me. Giving me a tense half-smile, he cleared his throat.
Come back to me. You promised me the night. Give me more time to remember, and perhaps I can help you remember in return.
Stepping toward the 3 wolves that had sprawled in the final sliver of sunlight, he said softly,
I'll be waiting for you.
With a growl at the wolves, he broke into a run. The 3 predators shot after him, slipping into the shadowy forest, leaving me alone with the fawn. My breath came feathery, my heart winged. I wanted to run after him. But my legs were weak, and my chest rose and fell as I ran slightly shaky fingers along my bottom lip, tracing where his roughened, warm touch had been. The fawn trembled by my knees. Another wash of despair cloaked it, stealing my thoughts from selfish desire to selfless concern. Stroking its soft back, I whispered, "It's just us. You're safe now. I'm so sorry your mother can't return. I'm so sorry you're feeling so lost and alone. But if you allow me, I'll be your mother now. I'll protect you and care for you. I won't let anything bad happen to you." The fawn snuffled and curled tighter, another wave of misery tainting the air. It broke my heart. More tears obscured my vision. I wanted it to feel the love I already had for it. I wanted to wrap it in a blanket of my affection and give it a new home. I could never replace its true mother, but I would be its friend and family if it let me. A warm breeze rustled in the trees, licking around me with a fluttery nudge pressing against my mind. A gentle push toward memories of just a few hours ago. The wolves had shared where the fawn was. The deer had shared its final moments. Both of those animals had communed with me. If they could do that, then surely I could do the same. I could use the same method. I could soothe this baby deer without mortal words. I have to try. Settling deeper into the ground, I took my hands off the trembling baby and closed my eyes. I sank into the anguish it felt and wrapped mental arms around its spirit. I gave myself over to ancient wisdom within me, wisdom that shed off the constant forgetfulness and guided me on doing something that seemed so familiar, so right. My palms turned upward on my knees as I visualized my heart opening to the fawn. Light swirled inside me, rushing through my veins and pouring over my bones. Golden light, light that heated and healed. Light that burst out of my chest and into the fawn before me. I jolted at the sensation of more, of everything, of all. I was no longer trapped in a body that pretended to be mortal, yet coveted unmortal gifts. I was free in ways I'd never felt before. I didn't know how I unconsciously knew what to do. I didn't question the constant push and guidance. I merely trusted that inner wisdom and gasped as my spirit twined with the fawn's, opening a bond between us. I jerked as I slipped into him. I cried as he shared his happy past, his first tripping steps, first taste of mother's milk, first spring and leap of pure happiness. And I slipped deeper into those memories, keeping my heart wide so he could enter it, just like I had entered his. I didn't use words, not in this light-filled sensory world. I merely sent him promises, images of safety and comfort, pictures of warm hugs and loving kisses. It was not the world he'd been born into, but a different one I offered, one where I vowed to make him as happy as I could. The softest nose bumped against my knee. My eyes flew wide all the while my heart remained open. I gasped as my skin glowed as golden as the light I visualized pouring from my chest. The truth of it flickered over the fawn, dappling its white spots with honey welcome. With a soft snuffle, he clambered onto 4 legs and stepped bravely onto my lap. No hesitation, no fear. Our eyes locked as my glowing arms went around him, and I jerked on the forest floor as his essence braided with mine. Waves of gratefulness poured from him, grief mixed with relief as he snuggled into my embrace. And I answered him. I gave him every piece of myself that I could, my purest love and honest vow to protect and cherish him. I didn't will away his sadness. I would never take away his memories like mine had been stolen. I merely gave him space to be safe. He collapsed into my embrace, giving me his absolute trust. Tears fell faster at the honor, at the blistering beauty that I could share such a gift. And beneath the awe of first newness, I tasted familiarity, of homecoming, of me. This wasn't new. I'd done this before. I'd bonded my heart and shared my spirit with so many beasts before him. Yet another thing I'd forgotten. Another thing that had been taken from me. I cried harder for the purity that had been hidden, for the absolute release at remembering something that made me so fundamentally alive. I'd thought learning my name had patched up some of the many empty holes within me, but it was nothing compared to this. Greed filled me for more. I wanted to know what else I'd forgotten, to remember everything. I tensed with anger, cursing the flames for their warning not to remember. The golden glow on my skin faded, returning me back to my mortal tone. I tensed with determination. I wouldn't destroy my destiny by remembering who I was. The stranger was right. My karma would be destroyed by remaining blind, because no matter what the fire had shown me, no matter the destruction and charred remains I was supposedly responsible for, I knew in my heart of hearts I could never do that. Pressing a kiss to the contented fawn's head, I cradled him close and stood on wobbly legs. Our hearts remained linked the entire journey, my feet treading in the paw prints of the wolves who helped find him, leading me back to the stranger who was swiftly becoming so much more.
Chapter 22. The Stranger. I sensed her coming. Tearing off my last mouthful, I chewed the no longer warm meat and swallowed quickly. I didn't want Runa witnessing me eating like the wolves, or be caught gnawing on the remains of the fawn's mother. I didn't think she'd take it well, but the deer had become food, and I couldn't ignore my hunger anymore. I'd left Runa with the fawn because a nudge within me said it was the right thing to do. She represented safety, while I wore the scent of a predator. And if her name was truly borrowed from the bees, then perhaps she was what my fractured memories whispered. A life-giver. A woman who had the power of creation flowing in her veins. And if she was, then the fawn would sense that. It would be far more comfortable with her than with me. Standing from where I'd sat cross-legged in the small meadow to eat my dinner, I wiped my bloody hands on the thick grass, grateful the blades were still wet from the rain. Once my fingers were clean, I rubbed my mouth, shedding the final remnants of my meal. There was no carcass to hide. Salik himself had torn off a piece of the haunch and delivered it to me, concern in his yellow eyes as if he truly was my father and noticed I hadn't eaten in a while. I threw a smile at the alpha. His paws crossed as he lay in the setting sun atop his favorite boulder. He lowered his head to his legs and yawned with glinting fangs. This time of day was for rest. When the sun set and the moon shone, then the wolves would find their energy again. They'd patrol, hunt, mate, and play, living their life in the silver glow of their moon protector. Twisting to face the forest, I moved toward her just as she appeared from the trees, her eyes cast to the ground, diligently following the trail the wolves and I had left her. My chest tightened as she looked up, her amber eyes locking with mine. The jolt through my heart caught me by surprise. The maleness between my legs hardened again, just like it had in the small glade when she'd kneeled before the fawn. I hadn't meant to run off so fast, but I hadn't really had a choice. My body had thickened with need, and it had been one heartbeat away from dropping my mouth to hers. Groaning under my breath, I cupped my hands in front of my traitorous body, hiding my reaction, forcing my thoughts to switch from desire to welcome. I kept my gaze firmly on hers. "You're back. With the fawn." She stopped as her chin tipped up from the ground. She held my stare for a moment before dropping between my legs. She blushed. I'm sorry. I swallowed and cleared my throat, daring to move toward her, all while my hands hid the worst of my need. You told me by the river that I should keep this part of myself covered, especially when I can't control my reaction. I moved another step, gauging her reaction. The nil customs of clothing still perplex me, and I find hiding how I feel about you tiresome, but I don't want to make you uncomfortable. My teeth gnashed together as I gritted, especially after what that nil hunter did to you. I would never...
I know.
Her feet drifted forward, making my heart pound.
I know you're not like him.
Bracing my shoulders, I dropped my hands, revealing the truth of how much I wanted her. I vow I'll never touch you, unless you want me to, regardless of my body's visible reaction.
Your reaction being that you want me?
I balled my hands, nodding stiffly.
You want me as your mate?
I nodded again, my voice more growl than man, in every way that counts. She didn't reply, but her face softened a little, needing her to understand that I was just grateful for her company and expected nothing else. Not yet, at least. I rushed. I wasn't prepared for how strongly my body would react, the more time we spend together. She ducked her chin, avoiding my eyes. I waited for her to dash back into the forest, or use the fawn as a shield between us. Stinging tension gathered the longer she remained silent, but then she sucked in a breath and whispered,
Me too.
I froze. My belly clenched as those two words took my breath away. The thought of her leaving tomorrow. It hurt enough to be honest with myself. I can't let her go. Not now. She was staying here with me. Even if I had to force her. Even if I ended up hating myself for doing things I promised I would never do. The deer. My attention fell on the tiny ball of spotted fur in her arms. She cared for it already. I sensed that as clearly as I sensed Salik's fierce attention as he watched our every move from his rock. As long as the deer needed to stay here, she would too. She would put the fawn's well-being above her own. I could buy myself some time. Looking at the pack sprawled in different areas of the meadow, I spied the female I wanted. Kiyu, the gentle-spirited mother who had 6 wriggly newborns, gnawed on a bone from a kill a few nights ago. Unlike most of the pack, Kiyu wouldn't be playing tonight. She'd be curled up around her pups, nursing them with milk that made them strong and healthy. With my thoughts on other things and plotting how to keep what I wanted, my body returned to a respectable appearance. Smiling at Runa, I waved my hand toward the cave behind me. Come, I have an idea for your fawn. Her arms tensed around the little creature as it raised its head, its large ears flopping around, listening to the pack. Wariness made its nose flare with predator smells.
What's your idea?
She asked, willingly following me. You'll see. Striding toward the cave, I looked at Kiyu and barked in direct imitation of the command Salik used when he wanted a pack member to follow. Kiyu raised her mighty head, licking her lips from the bone wedged between her paws. I held her inquisitive stare as I leaped up the small rise, climbed a boulder, and turned to face Runa below. The she-wolf cocked her head. I beckoned her with my hand, and with a heavy huff, she hauled her bulk off the ground and padded toward us. Runa stiffened as Kiyu brushed past her and the fawn, scaling the embankment in one elegant leap. She headbutted my chest, partly in question, partly in obedience. Thank you for listening. I stroked her soft, coarse pelt. Go inside. We'll join you. Kiyu huffed again, but did as I asked, slipping into the gloomy cave with a swipe of her tail. Runa's dust-colored eyebrows rose as I looked down at her.
You can talk to them so clearly.
Shaking my head, I opened my arms and bent down. We just understand each other, that's all. Give me the fawn. It will be easier to climb without it in your arms.
It's male,
she said, smiling at the youngling.
He's already so trusting.
I dropped to my haunches, keeping my arms open. Does he have a name? She frowned.
I didn't even think of that. You're right. He does need a name.
I've named a few of the wolves, but I haven't named the entire pack. Sometimes a word comes to mind, and sometimes it doesn't. He'll let you know when the time is right. I wriggled my fingers. Now, pass him to me so you can climb. Hesitation made her draw away. I hid my flinch that she hadn't learned to fully trust me. But then she gritted her teeth and lifted her arms, passing the leggy, skinny deer into my hold. Immediately the fawn bleated and scrambled, trying to return to Runa's embrace. Straightening, I backed away from the ledge and pressed a kiss to his tiny head. It's okay. She's coming. He bleated again just as Runa climbed up the boulder and joined me.
Where are we going?
To see Kiyu. I smiled and passed her back the fawn. The moment he resumed his spot in Runa's arms, he stopped bleeding and sighed as if everything was acceptable again. Follow me. Ducking under the vines and white flowers dangling over the cave entrance, I let my eyes adjust to the gloom after being outside in the late afternoon sunshine. A few other females looked up from their chosen places around the large cave. 3 yawned and went back to sleep, resting so they could hunt tonight, while the other 2 stretched onto their sides, giving their furry offspring access to their soft underbellies to nurse. Runa didn't speak as I guided her past the wolves, around the fir and bracken-filled shallow where Salak slept, and toward the back where Kiyu had made her fur-lined nest. Kiyu had spread out like the other 2 nursing mothers, allowing her tiny pups to feed. The other pups were almost of an age to wean and joined the ranks of juveniles, but Kiyu's were brand new, which meant her milk would be at its richest. Dropping to my knees, I stroked Kiyu's fur, sinking my fingers into her ruff and scratching where she liked it. Her eyes rolled back as she grunted in bliss. Runa stayed standing, hugging the fawn as if she believed I'd brought him here to be a snack. Eventually she would trust me. Eventually she'll love me, just like she did in the past. The vicious assurance sliced through my chest. She'd loved me, and I'd loved her violently in return. Pressure gathered around my heart. I wanted to grab her, touch her, push her down, and lay claim to her. Instead, I selected a blind, wriggling puppy and unlatched it gently from Kiyu. Swallowing back the sudden intensity of what I'd felt, I held up the pup to Runa. It whimpered, but Kiyu merely watched me. She didn't growl or bite. She trusted me, just like I needed Runa to. These pups are fed milk, just like the fawn used to drink from his mother. With a quick kiss, I placed the whimpering pup back against its littermates. It immediately latched on, its whining turning to greedy grunts. Your fawn needs milk, Runa. Her eyes widened as she kneeled beside me.
But a deer's milk is not the same as a wolf's.
No, it's not. But it will give him strength while you teach him how to eat what deers eat. She shook her head, eyeing Kiyu.
Why would she accept a youngling that isn't her own?
Because I've asked, and the pack looks out for one another. She bit her bottom lip.
You speak with such confidence.
Because I am. Stroking Kiyu's muzzle, I looked at the wolf. She's always been the most peaceful, the most kind. I trust her. She'll accept the fawn. Kiyu raised her head, her gaze glowing in the gloom, locking onto Runa and the bundle in her arms. Shifting a little so she could reach better, Kiyu rested her chin on Runa's knees, her nose nuzzling the fawn. I expected Runa to tense again, to wrench the deer away from the sharp canine teeth. But a full-body shudder went through her, just like it had when the wolves touched her belly. Her eyes snapped closed, and she swayed toward Kiyu. The back of my neck tingled as a breeze whipped through the cave, playing in Runa's hair before leaving as quickly as it had arrived. Kiyu whined under her breath, and Runa exhaled heavily as if sharing a silent conversation. A conversation that went beyond my skills at conversing, and into a realm where spirits spoke, not words. Finally, Runa opened her eyes, nodding at Kiyu. The usual amber of her gaze glowed faintly around the edges, a ring of gold before it vanished as she blinked. I always love it when you glow. I grinned, kissing her deep. when the bliss between us transcends our mortal skin, and I gasped, grasping at the memory as it wriggled away like a slippery fish. Without another word, she bent forward, placing the tiny deer amongst the squirmy bodies of Kiyu's pups, and rested her hands on her thighs.
Thank you,
she breathed. The wolf licked her lips as her giant head flopped back onto the fur-littered cave floor. A soft puff of contentment flooded her muzzle as her horns scraped against the stone. I sat still while the fawn blinked at his strange new siblings, then wedged himself amongst them, nuzzling amongst Kiyu's soft underbelly for something to drink. Runa sucked in a breath as he latched on, his little white tail wagging fast with happiness. I grinned at the sight of a spotted herbivore nursing in a nest of furred carnivores. It reminded me of my own situation. Runa believed she belonged with the Nil. I believed she belonged with me. Regardless of what clan we came from, or what memories we couldn't remember, right now, all that mattered was we're together. My eyes drifted to her, and my heart tripped. Her face was slack with love and awe, and the golden ring that had glowed so brightly around her amber eyes blazed once again as she sat in the gloomy cave, watching her fawn and pups. My body hardened, swelling swiftly, tightening with need. I couldn't stop it. The longer I studied her, the more I wanted her. I wanted her so much I almost leaned over and touched her. Almost did what Actor had done, and taken something she hadn't consented to give me. Soaring to my feet, I clasped my hands between my legs and backed away. I'm leaving for a little while.
You are?
She turned to face me, the gold in her eyes vanishing as worry replaced her awe.
Where are you going?
I'll be back. I kept moving toward the cave exit. Stay with Kiyu. I won't be long. I turned and ran before she could ask any more questions. I returned after dusk had fallen, entering the cave crowded with wolves. Females and juveniles yipped and tussled, while Salik oversaw the organized chaos before they left for a night of roaming. The alpha met my gaze as I passed through the cave, my arms full of things he wouldn't understand. I paused as his lips pulled back from his teeth, snarling once unquestioned. Diverting my path, I went to him, scanning the fur-filled space, looking for Runa. My heart eased as I found her exactly where I'd left her a few hours ago, sitting beside Kiyu, the fawn fast asleep amongst well-fed pups. Salik nipped at my forearm, sniffing at the hastily, terribly woven basket carrying food for Runa. He snarled again as he bit at the deer hide that I'd painstakingly scraped and cleaned. The end result wasn't perfect, but it was supple and large enough to give Runa the protection she seemed to need, the protection I needed to give her. I know the skins are usually left to rot, I murmured, hoping Runa wouldn't see me before I had a chance to present my gifts. But I needed this pelt. The alpha huffed and turned his head to look at Runa. I sensed his curiosity as well as his apprehension. I still didn't understand why he'd stayed guarded around Runa, but I didn't have time to find out. I'd already been gone far longer than I wanted. You're leaving on patrol? He cocked his head and yawned, shedding his worry over the last member to join his pack. He didn't care about the fawn. It offered no danger to his wolves, and as long as it had Runa's and my scent on it, it was family. When he stood upright, his sharp horns almost touched the cave ceiling. Stretching, he slid his paws forward. His claws dug into cave rock, and his spine rippled with power before he gave me one last judging look and padded toward the exit. New stars glittered outside, and the cooling air temperature made the hair on my legs stand up, doing their best to trap in my heat. Not that the wolves cared about a small temperature change. Their pelts kept them plenty warm, even on the snowiest of days. Once the alpha had vanished into the night, I weaved around the other wolves as they left to join him on their nightly hunt and boundary check, making my way to Runa. She jolted as I loomed over her. Pressing a hand to her chest, she gasped.
You scared me. I didn't hear you.
That's what happens when you share a cave with so many predators. You don't hear individual noise, merely a collective togetherness. She nodded and smiled. Tiredness etched around her amber eyes, and her lips were thin with exhaustion. She needed to rest. We both did.
Where did you go?
She asked softly. Sitting cross-legged beside her, I placed my gifts in front of me. To get you something to eat. She balked at the deer hide I'd spent so long cleaning away muscle fibers, gristle, and blood.
I'm fine. I'll wait until I return to the Nil tomorrow.
Panic heightened her voice.
I can't eat Natim's mother.
Natim? With another flinch, she glanced at the round-bellied fawn. His fragile legs kicked out, his head resting on the paws of a sated pup.
I named him Natim. It means...
Trust, I murmured. Natim is the word for trust in our language. The language you told me is forbidden and dead. She nodded.
He's the epitome of that word. After everything he's been through, he's so resilient and strong. He's found comfort in the very arms of the ones responsible for him being here.
Perhaps that was his destiny, I said quietly, never taking my eyes off her, studying her every twitch. Maybe his karma wasn't to be raised by his own kind, but by the ones he was born to fear. To learn that harmony can be found in the most unlikely of places. Her gaze shot to mine, the tension in her spine dispelled.
Once again, you've awed me with your wisdom. I must admit, that's a nice way to think about tragedy. That perhaps this bad thing has happened, not to hurt him, but to deliver things he would never have experienced.
Just like we lost our memories so we could find our way back to each other and relive the thrill of knowing exactly where we belong. Her nostrils flared. She didn't look away. An awareness sprang heavily between us, and my blood scalded with need. The desire to touch her was swiftly becoming painful. I cleared my throat and looked away, clinging to my self-control. It took a few heartbeats before she spoke softly.
Perhaps I should make up a name for you, too. Chaos, maybe.
She smiled, reaching out to stroke a slumbering wolfling.
I think that would suit you.
My heart thudded as I laughed under my breath, trying to hide the prickling desperation in my belly. To allow you to call me the word for wisdom would only swell my own self-importance. I looked up, my chest tightening as I studied the openness and affection on her face. I didn't think I'd earn that so soon. I don't deserve to be called Chaos.
Yet you seem to embody the word. Just like Natim the fawn is trust in living form.
I swallowed hard, knowing my voice had darkened, all because of the feelings she drew from me, feelings I couldn't control. It would be an honor to wear any name you gave me. For you to call me something other than stranger, when we're already so much more, is exactly what I desire. But I leaned forward and gathered a handful of her hair hanging over her chest, deliberately brushing my knuckles along the side of her breast. She gasped. I held her gaze as my pulse thundered. I traitorously used her hair as a trick to touch a part of her I longed to claim. Chaos is not my name. A moan echoed in her throat as I tugged gently on her hair, pulling forward just enough to graze my knuckles over her nipple. Her back snapped straight, and this time she didn't flinch away. Her cheeks burned, and she clamped both hands over her breasts.
I'm sorry,
Leaning away, I hung my head. No, it's me who should be sorry. I didn't mean to... well, I did. But... I sighed and wedged my palms over the painful hardness between my legs. It's taking everything I have not to touch you, Runa. Not because I want to make you mine, but because every part of me screams that you already are. Her breathing turned soft and almost fragile.
I'm not afraid of you. I know you'd never hurt me. Not like...
I swallowed a growl. Never. I would rather Salak rip out my throat than cause you pain like he did.
And I would love nothing more than to help you find your true name.
She shrugged sadly.
You aren't a stranger anymore. You never really were. A part of me is desperate to know who you are so I can remember who I am in return. but I don't have that power. Solon was the one who took me into the trance. He was the one who held my hand and introduced me to the fire who gave up my secrets.
My back tensed as I forced my body to behave, pressing down on my hardness, willing it to stop torturing me. He taught you. You know how to do it now. You can do it again.
No.
She shook her head.
I don't know how to draw the symbols on my skin, or where to find the mushroom that must be eaten to ground us to this world. Plus, the Damak root is toxic, and I wouldn't risk killing you by giving you an improper dose.
Her chin came up.
That's why I have to go back.
I bit my tongue so I didn't say something I'd regret.
Solon said he wanted me as his acolyte.
She murmured.
If the offer still stands, it's an offer I can't refuse.
My temper gathered, blackening my blood until a few shadow spirals licked over my feet. I glanced down, willing them away before she noticed. Luckily, her gaze went behind me to the now empty cave. Only Kiyu and one other female remained.
Where did they all go?
She asked, her eyebrows knitting together. They'll be back before dawn. I bit out, struggling to dispel my temper and torturingly painful lust. The moon calls to them. Her eyes narrowed as her breath suddenly hitched. What? I immediately reached forward, cupping her cheek without thinking. Only worry filled me now, not selfish want or cursed desire. What happened? Are you well? Panic made me grab the awfully woven basket I'd labored over, placing the food I'd found on her lap. If you're faint here, eat. I gathered these for you. Her gaze dropped to what I'd given her. Her mouth parted with disbelief.
You foraged for me?
I shrugged. But you can't eat meat.
But...
I need to feed you, Runa. I won't let you starve when every part of me wants to take care of you. Her fingers skimmed over the berries I'd watched birds devour to ensure they weren't poisonous pretty flowers that deer nibbled so I knew they were safe, and the dandelion greens I'd eaten myself as I'd wandered alone and lost. Over that time, I'd learned what foods my stomach could and couldn't handle. But I didn't have extensive knowledge, only the rudimentary schooling that loneliness had given me.
I can't believe you did this.
Her eyes locked on mine, and the faintest golden glow ringed her usual amber. They burned with gratefulness.
Thank you. So much.
My back prickled, unable to accept her thanks. I also brought you this. Shaking out the deerskin, I kept my voice low, almost as if Natim the fawn would hear me, and know what it was. I understand wearing the skin of Natim's mother will not sit well with you, but you seem more comfortable clothed than bare, and I want you to be comfortable. She winced as she eyed the hide.
I'm grateful. Truly, I just...
You felt her spirit pass. She has no need of it. I pushed it toward her. Keep it. If you choose not to, I understand. I only want to make you feel safe.
And you have, in so many ways.
She tore her gaze off the hide and plucked a plump berry from the vibrantly colored salad.
I misjudged you when we first met. You're nothing like I thought.
I didn't look away as she placed the red fruit on her tongue. Once again, the heat in my blood seared, and I clasped my hands between my legs with a soft groan. She swallowed the mouthful, moaning.
I didn't realize how hungry I was.
Her hand dove into the falling-apart basket, selecting dandelion leaves and flowers, eating faster and faster until the tightness around her eyes faded a little. Raising the mostly empty basket, she asked,
I'm so sorry. Did you want any? You haven't eaten either.
I balanced on a lie and the truth. In the end, I chose truth. I have eaten, Runa. I pointedly caught her stare. I didn't need to tell her what I'd eaten, only that I had.
Oh.
She nodded, finishing off the greens with a wince. Once the basket was empty, she placed it on the cave floor. Reaching over, she stroked Natim, a smile twitching her lips as the little fawn stretched in his sleep and nuzzled closer to his littermates. Not looking at me, she murmured,
As much as I appreciate you feeding me, I wasn't faint before. I gasped because I had a memory. Or at least, I think it was a memory.
My stomach clenched. What memory? She yawned as exhaustion crept over her. With her belly sated, the tiredness that had stalked her since I'd found her in the thunderstorm settled heavily.
The moon. When you mentioned the moon, I saw something.
She frowned, her shoulders slouching.
I saw you standing bare beneath it. I saw beasts with starlight for skin and black shadows licking at your feet.
I froze, searching my mind for that memory. I tried to recall beasts that wore stars for flesh but came up blank. Shaking my head, I muttered, I don't remember.
Me either.
Her eyelids drooped.
I only remember the moon speaking to you, speaking to us.
What was the moon saying? Her mouth went slack as she tipped to the side, unable to fight the tug of sleep.
I
caught her before her skull could crack against the cave floor. I didn't know if her exhaustion had come on so quickly from the long day and whatever trance she'd endured with the man named Solon, or if I'd unwillingly fed her something poisonous. Either way, the time for conversation was over. She didn't react as I cradled her close, bringing her bare skin against mine like I'd longed to do all day. Snatching the clean deer hide, I spread it out over the cool cave rock and placed her on top of it. She shivered once and rolled onto her side. I hoped the deer's spirit had long since passed, leaving its old home to find another. I hoped Runa would find peace in her dreams so she was happy here, with me, so she'd never want to leave now we'd finally found each other. Kiyu's yellow eyes glowed in the darkness as I inched closer to Runa and lay down beside her. Gritting my teeth against the pleasure of closeness, I wrapped an arm around her waist and pulled her hips into mine. She moaned low in her sleep and then went completely lax, giving herself up to my embrace. The joy of that. The absolute homecoming of having her in my arms made my blood tingle with rightness. I fell asleep with my body cocooning hers, watched over by a wolf in moonlight. I woke just before dawn to guttural grunting. My heart sped up with worry, my first thought for Runa's safety. Sitting upright, I froze as rounded-bellied pups whimpered around us. Kiyu raised her head, her lips stretching into a pant that looked suspiciously like a grin. These belong to you, I whispered, careful not to wake Runa as I gathered up the 4 bronze and gray pups that had tumbled out of their nest and come to share ours. Placing the pups carefully back against Kiyu, I ran a hand over the fawn. He opened hazy jewel-black eyes, shook his head so his ears flopped, then wriggled closer to the pile of warm wolflings. The noise came again, wrenching my eyes to Runa. She lay tucked up on her side, her arms wrapped tightly around another pup who snored contentedly in her hold. Grateful that she still slept, I twisted on the deer hide and looked toward the cave's entrance. Silhouetted against the first blush of day, Salak thrust into a female from behind. His front legs held on around her shoulders, his teeth bared as he drove his hips into hers. I froze. I'd seen Salak take his females before, yet this felt different. This felt raw and intimate, because Salak had a cave full of mates who he loved and protected. And for the first time since I'd joined the Alpha's family, I had a mate too. A mate who slept beside me. A mate who I wanted more than anything. My breath caught as the Alpha sank his sharp teeth into the scruff of a female I'd named Vario. It was the word for swiftness, as she was the fastest hunter. Salak thrust deeper and Vario dropped her head, submitting to him while digging her paws into the ground for better balance. I watched the primal moment, knowing I ought to look away. Before, when Salak shared his affection with a pack member, I always turned my back and gave them privacy. But this time, I kept watching. The flesh between my legs hardened until I trembled with pressure and pain. Another female leaped into the cave, returning from her nightly roam, padding slowly toward the 2 lovers. She nuzzled Vario's nose, who stayed pinned beneath Salak. The 2 females shared a lick, but the Alpha snarled, sinking his teeth into his chosen's neck with possession. His snarls switched to the same guttural grunts that had woken me, and my entire body tingled. I couldn't look away, couldn't stop watching, imagining how it would feel to share my body with another's, how it would feel to share it with Runa. My eyes tore from the mating wolves and landed on the girl who'd walked in my dreams and now slept in my present. Eyelashes remained soft on her cheeks, her lips slightly parted with slumber. Her muddy white hair glittered with the faintest glow of the brightening dawn. Out of everything I'd seen on my travels, she was the most perfect. My belly clenched as images in my mind unfurled, of rolling Runa onto her hands and knees, of pushing away the wolf pups she cradled, of climbing on top of her. I swallowed a groan as my body jerked. Sharp bolts of pleasure arrowed between my legs, vibrating through my hardness until my hips begged to rock. My pulse pounded as heavy pressure gathered at the base of my spine. Horror filled me as I glanced at my bare lap and witnessed what such thoughts had done. My body now stood stiff and angry. It ached, throbbed. It made me hungry, greedy. The female let out a sharp yip, waking Runa from her sleep. I stiffened as she twitched beside me, her arms unlocking around the pup. My attention split, staying on Runa as shame coated me, all while I couldn't take my eyes off Salak as he hunched deeper into Vario, his hips thrusting deep as he let out a heavy huff of pleasure. Every part of me burned. I couldn't look at Runa as my hands fisted by my hips, unable to even graze myself without exploding. Had I been inside Runa in the life we couldn't remember? Had we shared such pleasures like Salak and Vario? It seemed unthinkable that we hadn't. Slowly, Salak unlocked his jaws from Vario's scruff and licked her gently. The other female padded to her nest in the middle of the cave and lay down. The heavy tension in the air dissipated now the mating had finished. Runa yawned and sat up, clasping the wriggling pup to her chest as it squirmed to stay near. Another wash of guilt cloaked me. She'd slept beside me, believing I would protect her from all things. Yet she was utterly clueless how close I was to yanking her upright and plunging deep inside her. She can't know. She'd begun to trust me. I couldn't break that trust by showing her I was no better than the nil hunter. Clearing my throat, I'd shifted away from her while trying to hide the angry stiffness between my legs. Stretching, Runa blinked away sleep and carefully placed the pup back into Kiyu's nest. She stroked Natim with a gentle smile on her lips before twisting to face me. I couldn't meet her eyes, but it wasn't me she first noticed. Her cheeks blushed bright red, and her eyes widened as her attention locked onto Salak and Vario. Dawn etched their fur with watery pink light while the two wolves remained joined. Runa slid onto her knees, her fingers gripping her thighs as if to grant herself bravery. For a long moment, she studied the mated pair before casting her eyes to mine. I gritted my teeth at the awareness in her amber gaze, then flinched as she asked,
I've seen Nil lovers sharing pleasures. I'm not naive to what couples do in the dark, but mortals usually separate once their joy has ended.
She shifted closer, making me turn to stone.
Why have they not?
It's the joining tie, I croaked, unrequited lust thickening my voice. I didn't understand it at first either, but it seems they must stay joined to ensure the bond brings new life.
How long must they?
I didn't answer her. I didn't trust my voice as she bit her bottom lip and filthy thoughts filled my head. A painful few heartbeats passed. I willed my body to calm. I begged the hardness to stop torturing me. But then her gaze dropped from Salak and Vario and landed squarely on my lap.
Oh.
Her skin flushed. I waited for disgust, for fear. Closing my eyes, I grunted and dropped my chin. Runa, give me a moment. Her hitched inhale made me cringe. I expected her to bolt out of the cave and not stop running until she was back with the Nil. I'd promised her she was safe with me, Yet with every breath, I found it harder and harder not to beg her to touch me, to put me out of my agonizing misery. I kept my head bowed as my blood churned, thundering in the spear I couldn't control. It had been agonizing before, but now, with her eyes on me, with her silent shock drifting all around me, it was excruciating.
Are you in pain?
Her voice remained so kind, so soft. Shifting closer, she unknowingly revealed her bare body to my savagely hungry eyes. Her nakedness wasn't an invitation. Her natural form was nothing more than her version of a pelt or fur or feathers. Yet the way I was feeling, the way I craved, I wanted to devour her. Touching my shoulder, making me flinch as if she'd stabbed me in the heart, she murmured,
"Tell me what I can do."
I groaned, long and low. Do. I could never request the things I wanted her to do. She came closer, her warm skin making mine prickle with misery.
You look in agony.
Her nearness made the pounding in my blood 1,000 times worse. I felt as primitive as a wolf, as feral as a beast. She placed a hand on my upper arm, her fingers trembling. My mind flooded with pushing her onto her back, mounting her, biting her, thrust. I scrambled away, pressing hard against the cave wall. I'm fine, I growled. Stay back. I just need a little time. Just don't touch me. Concern painted her cheeks, and her eyes glowed with the affection that had started to form between us. That affection broke my heart. Runa crawled closer, her breasts swinging, true worry painting her stunning face. She didn't stop until she was close enough to embrace me. Her eyes remained locked on mine, her breath shallow. The torture of her closeness was only overshadowed by my shock that she'd seemingly forgotten the consequences of what happened every time we grew too near. Runa, I choked, pressing harder against the wall, trapped with nowhere to go. I need you to move away.
You're in pain.
Her worry overshadowed the unspoken rules of distance between us. Her hand reached for mine. I jerked it into my belly, doing my best to avoid her. Only her fingers went with me, slipping away to land directly on the overheated spear currently punishing me between my legs. I jolted with a savage grunt. A groan ripped through me as her feathering touch became the best and worst thing I'd ever endured.
You're holding yourself back because of me.
Amber-tinged sadness filled her gaze as she drew her fingers away from my stiffened flesh.
You'd rather hurt than touch me because you're not him. You're not Actor. You would never touch me without my permission.
I clenched every muscle in my body as her fingers returned and hesitantly skimmed over me as if she wasn't entirely aware of what she'd done. But I was. Way too aware. What are you doing? I panted. Don't. Her gaze met mine, full of kindness.
You're in pain.
Resolution tightened her jaw.
Let me try and help you.
A haggard chuckle fell. You can't heal this like you did my arm. It's not a malady.
It's a discomfort.
She whispered, her chest puffing up with courage.
And I won't let you suffer.
Pursing her lips, she braced her shoulders, and her fingers found my flesh again, tightening around me. I jerked. Fuck. I didn't know where such a violent word had come from. I didn't know if it was the dead language we shared or the fire knees she'd taught me. But it made my blood burn. Runa sucked in her breath.
I don't know that word.
I shook my head. My spine pressed hard against the cave wall. I didn't want to talk about languages or all the things we'd forgotten. I just needed her to stop before it was too late. Runa, don't.
Forgive me if I touch you wrong.
Her shyness and hesitant fingers drove me to breaking point.
I don't remember ever.
I snatched her wrist. I don't remember either. I swallowed hard, breathing fast. I don't know how I'll react if you keep touching me. She nodded.
You won't hurt me.
I bared my teeth. Never.
Then let me take away your hurt.
Her gaze dropped to my throbbing flesh, hot in her grip.
Please.
My fingers slackened around her wrist as my willpower disintegrated. I'd tried one last time even as my mind hummed with lust. You don't have to heal me this time. I won't die. Her fingers tightened.
You might.
I couldn't breathe as her hand moved. She licked her lips, making my head spin.
You're as hot as fevers. Your skin is burning.
Everything was burning. My teeth ground to dust. Primordial hunger threatened to snap my spine. Her fingers pushed downward. I groaned loudly. My head fell back, cracking against the cave wall. Shade spilled out of me. Darkness clouded around us, thicker and blacker, cocooning us from the outside world. And in that swirling, sickening vortex, my hand snatched Runa's wrist again. I meant to remove her touch. I truly, honestly did. But my fingers slipped over her hand instead, pressing her touch harder against my pounding flesh. And my vision went black. I grunted as my hips arched up, driving my hardness into her hold, all while death exploded through my blood. It had to be death. It felt as if every cell and filament of my form shredded into spirit-slicing sparks. Runa gasped as I shuddered, fisting my fingers tighter over hers. The exploding deathness in my blood centered in my hard flesh, pulsing upward with rhythmic pleasure pain. Death crested with the release of absolute bliss, absolute carnage, absolute destruction of my sanity. My heart thundered as I shuddered a final time. For the longest moment I just hovered in that pillowy, shadowy euphoria. Faint aftershocks of pleasure rippled through me as I struggled to open my eyes. I blinked past stars. I summoned back the shadows that had flooded the cave, and there was Runa, kneeling beside my kicked-apart legs, her hand beneath mine, fisting my body where I forced her to squeeze. I gulped. A low groan spilled from me as I noticed something glistening on our entwined fingers. A glittering rope of white thread. I'd felt shame before, but now I quaked with body-breaking mortification. Runa, Tearing my hand from hers, I grimaced as the ropey whiteness stretched between us. It broke and dangled on both our hands, slimy and sticky. What had I done? With shocked and parted lips, Runa steadied her hand where my body had marked her. For an embarrassing heartbeat, she frowned and sniffed the air where an odd scent had settled. She studied the whiteness as it quickly turned translucent, smearing my remorse all over her fingers. If we'd mated in a forgotten life, there was no memory of this chagrin, no recollection of marking her with fluids, or why the image of Runa coated in my essence made me snarl to do it all over again. Without thinking, I shifted to my knees, grateful that my flesh no longer stood to such horrifying attention. Snatching a handful of shed fur from Kia's nest, I grabbed Runa's wrist and wiped roughly at her fingers. My touch snapped her back into the present. She watched as I cleaned her from my sin. I couldn't get her clean enough. I couldn't wash away what I'd done.
It's okay.
She gave me a forgiving smile.
It's enlightening. I suppose we once knew what our bodies are capable of, and what events take place when mating. Yet it seems as if it's another thing we've forgotten.
She shrugged.
Or perhaps we didn't know because we've never shared them.
I took a deep breath, doing my best to keep my voice mortal and not as feral as I felt. If we didn't do that before we forgot and lost each other, then I was missing out. Her lips twitched as her eyes met mine, calm to my chaos.
You're well again? You don't look like you're in pain anymore.
A harsh laugh spilled from my mouth. That's what you're worried about? That I'm not in pain anymore? She nodded.
What else would I be worried about?
I scoffed. The fact that I marked you, that my release was...
perfectly natural.
She lowered her hands, clasping them in her lap.
I'm sure that the same thing happened with your alpha and his mate.
Her cheeks pinked, matching the dawn light.
The Nil are a loving clan. I've often seen couples sneaking off in the dark after food and drums around the fire. Tiptu and Strahl, the chief and chiefess, have a son. 2 sons, actually, and a daughter.
Pulling her knees into her chest, she wrapped her arms around them.
I never stopped to consider how their bodies made such a youngling, but now I think I know.
She caught my gaze shyly.
Your release starts life.
Her words sank into me with truth, but a piece of me argued the idea. I wasn't the life giver, she was. Yet if mating led to birth, and all creatures had that same magic, then what she said was true. Even though a shadowy, forgotten part of me whispered there was more to it than that. More to her. I don't know what to say, I murmured, catching her gaze. I'm sorry if my need scared you. My forehead furrowed as images of her fighting and kicking as Actor spread her legs made my teeth gnash together.
You didn't.
Runa jumped as Salak suddenly appeared, his massive wolfen body towering over us as we sat whispering against the cave wall. I sat straighter, eyeing the giant alpha. His nose wrinkled as if he could scent what just occurred. His yellow eyes narrowed on me, then Runa before he growled low in his chest. I didn't understand his sudden anger, but Runa seemed to. She scrambled to her knees as Salak pressed his nose against her chest, bumping her enough to push her backward onto her rear. The moment she was down, his mouth opened, and he bit her shoulder. Her eyes snapped closed as her spine arched. Salak! I shot to my feet, rushing at the alpha as his spiral horns glinted with speals of golden dawn. Let her go! The wolf ignored me. His eyes closed. His fangs held Runa deathly still but didn't puncture her skin. Kiyu raised her head from her pups, whining at me with her ears flat. Her obvious request for me to leave Salak alone made rage pour through me. He'd never been aggressive toward me. I wouldn't let him hurt Runa, under any circumstance. Salak! I grabbed 2 fistfuls of the alpha's thick ruff. Get off her! He growled again, this time rumbling with more than just a warning. My skin prickled with danger, but I didn't stop tugging. Let her go. This time he obeyed. Raising his head, he licked his lips as he removed his teeth from Runa's shoulder. She slouched forward, breathing hard. Tears tracked down her face as Salak huffed, licked her forehead as if apologizing for his behavior, then padded out of the cave to flop against his rock in the new day sun. Runa. I dropped to my knees, grabbing her cheeks and bringing her face to mine. What did he do? What happened? Her amber eyes held a faint glowing ring of gold, fading the longer I held her. Her tears kept falling, rolling over my fingers. What did he do? I repeated, tightening my hold on her cheekbones, unable to rein in my panic.
He didn't do anything. He showed me things.
What things?
He knows who I am.
I frowned. And that's a bad thing? I thought you wanted to know who you are. She nodded, sniffing with sadness.
I did. I do. But he doesn't want me here. He views me as a threat to his pack. He wants me to stay away from you.
What? My fingers loosened, slipping from her face and onto my lap. Why would he say such things? I didn't stop to question how they'd conversed, or ask how a mortal could commune with a wolf in such a deeper language than the rest of us. I'd already seen her gift, already witnessed the magic she held over both predator and prey.
He's worried.
Swiping at her tears, she shrugged.
He wants me to be happy, for you to be happy. But he wants us to be happy apart. He said that's how it's meant to be, how it has to be.
But why would he care about two mortals? What possible danger could we bring to his family when all we want to do is no longer be alone? She sniffed and glanced at Natim. The fawn scrambled to unsteady feet, tottering toward her. With a mournful sigh, she grabbed the baby deer and cradled him close. Pressing her mouth to Natim's small head, she spoke into his spotted hide.
He says one day I'll have to make a choice.
Her chin tipped up as fresh droplets rivered from her stare.
And that choice will either destroy me or destroy everything else. Everyone else.
She huddled over the deer as I stared at her blankly. But what does that mean? I rubbed my mouth, my head aching to understand. He can't see what hasn't come to pass.
It means that the fire was right.
Runa looked past me to the cave's exit and the awakening world beyond. She moved suddenly. Leaping to her feet, she looked down at me with her arms full of fawn.
I need to be alone for a while.
Grabbing the deer hide that we'd slept on and tucking it beneath Natim, she weaved her way around the snoozing wolves and vanished out of the cave before I could stop her.
Chapter 23. Runa. I sat by the river, drawn to its calming babble, wondering if it was the same river that flowed past the Nil camp. I daren't step into it, too afraid of the blue light and mournful song that had happened last time. But I did stare into its glossy wetness, blinking as sunbursts glittered on its surface, willing my mind to quieten from every thought that ran wild. Natim tottered around on his stick-thin legs, growing stronger and braver as dawn became day. His little knees bent to lower his mouth to the sweet sprouts by the river's edge, doing his best to nibble. His very spirit hummed with happiness at being alive and learning. I couldn't understand why I could sense what he felt, why my spirit tingled with a strange sensitivity to every creature around me. The zipping dragonflies tickled my mind with iridescent joy, all while the bees that always hummed close by in their brightly petaled flowers were as aware of me as I was of them. Was it the fire trance with Solon that had awoken something new within me? Or was it the stranger? Would this newfound gift fade as quickly as it had arrived? Or was it a piece of myself that was now remembered, never to abandon me again? Natim nibbled some shoots again and pranced with accomplishment, strutting his little legs toward me, making sure I'd seen his achievement. I sent a pulse of silent love toward him. His ears flopped forward, and he bounded into my arms. Closing my eyes, I hugged the little fawn, all while my mind struggled not to obsess over what had happened in the cave. The way the stranger had groaned and jerked beneath my touch. Natim struggled. I released him. Sucking in a breath, doing my best not to think about the stranger, I watched the fawn as he danced back toward the river and its tasty offerings. The longer I'd watched Natim, the warmer I became. The sun slowly eased away the chill that had settled in my bones. I was grateful the stranger hadn't followed me. I needed to be alone, to think, to ponder, to go over every little thing that had happened since I'd fallen out of the fire's trance and somehow ended up before him with rain pelting us and lightning ripping up the sky. My skin prickled as a flash of homesickness filled me. Regardless that the Nil weren't my true family, I missed them. I missed Solon's mastery over the mysteries of life. I missed Hyeth and Naya's easy friendship. What would they say about this? I'd give anything to ask their advice on all the crashing, colliding feelings within me about the man who had no name. Gritting my teeth, I glanced at the deer pelt the stranger had given me last night. When he'd first brought it into the cave, I'd thought he brought meat, and almost retched at the thought of eating Natim's mother. But then he'd spread out the scraped hide and shown me just how much he knew of me already. How much he'd paid attention and did his utmost to keep me safe and well My cheeks flushed all over again as I looked at my hand. No matter where I tried to direct my thoughts, they always swung back to him, to what he'd done, to what I'd done with him. My fingers were clean, no sign of the silken stream he'd marked me with, but I remembered the shocking warmth, the slippery stickiness that had roped from him to me. I'd touched him, and I'd done it willingly. I'd done it to help him, like he helped me, to heal him, to rid the blazing, burning pain in his stare, and I gulped, drawing my legs up and wrapping my arms around them. That's another lie. I'd touched him because that same blazing, burning pain had gathered in my lower belly the longer he'd fought. The more he suffered, the more I'd felt his suffering until I ached with a need that matched his. I couldn't hide from it, and I couldn't run from it. I'd tried, but it had just followed me to the river. Pressing a hand below my navel, I shuddered. I still felt it. The heaviness, the ache. My nipples pebbled, reacting to the morning breeze drafting off the river. My skin was oversensitive. My awareness of the world heightened to an almost painful intensity. I bit my bottom lip as my mind flooded with images of the stranger, as his head cracked against the cave wall and his hips thrust into my... Enough. Scrambling to my feet, I reached for the deer hide. I needed to do something, anything, to stop my mind from obsessing about things I shouldn't want. With determination, I shook out the badly cured hide, grateful Hyatt couldn't see the chunks of silky fur missing or feel the coarseness of the stiff leather beneath. A faint tingle of Natim's mother rippled through my spirit. Her fading essence, her last memories of this body and old life. Tears filled my eyes at the thought of wearing what was once hers around Natim. But I no longer wanted to be bare around the stranger. Too much had happened. Too many feelings clashed and chaosed inside me. Fumbling with the hide, I tried to figure out how to secure it without the sinew strings Hyatt sewed to provide knots. The stranger's kindness to provide me with clothing had also revealed how unfamiliar he was with things that the Nil were now so advanced in. Eventually, I settled on using the longer pieces that used to be the front legs and tied them around my nape. Once the pelt was tied to my neck, it was a simple matter of wrapping the rest around me. Sitting back down again, I plaited a few river reeds into a thicker rope and bound it around my waist, preventing the hide from unraveling. Satisfied, I ran my hands over my new dress, grateful it came down to my knees and covered every part of me. Natim bounced toward me, his little tail wagging with a white flurry. I froze as he leapt into my arms, nuzzling against me and his mother's fur. I sank to my knees, waiting for him to stiffen, to look at me as if I were a monster. But he merely sighed in the sunshine and curled into a little leggy ball on my lap. And that was where I stayed for most of the day, nibbling on dandelion leaves and a few pink and yellow flowers that I recognized from Nil recipes. I forced myself not to focus on how intimate the conversation had been with Kiyu after the stranger left me with the wolf mother yesterday. How she'd shown me snippets of her life with the pack, her previous litter, and the love and trust she had for her alpha. Not that we'd talked. We hadn't used words. We'd shared pieces of ourselves, a knowing of ourselves. I liked that term. Or at least, I had until Salak had bitten my shoulder. My fingers trailed to where his fangs had held me. Only shallow indents remained. No cuts, no scabs. He'd not bitten to hurt me, merely to inject the same fear into me that swam in him. He knows who I am. I dropped my hand, stroking Natim's softness. He knew who I was, but he hadn't shared. He'd merely shown me what the fire had already said, that no matter what I did, who I lived with, or what path I followed, eventually love would corrupt me and life would shatter me, and I'd have to make an unforgivable choice. I shivered, disturbing Natim from his nap. Yawning, he scrambled out of my arms, his tiny hooves slipping on my new dress. Picking him up, I deposited him carefully onto the springy grass. With a bleat, he pranced off, returning to his mission to learn how to eat without having to bend his front legs, his little tail wagging in the sun. Without him to distract me, my thoughts crowded once again. I needed to go back. A new day was here, and I ought to start the long walk back to the Nil camp. A pang barbed my chest at the thought of leaving the stranger. I didn't want to say goodbye. He was healed by whatever magic he carried in his shadowy blood. His wounds were now scars, and his fevers were now vibrant health. He didn't need me. Solon did. I needed to ask him why he wanted me as his acolyte, what the fire had said to him when it refused to tell me anything. Raising my arm, I stared at my palm, my normal, mortal palm. I willed the smallest spark to appear. A small burst of sulfur followed by a lick of smoke, and then a spluttering flame flickered from my skin. I froze, still unused to the tickling, tingling sensation of summoning the fire's children. It took no effort, no more concentration than swallowing or breathing. Grow. And it did. The flames magnified from a tiny light into a fireball spiraling in my palm. It hissed and smoked, singeing my skin with comforting heat.
Get away from him.
I jerked as the fire's hiss from the trance exploded in my ears.
You don't belong where he belongs.
I clamped my hands together, snuffing out the flames. It didn't stop the fire from scolding me.
We told you to stay away from the one who walks in shadows.
How are you speaking to me without the trance? Without Solon to guide me, or the Damic root, mushroom, and symbols? Smoke twined lazily through my fingers as the fire slithered in my thoughts.
We told you, you are more than what you seem. You have walked within us, just as we have walked within you. We are one.
I froze. You mean you could speak to me without any sort of ceremony or preparation?
We do not speak to everyone. Not all can hear us.
So why can I?
Just as we speak to the fire reader, we speak to you. You should be honored you are chosen. We do not share our presence lightly.
Why do you share it now? I frowned at the river, watching sunshine bounce and dance on the surface.
You need to heed our warning. Leave this place. Leave the man you forbiddingly touched. Leave, before it's too late.
My chin arched with defiance. Tell me what you're keeping from me, then I might do what you ask. Natim raised his head, watching me with curiosity as I spoke to nothing and no one.
As we refused last night, we refuse again. If you will not heed our messages, you are lost.
Another wisp of smoke curled around my wrist before vanishing with black scorn. The river's babble grew louder, ripping me back into the present moment. The faintest note of music played in the water's rippling journey. I blinked at the welcoming wetness, my throat constricting with thirst. The fire and Salak knew who I was. Both refused to tell me. Yet both warned me to run away from the very man I felt so at home with, who touched my heart with every word we shared, who chipped away at the forgottenness inside me. I was sick of warnings. I was sick of fighting with myself over what I wanted and what I shouldn't. The urge to swim gripped me so strongly, almost as if the river beckoned, promising to wash away all my confusion. Sunshine glittered on the remnants of my smudged symbols from Palin. I wanted them gone. Soaring to my feet, making Natim jump at my quickness, I undid the reed belt, untied the pelt from around my nape, and stepped out of my new dress. Natim sprang toward me, skipping and leaping, but I didn't stop. I ran right past the fawn and leaped into the water. The wet coolness licked around me, sucking me under. It was deeper than I had expected, far deeper than the shallows and pools that flowed past the Nil camp. I sank to the rocky bottom, with my white hair floating around me. Dried mud dissolved from the strands, and the stickiness of oil and ash on my skin rinsed away. Blue light erupted around me, turning colorless into color. The same eerie melody echoed through the liquid, singing a song both foreign and familiar. The way the watery chime soaked into my mind was eerily similar to the way the fire spoke, heard not with ears or mortal senses, but by a deeper awareness that granted the strange sensitivity toward creatures great and small. The chime swelled and braided, becoming more of a lullaby. Something sparked in my heart. I recognized it. I'd heard it before. I closed my eyes, desperate to remember where I'd heard the lullaby, only to suck in a mouthful of panicked water as a new voice appeared in my head. A voice as otherworldly as the fire, but sleek and silken, like an otter darting through my mind.
You know us.
The voice was luxurious satin.
You are us.
Choking, I pushed off from the bottom, spearing to the surface and spitting out the mouthful of water. I coughed and swam to shore, swimming as fast as I could away from yet another unexplainable occurrence.
Runa?
My head snapped up as I clawed at the river's edge and shot onto the land. I stood there dripping wet as the stranger cradled Natim, his head cocked and smoky eyes locked onto my bare, droplet-glittering form.
Are you okay? Can you not swim?
Putting Natim carefully on the ground, he eased around the springy, leaping fawn and held out his hand. I took it by instinct, shivering as the same hum and burn that blazed in the mark on my thigh darted through my blood. He pulled me away from the water, away from the voice, and back to the spot where I'd been sitting. The discarded deerskin that I'd torn off lay crumpled in the grass. The stranger eyed up the hide before letting my hand go reluctantly.
You were gone most of the day.
He raked his fingers through the messy jumble of black hair.
I wanted to give you time, but I was also worried.
His forehead furrowed.
Just as well I searched for you, if you were drowning. Perhaps you shouldn't go in the river if you don't know how to swim.
I know how to swim. Grabbing my sodden hair in two hands, I twisted it to wring out the water. Tossing the damp strands over my shoulder, I ducked for the deerskin. He didn't speak as I tied the hide around my nape, then wrapped it snugly around my form, finishing it off with a reed belt. He asked softly,
If you know how to swim, why were you choking?
I kept my eyes downcast, not wanting to tell the truth about the watery voice, but unsure how to tell a lie. I was surprised, that's all.
Surprised?
His gentle shock raised my gaze to his.
By what?
I scrambled for a good enough reason, only for my attention to drop between his legs. You're not bare. He tensed as he glanced down at the furs covering his maleness.
No, not anymore.
He swallowed and shifted with nerves. Balling his hands, he forced himself to say,
What happened this morning was unfair to you. I used you, even if you believe you were curing me. All morning I wanted to seek you out and pretend I was still ill, still in pain. I wanted to have you cure me all over again, and I was wicked enough to imagine so many ways of how you could.
He gave me a wolfish half-smile.
But those imaginings only granted more pain, because now I know what your hand feels like around my...
He swallowed again, bracing his shoulders.
I'm sorry, Runa. I wasn't expecting how my body would react to you. I was naive, I suppose. Stupid to have forgotten how much I'd want you when, even with no memories, I can't seem to stay away from you. I want you so badly. I need...
He sighed and shook his head.
That doesn't matter. What does matter is I finally understand why the Nil put up with tiresome furs.
Stepping toward me, he clenched his jaw.
I can't hide how much I want you, and I won't lie and say this morning wasn't one of the best experiences of my forgotten life. I want to do it again. I want to give you the same exploding death and show you the pleasure you gave me. But I need you to know I don't expect it. Yes, I want you for my mate. And yes, I want to do to you what Salak did to Vario. But you shouldn't have to see how much I want you or feel obligated to heal me whenever I can't control myself.
He snorted under his breath.
Which seems to be all the time around you.
I blushed and ran my hands down my deerskin dress. His blatant honesty still caught me off guard, making my heart pound. I didn't feel obligated to heal you this morning. I wanted to.
You wanted to stop me from being in pain?
Well, yes. To begin with. I frowned. But when I touched you and felt how feverish you were...
You mistook that burning for sickness when it was pure lust.
His throat worked as his smoky eyes darkened to midnight.
I should have stopped you. I should have been honest at how much I craved you. That my pain was self-inflicted.
He wiped his mouth with a jerky hand.
But then you touched me and I couldn't control myself. But then you ran. You ran from what I made you do and...
I ran from Salak, not you. My cheeks burned hotter as I met his eyes. I ran because I needed time to understand why I'm being told to stay away from you when it feels... When I didn't finish, he shifted closer.
It feels...
I sucked in a breath, forcing myself to be brave with the truth, just like him. It feels good. I softened my voice, allowing honesty to pour as easily as his did. It feels right. He shuddered.
I feel the same way.
But we can't trust what we feel. My knees locked as a breeze licked around us. I've been warned to leave this place, to leave you and never come back. He shook his head.
You can't. I won't let you. I promised myself that I'd let you return to the Nil, but that was before you touched me. Before I understood that remembering who I am suddenly pales compared to learning who you are.
But what if the fire and Salak are right, and we're the ones who are wrong?
Then we deal with the consequences.
And if those consequences hurt others? His hands cupped my cheeks, holding me firm, making me feel both captured and cared for.
We won't let it.
My fingers locked over his wrists as I winced. I wanted to believe him, to trust that everyone else was wrong and we were right to chase these wonderfully potent feelings. But fear churned my stomach. The smoking ruins of decimation, the charred bodies that the fire had shown me, the screams. Pulling his hand away from my cheeks, I stepped back. Grasping for easier subjects, I reached out and touched the silky tan and black fur wrapped around his hips. Where did you get this? His nostrils flared, but he accepted my need to ebb the intensity between us and ran a hand down the pelt.
Salak. He took me to a part of his territory where he fought a trespasser.
He tugged on a silvery tuft by his thigh.
This male did not survive. Salak left me to skin the corpse, almost as if he agreed with me that hiding my body was needed.
Dipping his fingers into the waistband wrapped low and rolled tight on his hips, he pulled out a wolf's fang.
I also claimed this. It's sharp and can be turned into a good weapon. I've often wished for claws and teeth like my alpha. Now I have one.
Holding out the curved fang, he waited for me to open my palm. I didn't want to touch it. I knew what would happen if I did. But the stranger seemed to know too, and curiosity glowed in his dark stare. Bracing myself, I accepted the tooth and shivered as the faintest tingle of life force fed into my spirit. The wolf had been old and heartbroken. He hadn't been alpha in his previous pack, but he had been an omega. His mate had died in a hunt with a buffalo that had turned and trampled the wolves stalking it. He'd roamed the plains and ranges ever since, seeking a new home without her, before stumbling onto Salak's territory. By the time Salak snarled for him to leave, he'd already given up and was ready to follow his mate to the afterlife. He'd picked the fight that killed him and was grateful to have it end. I tripped backward as the vision faded as quickly as it had unspooled. It had been so rich, so vibrant, so full of heartache. I didn't understand how I could know such things, or why such memories could be gifted when my own remained so hidden.
What did you see?
The stranger asked softly, accepting back the fang. Natim bounded toward me. I scooped him up, pressing a kiss to his small head and basking in the sparkle of his fresh life force, the newness of him, the verve and vigor after such tragedy. The wolf wanted to die. I don't think he'd mind that his mortal remains are now used by another. He cupped the tooth with both hands, all while his gaze searched mine.
You are by far the most fascinating woman I've ever found.
A smile caught me by surprise. I wasn't aware you'd found others. I thought I was the only one.
You are the only one.
His smile turned heavy with unsaid things.
No matter how many women I might find in the future, you are the only one I want.
My heart winged even as I deliberately poured cold water onto the heat between us. All of this was too much, too soon. I have to return to the Nil today. Solon will be wondering where I am. I hugged Natim closer, hiding my nervousness, my hope. You could come with me. He stilled.
Or you could stay here.
You know I can't.
And you know how I feel about those 2 hunters who hurt you.
Don't let them taint your view on all mortals. I stepped into him, keeping Natim between us to temper the burn in my sunburst mark and the racing of my heart. There are other women, many other fascinating women. There's Hyath, with her skill for designing clothing and working fur. There's Palin's apprentices, who will one day be medicine women. There's Moki, who's a hunter, and—
I'm sure they're wonderful in their own right.
The stranger murmured, his voice hot and dark.
But they aren't you.
I hid my tremble. But you might find them equally fascinating. A sickening urge to push the stranger away and fill his head with other women drowned me. If what the flame said was true, he couldn't have me. And I was beginning to understand that mortals and beasts mated because of urges and needs, and eventually he would expect those needs to be sated with me. He might be willing to wait for now. He might wrap his body in furs to hide the extent of his desire, but he couldn't take back what he told me with such conviction. He'd hurt when he desired me, and I didn't want him to hurt. But if he couldn't have me, then he'd need someone else. Just like Naya said. Just like she wanted Leica to be happy. All while hoping that happiness could be found with her, but prepared to accept it if he found joy with another. Despite our similar marks, our mimicking history, and our inherent talent for finding each other in a grass sea during a thunderstorm, all these confusing emotional and physical cravings might be nothing more than tricks of desperate minds and lonely hearts. My shoulders braced with determination. I forced another smile. Who knows? Once you get to know other women, you might realize that I'm nothing more than someone you used to know. His eyebrows slashed into an angry line.
I don't understand why you're saying these things after what we just discussed. Why are you suddenly trying to push me away?
I arched my chin. I'm only pointing out the truth that despite whatever we feel, and I'm not saying we don't feel something, but those feelings might be wrong, even while we think they're right. He crossed his arms.
So everything I just confessed, and everything you confessed in return, means nothing?
No. It means I think we should be cautious. There are things we don't understand, things we don't know.
We don't know anything.
His stomach flexed as he sucked in an angry breath.
We've discussed this. We know nothing. We remember nothing. We're drawn to one another for a reason. You can't just pretend that's not worth fighting for.
I'm not pretending that. I lowered my voice. But I'm also being realistic. I put Natim down, bracing myself to say things I didn't truly mean, even if it was the right thing to do, according to the flames. I haven't made any false promises to you. I didn't say I'd stay here. I agreed to one night. That night has passed. What happened this morning between us opened my eyes to the many facets of relationships and connections, but it doesn't change anything. He dropped his arms, annoyance shading his face. A small tendril of shadows appeared by his knees, coiling down to his feet.
The fact that I just laid myself bare doesn't change anything.
He said it as a statement, not a question, a fact that made him furious. I fisted my hands while Natim nuzzled at my legs, seeking something to drink. It can't. I need to see Solon. I've said you can come with me. This doesn't have to be goodbye.
No, it's not a goodbye. Just a refusal to accept everything that's happened between us.
Hugging myself, I did my best to keep my voice steady. It's not by choice.
Yes, it is.
He planted his hands on his hips.
You could stay. You could ignore whatever warnings you think you hear.
I don't think. Temper sparked in my veins. I've heard them, both the fire and your alpha.
And who are they to tell us what we can and cannot do?
He marched into me, clamping his hands on my waist, his touch burning me even through my deerskin dress.
We found each other against all odds. Our marks burn the same way, and our memories itch to be known the more we're around each other. Whatever loyalty you have to the Nell and their fire is nothing compared to that.
His conviction swayed mine. His gaze tipped down to the fawn as he nuzzled the stranger's knee, searching for milk. Shadows had thickened around him, drenching his feet and placing little Natim in swirling darkness even while the sun shone.
Your fawn still needs milk. You cannot leave here without him, and he cannot be away from Kiyu until he's ready to be weaned.
His fingers dug painfully into me.
You promised one night for me, but you have no choice but to promise a few more for him.
Letting me go, he inhaled hard and closed his eyes. With temper tightening his jawline, he somehow summoned back the shades and shadows until every last tendril was gone. Opening his dark gaze, he muttered,
I know you're confused, Runa. So am I. I'm as lost as you are. But don't believe I'm not willing to fight for the one thing that feels like home.
His fingers shook as he ran them gently over my cheek.
I won't rush you. I won't force you to do something you're not willing to do. But don't assume you can push me away or convince me that what I feel for you is what I'd feel for any other female.
He dropped his hand and backed away.
It's not. I know that in here.
He thumped a fist over his heart.
And I'm not afraid to be selfish and chase whatever it is, because I'm sick of not knowing, and you are the only thing I'm certain of.
Scooping up Natim, he stormed away from me before stopping and adding,
I'll take him to Kiyu to feed. I won't bother you again until you've accepted that no matter what warnings you're given or how many fears you have, I won't stop trying to know you. I won't stop scratching at my broken mind until one day I will remember. I'll remember for both of us. And when I do, you'll see that I was right to hold on to you because everything else, it means nothing unless we're together.
He left me on the riverbank, stalking off with Natim without another word.
Chapter 24. The Stranger. I couldn't take my eyes off the cave's entrance. I'd sat next to Kio as she fed Natim. He'd fallen asleep with a full belly, drunk on milk with his litter mates. That had been hours ago, and I hadn't moved. And Runa still hadn't returned. My back had stiffened and bones seized as I stayed cross-legged, never taking my eyes off the entrance as afternoon turned to dusk, and dusk now bled into night. Where is she? She was safe enough on her own. The wolves hadn't left her side, even if she wasn't aware of them keeping watch. Virio and Zetas had been in the tree line while Runa had swum in the river, and 2 juvenile males who I hadn't named had replaced them as the females had followed Salak into the grasslands when I'd returned to the cave, following a scent on the breeze that didn't belong. I'd stopped and inhaled the dense, rich air full of soil and rain dampness. I couldn't smell fire or smoke, nor any other telltale sense of the Nil clan. They hadn't come for her. They had no way of knowing I'd taken her or where I lived. Whatever Salak was hunting wouldn't have a chance to hurt Runa. So I honored what I'd told her and kept my distance, even though every heartbeat pounded as if it would explode right out of my chest. A scuffle of feet on rock made my ears twitch. My thundering heart skipped with blood-soaking relief. The footsteps were from a 2-legged creature, not 4. Instincts demanded I leap up and run to her side, to yank her into my arms and smash my mouth to hers. But I swallowed those urges, kept my hands wedged over my lap now wrapped in Salak's dead foe, and kept my face as neutral as I could make it. Runa appeared in the silvery cast of twilight, picking her way gingerly over wolf tails and outstretched paws as the pack finished their snooze before a night of roaming. My eyes were well adjusted to the falling darkness, and it seemed Runa's were too, despite living with the Nil and their constantly burning fires, chasing away the shadows with its orange blazing light. Natim's tiny head popped up from the bundles of wolflings. He struggled to free himself, bleeding in happy welcome as Runa smiled and ducked to her haunches to stroke the baby deer.
Your little stomach is as round as a plum.
I didn't speak. My mouth might not move, but my eyes definitely did. They drank her in, noticing the freshness of her white hair, the cleanliness of her skin, and the way she'd wrapped the deerskin around herself so only her arms and legs were visible. All the sinewy strength of her, the elegant sweep of her collarbones and muscle-corded stomach were now hidden along with her breasts and between her thighs. I'd hoped it would help my own body stay controlled around her. It did the opposite. Being denied her natural beauty only made my mind paint memories of what was hidden beneath. I hardened, my maleness pushing painfully against the tight wrapping of the wolf pelt I wore. Shifting slightly, I cleared my throat, willing my temper to ease and our argument from this afternoon to be forgotten. Her eyes met mine, warm and calm. Gone was the worry from before, the war of right and wrong. Instead, she watched me with sweet affection that made my chest tighten. "Hi," I breathed. Even so quiet, the word echoed around the cave, making the wolves stretch and yawn in annoyance. Placing down the basket she'd woven, much better than my attempt, but still loose and uneven, she sat cross-legged and hugged Natim as he scrambled with his slippery hooves onto her lap.
Hi.
She smiled shyly. Silence fell between us, but it wasn't sharp like before. This was softer, like moss growing peacefully with no urgent expectations. My crescent moon mark renewed its subtle hum now that she was close by, and I forgot about the pain I'd felt when she'd mentioned leaving and encouraging me that I'd felt this way about any other female. None of that mattered. Not now she was back where she belonged, with me. I said, "I'm sorry about," she blurted.
I gathered some...
I chuckled. "You first." She smiled and tipped her chin down.
I would have returned sooner, but if I'm to stay another night, I needed something to eat.
My own stomach rumbled at the mention of food. I hadn't eaten today. I'd spotted a grass-nibbling rabbit on the way back from the river, and my mouth had watered. but I didn't want to slaughter something with Natim in my arms. Salak would bring a piece of tonight's kill home for me. I could be patient. I leaned forward, poking through the basket full of leaves, petals, and a few dirt-dusted roots. What plants are these?
Some raspberry leaves, sweet thistle stalks, burdock root, and daylilies.
She fingered the bright yellow and orange flowers still attached to light-colored tubers.
You can eat the daylily flowers as well as the bulbs.
My eyes widened in appreciation as I sat back. You know more about foraging than I do. She stroked Natim, shrugging.
I didn't used to. One of my favorite chores while living with Anil is foraging. The grasslands are ripe, now it's late summer, and our focus has been gathering enough grain to stockpile for the winter. But before the grass needed harvesting, I often went on short journeys with the hunters.
She caught my eye, sharing more of herself.
While Naya and the hunters tracked bison, Hyatt and a few other females guided me on how to find the right plants. Some we'd eat, and some we'd keep, replanting them by the Nil camp to replenish their thriving garden.
She smiled and pressed a kiss to the fawn's head.
Palin, their medicine woman, was the one to prepare me for the fire trance. She used plants in completely different ways. Watching her mastery sparked a hunger within me to know everything there is to know about herbs and cures, as well as what ingredients create a tasty snack.
Her voice warmed when speaking of the Nil, sending a churning possessiveness through me. She shook her head with a self-mocking grin.
I might sound knowledgeable now, but when I walked alone, I knew nothing. If I'd known what I do now, I might have survived longer and been strong enough to keep walking.
I picked up a cream-colored tuber that she'd called burdock. Odd that we both walked for years, or at least it felt like years, alone with nothing, not finding any other mortal, even though, according to what you told me, there are 4 kingdoms with many other clans, only to fade and almost die so close to one another. She froze, her hand on Natim's shoulders.
I hadn't thought about it, but you're right.
Her eyes narrowed.
Strange that we both reached the end of our limit so near to each other.
Almost as if when one of us reached their end, the other did too. I kept my attention on the root as I brushed off the rest of the dirt. Almost as if we were linked. She sucked in a breath. I lifted my head just in time to see her help Natim off her lap, so he could wriggle his way toward Kiyu's belly and help himself to another drink. Her eyes met mine. A spark of awareness shot down my back.
What I said this afternoon.
She hesitated.
About you finding other females fascinating.
I held up my hand. You don't have to explain. You think I need someone willing to help cure me when I'm in pain. I smiled softly. But you're wrong. I'm only in pain when I'm near you, and I don't say that to guilt you into touching me. Inching closer to her, I replaced the root back into a woven basket and captured her fingers. I say it because only you bring out that need, and I don't want anyone else. I'm happy to suffer, because that suffering is worth every bit of agony. Even if you never touch me again, I'm happier with you than I've ever been. Her fingers twitched in mine as she inhaled another thin breath.
You can't keep saying things like that.
Things like what?
Things that make me doubt everything I know. It makes me want to turn my back on the people who saved my life, to ignore the warnings from a fire that I shouldn't be able to hear. It makes me want to touch you again.
I could push her. I could drag her into my arms and show her that the pain I felt could infect both of us. I could touch her like she touched me, and drown her beneath pleasure that would switch her loyalties entirely to me. But then I might lose her because everything that drew me to her were the very things preventing her from accepting me. Her honor, her compassion, her steadfast attempts at being good and kind to everything and everyone. Instead, all I could do was keep my heart open as I dared, beg my memories to unlock as quickly as they could, and do my best to show her my truth, all while doing whatever it took not to spook her. I brought the conversation back to safer ground, deliberately changing the subject. Do you eat these raw? I pointed at the tubers, removing my hand from hers. She rolled her shoulders as if shrugging off the heated intensity brewing between us. She gave me a quick smile, grateful for my innocent question.
You can, but they're better boiled or roasted. But both of those methods require fire to cook.
A line darted between her eyebrows as she held up her hand and closed her eyes. A crackle and pop and a tiny flame appeared in her palm. The sudden scratching of claws on cave rock echoed all around us as the dozing wolves shot to their feet, their yellow eyes all locked onto the fire sparkling and dancing in Runa's hand. I fought the urge to clamp my palm over hers to snuff it out, remembering the burn of before. You might not want to start a fire in a wolf den. Kiyu snarled from her pup-filled nest, her fangs wide in the night. Runa immediately snapped her hand closed.
Oh, how stupid of me. Of course. Fire is a threat to them.
She winced in Kiyu's direction.
I'm sorry.
The female wolf ceased her growling and dropped her heavy head back onto the ground, accepting Runa's apology. It's not just a threat to them, it's a threat to me. I rolled my shoulders, my nose wrinkling as the scent of smoke rose from her fingers.
You? Why?
Her eyebrows rose. I sat taller, grateful for the chance to give her a piece of myself after she'd just shared a piece with me. When I was alone, I found shelter in an outcropping of trees. A lightning storm caught one on fire. For a little while, I relished the heat after being so eternally cold. But then it grew and grew, devouring everything in sight. I ran for my life. My voice darkened. I was lucky. I got away with just a few burns. But not every creature survived that night. Runa pushed away her basket and drew her knees up to her chest.
I'm so sorry.
I shrugged. Everything back then was a learning experience. When I first opened my eyes to an empty world, I knew nothing. I could walk and think, but that was about it. The wolves glowered at Runa in the fading stench of smoke before stretching their mighty bulks, raking claws on stone and shaking out dense fur. With a few annoyed snorts, they slunk out of the cave, ready to roam, leaving us alone with just Kiyu, her pups, and Natim. Runa hugged her knees, resting her chin on top.
I was the same. I woke alone and remembered stumbling, willing my legs to work and my mind to give me answers. Those first few days were the worst because my heart still beat in hope that I'd find someone.
She stilled and stared into the darkness as if seeing the past.
One night, after a few moon cycles of struggling, I remember dropping to my knees in a valley where snow-capped mountains towered on both sides. Bats darted around me, eating the buzzing thicket of insects that skimmed over the lake just beyond. A glacier glittered in the moonlight, seeming to glow an otherworldly blue as it carved its way into the valley from the high, high mountains. That night was the first night my heart didn't crack in loneliness. I drank in the moment and was grateful to be alive, even if I had nothing and no one.
Her eyes focused, locking onto mine.
And then a beast appeared.
A beast? She nodded.
A creature I must have dreamed because I've never seen another. It was far too fantastical to be real.
What did it look like? A faint scowl highlighted her features, giving weight to her recollection.
It was bigger than any bison, bigger than many trees. It had the body of a lizard and the head of a...
She rubbed her arms with a shrug.
Its head was unique. It wasn't like any other creature. Long snout, 1,000 teeth, frilled skin that framed its dished cheeks, and eyes like chips of the blue glacier.
She sighed as if the memory soothed her loneliness like it had that night.
Its body was covered in scales that glittered and gleamed like the moon dancing on water. Its tail was as muscular and powerful as a snake, and its wings...
She laughed under her breath.
They looked like a butterfly's, only as large as clouds, dusted with stars and veined with streaks of midnight. And its horns.
Put Salix to shame, I murmured. rigid beside Kiyu. I shot to my feet, raking both hands through my hair. My fingers tangled on a dried leaf. I tugged on it, throwing it to the cave floor. Halcyon, I whispered, slamming to a stop. Halcyon. The word didn't exist before, but now it did. It danced through my mind. A memory I'd lost. A memory that was suddenly mine again. My chest swelled and my skin burned with life. Finally. Storming to Runa's side, I slammed to my knees beside her and snatched her hand. I squeezed her fingers. I remembered. My lips stretched into a manic smile. I actually remembered something. She leaned forward, her amber eyes glowing with a sudden golden ring. It looked like an eclipse, like the sun hid behind her gaze, blotted out by forgetfulness but still burning deep and bright inside.
What? What did you remember?
Her beaming smile made her the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. Her joy for me made my heart trip. I couldn't help myself. Tugging her fingers, I pulled her into me. My free hand cradled her jaw as I tipped her head back and pressed my lips to hers. Everything stopped. My breath, my heart. All that existed was the soft warmth of her mouth, the sweetest puff of her surprise on my cheek, and the sudden rip-burning agony in my moon mark. She shuddered in my hold. Her lips shifted beneath mine. My body hardened and heart pounded. A groan echoed in my chest as I dragged her closer, wanting to crawl inside her. My tongue licked at the seam of her mouth and teeth suddenly sank into my forearm. My eyes flew wide as my head cradling Runa's jaw was ripped away. Kiyu stood over us, her massive height even more impressive with us kneeling before her. Pups whimpered at being displaced, and Natim cowered by Runa's leg. The wolf snarled. Her yellow eyes locked on me while her body swayed toward Runa as if protecting her from me. I frowned and shifted backward, holding up my hands in surrender. I glanced at the pinpricks of blood her fangs had drawn on my arm. Kiyu, you know I'd never hurt her. The wolf mother merely huffed under her carrion breath. Runa hesitantly reached out and ran her hand over Kiyu's powerful shoulder.
It's okay, Kiyu.
Her voice was feather-soft and hitched in a way that made my maleness twitch for so much more.
He wasn't hurting me.
A few wriggling pups whimpered and rolled toward Kiyu, searching for her comforting heat. She stopped snarling and glanced at her brood, a war in her eyes about where she was needed most.
Go to them,
Runa urged.
I'm fine.
For a heartbeat, Kiyu looked as if she'd disobey and launch herself at my throat. But then Natim bleated and headbutted her leg, and she prowled back to her nest, sitting down but not lying. Her horns scraped the cave wall as she yawned and tipped her head back, her savage stare not leaving mine. Runa didn't move. Tension sprang between us that wasn't there before. My mouth stung from kissing her, and I stroked my bottom lip with my thumb. Runa sucked in a breath, her fingers straying to her thigh. They came away with a streak of crimson.
My mark bled.
She sighed and raised her chin.
Did yours?
Dropping my hand from my lips, I touched my thigh. I flinched as I grazed the moon-shaped smudge, glaring at the streak of blood left behind. I met her gaze. A little.
What does it mean?
She breathed. I exhaled heavily. No idea. Natim nuzzled his wolfling littermates out of the way as Kiyu finally lay back down with a grunt. Runa watched the family, all while my mind raced and heart pounded. She looked as empty, lost, and afraid as I felt. The awkward stiffness between us was more than I could bear. I didn't risk touching her, but I did lean forward, searching for the prickles and heat that always danced over my skin whenever we were close. I remembered the name of the beast you saw that night. I tried to recapture the magic of before. It's called a halcyon, and you didn't dream it. Runa shivered, rubbing her arms.
You saw it too?
Not while walking. I saw it when How could I tell her I'd seen it when I sank into death after her lynx bit me and the fevers pushed me deep? I'd only just said it wasn't a dream, yet for me, it had been. The word is from our shared language, the one you told me we shouldn't know. Runa bit her bottom lip, making my mouth water to kiss her again.
I know. It means harmony, tranquility.
She curled over her knees.
Halcyon, it means harmony.
I think that's why you saw it that night, I whispered. After a lifetime of feeling so lost and alone, you paused and saw beauty. You were tranquil for the first time and summoned the very creature that embodies the word. She didn't speak or move, as if absorbing my words, mulling them over, tearing them apart in order to understand the truth. Finally, she exhaled and rubbed her eyes with her fingers.
I'm suddenly exhausted.
Dropping her hand, she gave me a sad smile.
I thought remembering would be easy, not make everything so much harder.
I know what you mean. I returned her melancholy smile. I didn't mean to kiss you. I'm sorry if I upset you. I was just overwhelmed.
You don't have to apologize.
Her chin ducked as her cheeks pinked.
It was nice.
Male pride stung. Just nice? She laughed, cracking the awful strain that had clouded the cave.
It promised to become something so much better than nice.
I sucked in her breath. I want to do it again. Shooting a look at Kiyu, I added quietly, without the Fang chaperone. Her amber gaze fell on Kiyu, then lingered on Natim as he rested his head on the belly of a sated pup.
It seems whenever we get close, something always pushes us apart.
Reaching for one of the tubers I'd brushed clean, I snapped the narrow tip and brought it to my mouth, mainly so I had something to do with my hands, but also because my stomach kept churning with things I couldn't understand and needs I couldn't sate. Perhaps they've all been commanded by the fire to keep us apart. I bit into the root with a grin. I'd meant the sentence to be light-hearted and full of jest. I didn't believe the fire could do such a thing, even if the coincidences were becoming too often to ignore. But Runa sucked in a sharp gasp.
Is that possible? Could every creature have been given the same task, to keep us apart?
Her voice tightened with worry.
Is that why Salag doesn't want me here? Why he warned me to stay away? Why Sin attacked you from taking me?
I swallowed the crunchy mouthful, pleasantly surprised by the woodsy, earthy flavor of the tuber. That would mean the entire world and every element, beast, and mortal has conspired against us. I laughed even as fear tiptoed down my spine. That's ludicrous.
Is it?
Her arms wrapped tight around herself as her tawny face whitened to the same shade as her colorless hair.
Who are we?
I crawled toward her without thinking, drawn to her panic. Throwing a glower at Kiyu, just daring the wolf to forbid us from touching, I wrapped my arms around her. Runa shuddered as her head fell onto my shoulder and her arms looped around my waist. I trembled with overwhelming connection and a devastating desire to never let her go. I think there are many things we don't know, things we need to find out. She nodded, her hair catching on my chest.
But how?
I paused with a request on my tongue, a request I'd already made and she'd denied. But perhaps now she might agree. Drawing her nearer, catching Kiyu's eyes as the she-wolf watched us closely, I murmured, I want you to help me remember my name. She struggled, trying to loosen my arms around her.
I told you, I don't know how.
I know you said it's dangerous and that you don't know what to do, but it's far more dangerous to stay blind. I pulled away and looked into her eyes. It's time we start remembering, Runa, before it's too late. She stiffened but didn't look away. Thoughts clouded her stare and her tongue swept over her bottom lip as she went over every pitfall and challenge. I gave her all the time she needed, holding my breath as she tugged out of my arms and sat solemnly. Raising her chin, she said,
I refuse to use the Damak root. I would hate to kill us with the wrong dose. And besides, I've not seen any Damak trees close by.
I clasped my hands over my lap. I would prefer not to poison ourselves, so I agree with that rule. Anything else?
I don't know the symbols to paint, or where Palin found the mushroom required to keep us bound to this world, but...
She flinched.
I hope, as long as we clasp hands, we shouldn't lose each other like I lost Solon.
I half smiled. If that's permission to hold your hand, then I happily agree.
I can't promise you anything. Without the ceremony and a master guiding the trance, I have no idea if it will even work.
I'm willing to take that risk.
I also can't promise the fire will be kind. Why would it help you when it keeps warning me to stay away from you?
Again, it's a risk I'm willing to take. I studied her for a long moment before confessing. I need to know Runa. Pulling the basket of food toward her, she selected the daylily flower and its bulb. Silence thickened as she bit into the flower and chewed. Picking up another root, she held it out to me.
Tell me one thing honestly. The shadows you summon, could you do that while you walked alone?
I rolled the root in my hands. No. My first time was racing with Salik. The morning I found you in the grasslands. Her eyebrows rose.
Do you think they appeared because of me?
Because of you. My spine straightened. I hadn't found you yet.
That's true.
She crushed another petal in her fingers, nervousness creeping over her strength.
I only ask because my sensitivity toward animals...
She didn't meet my eyes.
That gift grows stronger every day. Almost as if being around you has unlocked a piece of myself that I didn't know existed.
She laughed awkwardly.
Being around you makes me feel more myself, even though I still have no idea who that is.
I couldn't breathe. My hands fisted the tuber as I sat motionless, fighting every urge to snatch her into my arms and kiss her again. The shadows she'd mentioned pooled out of me, siphoning from my hips and swirling over my heart. She gasped as the black tendrils licked around her, touching her the way I wanted to. Kiyu snarled quietly, warningly, but I didn't pull the shadows back. They'd appeared because I couldn't control how I felt, but they grew because I gave them permission. For the first time, I sank into the dense blackness in my marrow and manipulated them instead of letting them manipulate me. It was as easy as breathing. A simple wish, a passing thought, and a shadow extended from my wrist, whispering over Runa's cheek just like my fingers burned to do. She flinched. I gathered the shadows and sucked them back into nothing. The moment I met you, I knew.
Knew what?
That you were what I'd been missing. You didn't feel new or unknown, Runa. You made my very spirit exhale with relief. I swear my entire body said, "Ah, finally, there she is." Her lips parted, but I didn't let her speak. I knew you were what I'd been searching for, what I'd lost. It's true that the shadows only appeared the day I met you, and you're right that the longer I'm around you, the easier it is to control them. But that isn't what you truly want to know. I studied the worry in her amber eyes, the fearful hesitation. Is it? She shivered, then shook her head. I shrugged. So ask, and I'll be truthful. Just like I'm truthful when I say our meeting wasn't by chance. I wholeheartedly believe we've been walking toward one another all this time. She rubbed at the spot above her heart. For a moment she sat in my confession, accepting what I believed, tasting my truth. Finally she murmured,
You don't feel new either, but...
Her shoulders came up and her voice turned thin.
The fire told me you already walked in death, that you are darkness itself. Your eyes are like smoke, and your skin carries the tint of shades even in the sunlight. You control the night as if you are the night, and the part of me that recognizes you is the very same part warning that we aren't the same.
I swallowed. We are opposites.
Exactly.
Her eyes widened.
That word has always felt important.
And because I'm marked by darkness, you think you should what? Fear me? Not trust me? Not trust what we feel? She shifted with discomfort.
I don't know.
She looked away.
If we're to step in the flames together, to return to a fire that warned me so ferociously about you, I need to know. Do you think...
She swallowed hard.
Do you think your shadows are evil?
Evil? I reared back. The shadows are me, just like your sensitivity is you. Do you think I'm evil?
No.
She shook her head quickly.
At least, I don't think so.
What do you think, truthfully? She sniffed, pausing for a long heartbeat.
I think you're right. You need to remember your name, because a name has the power to make something real. It's time you stepped out of the darkness and know. Chapter 25. Runa.
Is that enough?
The stranger stood in the bright morning sunshine, his bare chest gleaming with sweat from carrying armloads of dry branches and kindling. We'd both enjoyed a swim this morning, bathing and cleansing like Palin had made me do in her ritual to prepare me. We'd kept our eyes averted as we removed our coverings, swam apart, and attended to whatever methods of washing we preferred. Once we'd finished, we'd dressed quickly, and he'd marched into the woods to gather fuel for the trance. Now, his sweaty body held streaks of dirt again, looking even more appealing than when he was clean. My stomach clenched as I drank him in. The more I was around him, the more I struggled to tear my eyes away. This morning he'd shorn off the hair that had thickened around his jaw. I hadn't said a word as he used a calm pool of water to study his reflection and carefully scraped a sharp-edged rock over his cheeks. I'd seen Solon shave before. He used the stone knife that was the brother to the blade Actor had used on me. Most Nil men kept their faces clear of hair, preferring to wear braids and adornment on their heads rather than their faces. But the stranger's way of shaving had taken much longer and left behind some growth that mimicked the shadows he could summon, darkening his skin and framing his mouth. His mouth that kissed me. Tearing my gaze from his lips, I forced myself to focus. He'd stacked the wood where I pointed by the river's edge, believing I knew what I was doing, when really I hadn't slept last night with worry. I'd tossed and turned beside him, while Natim nuzzled me to settle. I didn't want to do this. I didn't know how to do this. I glowered at the river, innocently babbling in the sunshine. It hadn't glowed or sung while we swam. It was just water, making its endless journey through the earth.
Runa?
The stranger came close, cupping my elbow with his calloused hand. I flinched and blinked away my fears. His handsome face and wild hair came into focus as I studied his dark, smoky eyes, thick lashes, and perfect lips. My heart fluttered like the tiny bees that always seemed to hum nearby. Sorry. I shook myself, trying to recall his previous question. Glancing around the small clearing with pockets of wild flowers sprouting in river reeds, I spied Natim as he attempted to eat grass like a big stag and not bend his legs like a fumbling fawn. My eyes caught on the mountain of sticks he'd stacked.
Should I gather more?
He dropped his hand, raking his fingers through his messy black hair, revealing hidden nerves despite his urgency to do this. No. I laughed awkwardly, my own nerves making me jittery. That's more than enough. Too much, really.
Are you sure?
He scowled.
You said the trance with the fire eater lasted from dusk to dawn.
It did.
Then I didn't gather enough fuel to burn.
He marched toward the tree line again.
I watched the Nil fire the night the lynx bit me. It's hungry, and that pile won't last. I'll return—
Wait! I jogged after him. I didn't know how to explain how the trance would work. I didn't know myself. All I could offer was what I'd seen Solon do and what the fire reader had told me. Cutting in front of him, I said, when I stepped into the trance with Solon, we were no longer a part of this world. I know we took a toxin, which we won't use this time, but I don't think we'll be conscious to worry about more fuel.
What?
His eyebrows drew together.
What will we be if we're not awake?
Not here. I gave him a tight smile.
Can we wake when we want?
I don't know. I grabbed my still damp hair and twisted it into a white rope, draping it over my shoulder. It depends on what the flames will share with us. The moment we become a part of the fire, we won't need to add more fuel. As long as there's enough to start a decent blaze, it will continue to burn until we're back. He chewed the inside of his cheek before asking,
And if the trance takes all day?
Then it will burn until we return. I think. I hope. I stepped away from him as Natim came bounding toward us, his little white tail wagging. Solon said that while we walked in the flames, they couldn't go out, even if a river flowed right over its coals. He cast a dubious look at the river, as if wondering if it would do such a thing. After it had spoken to me yesterday, I wondered the same thing. Were fire and water enemies, or did the two elements coexist happily? If I was now Quellis, adopted by the fire and given the gift of messages and summoning its flame children, why had the river decided to sing to me? I glanced at the stranger, at the wolf pelt wrapped around his narrow hips and the muscular power in his belly. His legs were lean and long, his arms strong and sleek. His height and confidence granted me comfort that he'd protect me, all while I felt slightly threatened in his presence. His honesty scared me. His convictions about us made my doubt seem so much worse. Inhaling sharply, the stranger put his hands on his hips, a position of defiance and confidence.
If we have enough wood, should we begin?
Bending, I scooped Natim into my arms and forced a reluctant nod. I can't think of a reason to say no. His lips curled into a smile.
You sound as if you're unwilling, Runa.
I laughed, grateful at the tease in his voice. Was I that obvious? Cuddling the fawn, noticing he'd already put on weight and size, I turned and stepped back toward the mountain of sticks. The stranger fell into step with me.
I'm grateful for this. I hope you know that.
I know. I caught his eyes as we stood by the river and faced one another. I just hope I can give you what you want. His gaze darkened.
You've already given me what I want.
Swallowing hard, I placed Natim down and jumped at the flash of yellow eyes in the tree line. Snapping upright, I whispered, "There are wolves watching us." I narrowed my gaze at the silver and black beasts lounging beneath glossy-leafed bushes.
They never leave your side.
He smiled.
I asked them to keep you safe.
They've been there all along?
Today and yesterday.
I huffed. I must be blind.
Or maybe you're finally beginning to see, only to find there's too much to look at all at once.
He dropped to his haunches and snatched a handful of kindling. I stood stiff, once again speechless at his wisdom. A thread of eagerness filled me. Despite my fear of doing this, I wanted to know who he was. I wanted to learn his name and remember everything I might know about him from before. Because the more time we spent together, the more my heart was convinced he was special. I was no longer drawn to him because of the potential of a shared past, but because of the potential of a shared future. He was good and wise and kind, even if his shadows and the fire's scaremongering had made me ask if he was evil. I don't believe he is. Not even the smallest doubt. The fire's hisses made me ask, and I cringed for how that would have made him feel. With jerky tosses, he piled a smaller mountain of twigs directly onto the grass.
Let's get this over with, before I change my mind.
Dropping to my knees beside him, I stilled his hand with mine. My fingertips tingled with the current flowing between us. If you're attempting to make a fire, that isn't how you do it. He tensed and leaned back, his eyes lingering on where I touched him.
I've had no need of a fire.
Come winter you will. I shuddered at the thought of snow, sleet, and frost.
I survived a winter without any comforts.
His eyes turned hazy with history before shuddering like I had, remembering the desolate ice and chill.
This year, I'll have the wolves for warmth. And I'll have you.
Or you'll be in a lupik, living with the nil. He didn't reply straight away, but then he sighed almost regretfully.
The way I'm starting to feel about you, Runa, I can't let you go. If you return to the nil, I won't have a choice but to follow.
I swallowed hard. You always have a choice. He smiled with a tilt of his head, sending messy hair tumbling.
I've never had a choice when it came to you.
My cheeks burned. I didn't know what to say. How could I confess that such declarations terrified me, but also awoke something buried deep within my heart? That something grew with every skip, trip, and flutter. It warmed with every word we spoke and every look we shared. I wanted to tell him I felt the same way, that the longer we spent together, the more the aching hollowness inside me filled with tentative happiness. But that would take courage, and I'd already used every drop agreeing to this trance. With stiff motions, I kept my attention on digging a small scrape in the dirt and stacking the kindling into a small pyramid, just like I'd seen Solon do so many times before. We didn't speak again, and I tried to picture the stranger living Anil's way of life. No matter how hard I tried to visualize him living the way other males did, with his hair braided with beads instead of tangled with brambles and his wildness tamed to fit in a clan's hierarchy, I couldn't. He belonged here, belonged with this pack where the sun could kiss him and the moon could guide him and the wolves could run with him beneath the stars. Does that mean you'll stay then? My hands fumbled with a twig as the image of my future, of studying Palin's plant secrets, growing closer to Naya and Hyath, and being tutored by Solon morphed into a totally different one where I was as wild as the stranger, with leaves in my hair and dirt on my knees, one where we touched in the river and kissed in the dark. My belly coiled with sudden heat, making me suck in a breath.
Runa.
The stranger brushed back a lock of colorless hair that had fallen from my rope twist.
Your hands are shaking.
I curled my fingers and laughed awkwardly, pushing away hopes, dreams, and worries. I'm just nervous about the trance, that's all.
I'm sorry to make you do this.
He dropped his hand.
I wouldn't ask if I could remember any other way.
I know. I returned to stacking wood. Once I had a passable pyramid, I glanced back at the wolves watching us from beneath their bush. If I summon the fire's flames, will they be scared like they were in the cave? He pressed his fingertips into the earth for balance as he remained on his haunches.
They can leave if they want.
He studied my hands intently.
Do it.
I nodded and settled on my knees. With a final look at the stern-faced male who'd made my heart trip and tumble, I closed my eyes and cupped my hand. I pictured a single word. Burn. It happened faster than a heartbeat. The flash of light in my blood, the tickle of warmth in my palm. I opened my eyes to find a cheery flame. A scuffling sounded behind us as the wolves shifted. They sniffed the air but didn't leave. Growling quietly as I encouraged the flame to grow, bringing it toward the wood, I tried to figure out how to transfer the fire to the sticks. I frowned as I touched the wood, but no flames caught. They didn't want to leave my skin. I tried again, pressing my palm against the kindling, urging the tiny fire into a bigger entity. Another flash through my veins. Heat snaked up my arm. The stranger stiffened beside me, his skin dancing with my orange glow. The fire crawled over my wrist and up my elbow, tickling, licking.
Does that not hurt?
He asked quietly, his gaze following the fire's path. No, I shook my head, twisting my arm, just as fascinated as he was. It feels nice.
Nice?
Warm. I smiled as smoke appeared, coiling around my bicep like his shadows coiled around him.
Instinct tells me I should throw you into the river, but your smile is full of wonder.
His gaze locked on my lips.
You're telling the truth.
I nodded, goading the fire to grow even bigger, brighter. The flames listened. And then they answered. In a yellow, glowing whoosh, they enveloped me head to toe. The stranger sprang to his feet and backed away.
I didn't see your fire reader do that the night I watched.
I stood too, prickling with awareness, aliveness. The fire cascaded over my hair, my breasts, my belly, kissing my skin but not burning my deerskin dress. My eyelashes glowed and smoke tangled around my throat and wrists, granting necklaces and bracelets made of magic. The longer I encouraged the fire to consume me, the more powerful I felt, the more whole I felt. The fire seemed to seek out the hollow holes within me, filling them with its life-giving flames, soothing and erasing my pain with its friendly, frisky smoke.
Runa.
I looked up, catching the stranger's dark stare. He crossed his arms, his biceps rippling with strength.
Enough,
he murmured.
I can barely see you anymore. You're more flame than mortal.
I looked down at my body, barely making out the outline of my form beneath the golden glow. I didn't want to smother the comforting warmth. It took effort to tell the fire to let me go, but I balled my hands and whispered, "Burn the wood, not me." It was as if the flames could read my thoughts. They leapt from me and exploded into the kindling, jumping with sparks and tiny lightning storms. Fresh air licked around my earthen skin, cool and breezy after the cloaking heat. I looked down again. I was just a body of blood and bone once again. A sudden shooting pain lanced through my head, making me wince. A bright orb of light filled my vision. Blistering pain filled my heart, begging, pleading, screaming to remember. Light and bright and power. Sunshine and magic and life. I vibrated with it. I longed for it. I was it. But then the vision was gone. Popped like a dirty bubble, dropping me into darkness. My knees buckled. I fell.
Runa.
The stranger caught me, his touch stinging my sunburst mark and his concern as hot as a flame.
What happened? Are you well?
My sudden weakness vanished, and I blinked back into this world. I couldn't remember why I tripped. I couldn't recall what I'd seen. Frowning, I nodded. Yes, I'm fine. He scowled as he placed me carefully back on my feet, touching me tenderly. He shifted as if to speak, but then tensed as my gaze tangled with his, and this time I fell in a totally different way. A tripping kind of way, tumbling from this existence into one that belonged with him. I couldn't breathe as he drew me into him. I couldn't move as his feet kissed mine, his wolf pelt to my deerskin, his hips ever so close. The rest of the world ceased to exist as his dark, turbulent eyes dove into my spirit, cracking open my chest and filling my heart with winged things. His gaze dropped to my mouth, his tongue wet his lips, and he shifted even closer as he trembled.
Who are you?
I swayed into him. My lips sought his. He groaned as we... A wolf slunk from the woods, a snarl vibrating in its chest. With a muttered curse, the stranger pressed his forehead to mine, stopping our almost kiss and throwing a glower at the horned predator.
These creatures and their teeth are getting tiresome.
I laughed, shedding some of my stress. It seems as if friendship is allowed, but anything else
is forbidden.
He sighed heavily, his stare lingering on my mouth. The wolf sat on its haunches, its fangs glinting. Natim carried on grazing, keeping a careful eye on us. With another groan, the stranger dropped his touch and let me go with a frustrated exhale.
Next time we'll go somewhere where there are no wolves.
Not waiting for me to reply, he moved to the fire and sat cross-legged beside the blazing heat. Looking up at me, he rested his hands on his wolf-pelted thighs.
I suggest you don't become a pillar of fire around your chosen clan.
A prickle darted down my back as I sat beside him, facing the flames. The fire had settled into flickering contentedness. I followed his lead and acted as if nothing had happened between us. I'm sure all Nil can do that. They're children of fire. I admitted a deep, dark secret. In truth, they're far more fire than I can ever be. I have a horrible feeling that the flames granted me their gifts just because Solon believes I was found by the Nil to be his acolyte.
But if you aren't one of them, you wouldn't be able to do what they do.
He frowned.
And if you aren't one of them, then it leads me back to my earlier question.
His voice dropped to a harsh whisper.
Who are you?
I thought today was about learning who you are. He smiled thinly.
I suppose it is.
Holding out my hand, I hid my shiver as he linked his fingers with mine, clutching me tight. Don't let go of me under any circumstance.
I don't plan on ever letting go of you, Runa.
I waited for him to grin or tease, but his words hovered with absolute finality. My heart thudded. If you're sure you want to do this, then...
I'm sure.
He raised my hand and kissed the back of my knuckles, twining our fingers even tighter. Squeezing his hand, feeling the familiar burn in my mark and the arrow in my heart, I whispered, "Close your eyes, follow me, and open your heart for answers."
Chapter 26. The Stranger. I sat with my eyes closed, waiting for something. I didn't know what I expected to happen, but nothing did. The river continued to drift past, birds continued to chatter, and the wolves' presence crowded me from the tree line. My lips still stung from almost kissing Runa, and my heart couldn't find a comfortable beat. The sun beamed down from above, bleeding its heat with the fires, causing sweat to mist over my chest. Runa never moved beside me. Her fingers remained tight around mine. Bees buzzed louder as a few came close, humming around our heads, investigating why we sat so motionless beside a raging fire in the height of day. Time slipped slowly, and still nothing happened. My spine began to ache. I longed for a drink. Something splashed in the river, urging my eyes to open, beckoning me to dive into the cool, refreshing depths and rinse away my sweat. But I gathered my determination and kept as still as I could. I needed to know my name. Once I knew that one thing, the rest would follow. I will remember. I was sure of it. And this constant ache inside, this confusion and unsettling emptiness would be gone because I would finally know who I was. Rolling my shoulders back, I tried to open myself up to the fire. I siphoned hope and eagerness through my limbs, accidentally calling forth shadows that seeped through my skin and licked around me. They touched me softly, letting me know they were there, even though I refused to open my eyes. I hadn't meant to summon them. I still didn't entirely know how I did, but with my eyes tightly shut, I felt the shades all the more keenly. I felt what they did. I shivered as they drifted over Runa, feathering down her arm and smoking over her hair. My stomach knotted and desire sprang hot. It was as if I'd touched her myself. I froze as I sank deeper into the sensation, learning what I hadn't understood before. Runa had been right. The shadows didn't just appear when my emotions were heightened. They weren't just a strange entity. They were a part of me. And all it took was a single thought, and the cloud of darkness shaped into finger-like precision, pressing a single stroke along Runa's jaw. She gasped. The spark that always sprang when we touched sank into my blood. The lightning that always bolted from my heart to hers felt 10 times stronger, 1,000 times more potent. I hardened. I wanted. I caressed her again, manipulating the shadow. I ordered it to graze over her lips. The sharp, blistering connection between us made my heart fist and belly clench. The shades weren't just a part of me. They are me. A direct manifestation of my will, unbound from mortal form. The longer I sank into its darkness, the more it pulsed and quickened, greedy for a command, hungry to create any shape I desired and complete any task I required. I breathed heavily, picturing the infinite possibilities of what I could do with such a gift I didn't know how I had acquired, but a gift that felt as colossal and as powerful as the cloak of midnight that covered the world every evening. I flexed with demands, and more shadows tickled their way through my flesh, pouring into daylight, dancing over my eyes with their blotting darkness, twining around the fire and dampening its orange blaze. The fire hissed and popped as if in retaliation of my play. Its bite of heat wrenched me back, and I let my control go. The shadows dissolved into nothing, vanishing back to where they'd come from. Another few tense moments passed, and then a few more. The fire continued crackling away. Runa sucked in her breath. I stiffened, waiting for images to explode in my head, or a name to suddenly appear on my tongue. But still, nothing. Just us sitting between wildflowers with bees fascinated with Runa, a river chuckling with watery amusement, and wolves never taking their piercing eyes off us. Eventually Runa whispered,
I've tried speaking to it. I've tried asking for permission to tread within its flames, but it hasn't responded.
I ignored the fact that she knew how to talk to an element and chased away my many, many questions. Clutching her hand tighter, I spoke as quietly as she. What else did you do with the fire reader? Forget the toxin and the symbols. Was there anything else? She took a few moments before she replied.
There was a chant.
A chant?
Yes. He made me repeat it after him.
What was it? I kept my eyes closed, twitching as a fly landed on my shoulder. I resisted the urge to summon a shadow to flick it away. She murmured,
Fire, 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 we come willingly to thee. By your light, heat, and mercy, we are here to see. Guide, show, and teach, for we will listen to all you say. Protect, defend, and shield, for we are yours until the light of day.
I mulled over the rhyme. I suppose we could say that, or something similar. It's day now, so perhaps that part should be changed.
You're right.
My skin prickled as Runa shifted closer, her crossed knee nudging mine.
Do you mind if I try one that's more suited to us?
She asked softly. My body hardened into discomfort, distracting me with how near she was. I was grateful her eyes were closed so she wouldn't see the pelt over my lap rising. Go ahead. Wriggling a little, she said,
Repeat after me, and hopefully the fire replies. I really don't have any ideas otherwise. Don't let go of me and focus entirely on the fire. Ready?
I squeezed her hand in answer, keeping my eyes shut. Inhaling, her voice hitched as she pondered over correct words. A bee darted between us with its droning hum.
Fire, we request your kindness. Give us guidance and cure our blindness. Grant us answers to what we've lost, but be gentle with your chosen cost.
My chest swelled with urgency. I spoke over her, weaving a plea that unspooled from my heart. Give us our history and destiny. Reveal our name and memory. Shed light on our darkness so that we may finally be free. Runa stayed stiff beside me. The occasional quake of her body rippled through our linked connection. Yet again nothing happened. Again, I whispered, squeezing Runa's hand. We straightened, our voices blended into one.
Fire, we request your kindness. Give us guidance and cure our blindness. Grant us answers to what we've lost, but be gentle with your chosen cost. Give us our history and destiny. Reveal our name and memory. Shed light on our darkness so we may finally be free.
Her soft voice threaded with my gruff one, light and dark, pure and deep. The words fell around us, sizzling into the fire. I held my breath, waiting. The waiting dragged on, slipping swiftly into disappointment. Runa's hand stuck to mine with shared perspiration. The sun seemed to erupt with blanketing brightness, searing my eyelids and turning the unseen world gold. Anger replaced my disappointment. Frustration made my teeth clench and muscles lock with annoyance. I'd had enough. I'd put too much hope into a fire that I despised. Perhaps that was why it didn't want to help me. It knew I would rather douse every flame I ever found than use it to worship and live by. Exhaling with terse temper, I wrenched open my eyes, and choked on fire as I fell onto flame-licking knees. Coughing, I scrambled upright, wiping at my face, jerking in horror as I steadied my hand. I was no longer flesh and muscle, but coal and cinder. I reeled backward, only to be yanked forward by a woman blazing brighter than any flame I'd ever seen. My eyes narrowed against her blinding luminescence, barely able to see her form, feeling the uncanny urge to kneel before her golden power. My lips parted in shock and awe. "Runa?" She nodded, her fiery hair sparking and glowing with air eddies around her head.
Don't panic. When I first stepped into the flames, I struggled to breathe too. The shock will pass. You're okay.
She smiled with glowing teeth.
The fire listened.
She waved her free arm around the flickering, sizzling landscape. Trees burned in a ring around us. The river that had babbled before us was now a lake of molten ore.
Ask what you want to know. It has granted you its ear.
I winced as the soles of my feet seared and charred, burning, burning, burning. Gritting my teeth against the building agony, I fought the urge to bolt across this nightmarish world and find water in which to plunge. The longer I stood on flaming coals where grass used to be, the more I hurt. Fire carved its way through my flesh and into my bones, becoming a part of me against my will. I didn't think I could stand it. I trembled as it grew too much to bear. My hands struggled in Runa's, seeking a way free, needing her to let go of me so I could run. My temper gathered, calling forth my shadows, desperate for them to lift me off the smelted earth and fly me into darkness. But nothing answered. No blotting night, no comforting shade. I was blinded by light, burning. A hiss slithered inside my skull. "You are not welcome here, Moonmaster. You trespass where you don't belong." I froze. Runa caught my eyes, looking more like the cosmic sun than a woman birthed by fire.
Are the flames speaking to you?
She squeezed my fingers, making me groan under my breath as cinders from her touch sliced open my flesh, pouring pain directly into my blood.
Speak back,
she urged.
Ask them your name.
But I was past conversation. I was dying, suffocating. That is the cost of earning what is lost. The flames laughed in my head, showering me with sparks. A wind howled over the blazing world, kicking up ash and embers, throwing the heated hurricane into my burning eyes. We will not be kind or guide you. You forgot for a reason, just like her. That reason is all that prevents you from destroying life. I folded forward as fire poured down my throat, searing into my lungs and tearing fiery holes through my insides. Runa cried out as I fell to my knees.
No. What's happening?
She stroked back my flaming hair.
You're okay. Don't fight it. The fire
is killing me, I choked, ripping my hand from hers and clawing at my chest. I can't breathe.
Don't let go of me.
Her shout was lost beneath excruciating pain. I scratched at the coals that made up my ribs. I attacked myself, tearing off ribbons of flame flesh, trying to protect my heart before the fire found it. But it was too late. I screamed. I tumbled forward into ashes, pain. So much blazing pain. Runa collapsed to her knees beside me.
"Stop it!"
She yelled at the fire.
"Let him go!"
"He does not belong." The answering hiss was the last thing I heard as my eyes snapped closed and darkness sucked me deep. Death welcomed me with soothing arms. Blood to shadow, moon to stars. I sank until there was nowhere else to go. Darkness cocooned me in a soft, endless nothingness. For an eternity I hovered in that void. I no longer needed to breathe or blink or beat. I was back in that eternal place where silver orbs existed, tasting of citrus, rain, and nectar. I recognized this world, this ceaseless, infinite world, and it welcomed me back with a roar that shuddered the entire galaxy. Asteroids plummeted from the cosmos, burning up in a blaze of rock and flame, bringing light to this world of limitless shadow. Comets slammed into mountains, stars plunged into rivers, and brimstone glittered on the moon. And through it all, I clutched at my gaping chest, holding a bleeding heart in my palm, blood as black as pitch, life force as rich as oil. I tipped my hand, sighing with relief as the undead heart, the unwanted heart, rolled off my fingers, smearing ink and darkness until it plopped onto the grass. Grass withered and died where it touched. Blood sank into the dirt with a hiss, soaking the earth just as the sky lit up with blazing blues and purples. I looked up to the galaxies where I belonged. Clouds spun, and the entire cosmos blurred as the earth rotated with sickening speed, faster and faster, causing the stars to streak silver in their haste. A giant fissure pulled the ground apart, splitting between my unmortal legs, splicing through my shadows that cloaked me, devouring soil, seeds, and secrets. A vortex spun toward me, full of glittering asteroids. It sucked me deep and blew around me, plucking me from the mortal realm and carrying me high, high, high into the heavens. I had no control where the star wind took me. I spun and twisted, growing sick with speed and blur. I no longer knew what was up or down. Clouds whipped around me like frothing waterfalls. A black blood dripped from the spritz of shooting stars falling through the vortex. My blood. My blood that was as dark as death and as endless as forever. The wind suddenly stopped spinning. I hovered there in absolute silence, gleaming with starshine and moonglow. Weightless and speechless, I slowly descended through the thick, vast blackness until a lacy web appeared below me. A web that cast from one corner of the galaxies to the other, slicing through the worlds and binding so many realms into this one. Each thread was as fine as a wolf's hair, gleaming a precious molten silver. I hovered above it, studying the strands, noticing dewdrops that danced with life, clinging to the net. In each iridescent sphere, images danced and glimmered, giving glimpses into a mortal's hopes and horrors. Following their savages and successes, so many dewdrops, so many ways to watch from afar, peering into a spyglass of their existence. Occasionally a droplet fell, raining from the frosted filigree that made up the cosmic web, and I somehow knew that whoever existed in that drop was now dead. The sphere was no longer needed to grant sight as there was no longer a spirit to watch. I didn't question how I knew that. I just did. My fingertips burned to touch the gossamer web, drawn to its knowledge. Each string held deep, dark secrets far greater than any I could remember. Each cord contained past, present, and future, and I only had to pinch its lace to be given everything that I'd lost. I tried to float onto the tapestry web, looking toward the dark horizons where the lattice vanished into black. But whatever held me hostage didn't release me. I remained aloft and adrift, bound by invisible ropes. I struggled. I kicked and fought with a body that wasn't real. But then the moths arrived. Their fluttering wings created an eerie drone, growing louder and louder as they thickened the everlasting sky. Their strumming echoed through the stars as they gathered as opaque as the darkness around me. I gasped for breath. I blinked for sight. I couldn't see past their torrenting tumble. Every moth in the world cloaked me, some as large as birds and others as small as flies, some as colorful as the peacocks I'd seen roaming in a valley, while others preferred to stay as monochrome and pure as the moon. I flinched as their feathery feelers tickled my mind and spirit. Their legs treaded over my shoulders and down my spine, and their wing dust coated my skin, until I glowed like they did, powdered with luminous shades of emerald, ochre, and pewter. They flew closer. Their wings batted against me. Their whir grew louder and louder until my ears throbbed with noise. They were in my hair and on my eyes. They pulsed on my arms and weaved around my ankles. And then the cloud cleared just a little, the winged creatures parting for a single moth to flit toward my face. I studied the beast. Its wings were wide as Runa's hair, gently curved and fuzzy with incandescent powder. With every flutter, it shed colorless glitter, leaving a shimmery silver trail in its wake. Its black feelers were bushy and long, its twitching legs banded with black and white stripes. But its eyes were what froze me. They glowed like the full moon with pinpricks of night and stars. They were full of every memory I'd lost and every event yet to pass. We stared at each other. I smiled as recognition slowly warmed my forgetful emptiness. I didn't know this dark dynasty, but I did know this moth. I knew him because I was him. Something clicked into place within me. Something finally slipped free. A name. Just a name. Nothing more. But it was more than I'd had in so very, very long. I opened my lips to speak it, swelling with gratefulness and joy. But the moth flew toward my mouth. It fluttered onto my tongue, preventing me from speaking my true identity. It slipped down my throat, gagging and cruel. Its wings choked me, woke me. I screamed.
Chapter 27. Runa. The fire had snuffed out hours ago. Its ashes were cold, and the sun slipped closer and closer to bed, yet the stranger still wouldn't wake. I hadn't left his side. Natim hadn't left my side, and the wolves had moved to lie next to their fallen pack member, lying stiff and afraid, their yellow eyes locked on the corpse stillness of their friend. Tears had dried into salty tracks on my cheeks, and I struggled to swallow back my sobs. The trance had been a stupid, stupid idea. I wasn't skilled enough, powerful enough. Who was I to believe I could request such a thing from an element that had only delivered warnings instead of welcome? It's my fault. All my fault. His skin was grayish and as cool as the river. His lips parted and eyes closed. When he'd screamed in the fire's vision and torn his hand from mine, our link had snapped. We'd lost each other, just like I'd lost Solon. I'd tumbled through the flames. I'd spun and tripped and woken explosively on the riverbank. But the stranger? He'd collapsed onto his back and never stirred. "Please," I murmured, repeating the same plea I'd spoken all day until my throat was hoarse. "Please, let him go. Wherever you've taken him, please let him wake." The fire didn't answer. The river didn't sing. The wolves whined and pressed their muzzles harder against their outstretched paws. Natim crushed closer against my thigh. "It's my fault," I whispered. "Take your wrath out on me, not him. I'm the one you chose to receive your gifts. Take them away if you must. If he isn't Quellis born, then I cannot be either. We are the same. So please, let him wake." But just like all my other pleadings, the fire didn't reply. Dusk slowly snuck over the world, stealing sunlight. As the day faded, the night chills settled, turning the stranger's terrifyingly still form ever colder. Is he? Was he? I buried my face into my knees. I couldn't even think the word. If he was dead, I didn't know what I'd do. I'd only known him such a short while, yet he'd become so important, so real. The sun began its descent into the earth, painting the thin drifting clouds with vibrant colors. searing pinks and bruising purples, all slowly bleeding into cloaking navy blues. As the sun finally snuffed out, saying farewell to this awful, awful day, I looked over my shoulder toward the cave on the other side of the woods. I should go get Salak. The Alpha would know what to do. He'd cared for the stranger when he was hurt before. He'd cured him of fevers and wounds that should have killed him. If Salak could do that, he could fix this. He has to. Shifting from my rear to my knees, I swiped at my salt-sticky face. Natim bleated at my standing. The two wolves that had guarded us all afternoon raised their giant horned heads, narrowing their eyes on mine. I sucked in a stuttered breath. I have to go get your Alpha. One of the wolves, the smallest of the two, cocked its head. The other lumbered to its feet and yawned, revealing a row of perfect, piercing teeth. Shaking its bulk, it padded closer to the stranger and nuzzled his breathless chest. I wanted to push the predator away as prickles of unease filled me. If the stranger died, will they eat him? I choked on sudden sickness. "Don't touch him," I commanded, my voice harsh in the stillness. The wolf licked the stranger's shoulder before huffing and moving to the river for a drink. It lapped at the water, reminding me I hadn't eaten or drunk since this morning, since I'd stupidly agreed to summon a fire that I had no business summoning and dragged the stranger into a vision that wasn't safe. The other wolf followed, dropping to its belly and lapping at the swift, crisp current. Ignoring my own thirst, I looked back at the unconscious man beside me. I froze. As darkness descended all around us, darkness seeped out of his skin. His shadows appeared, misting and whispering, silent and stealthy. I stopped breathing as the shades swirled and eddied, blurring the stranger until I struggled to see him. His left hand twitched. I gasped. The shadows reformed, no longer soft clouds of blackness, but thickening into dense ribbons. They floated over him, coiling and tightening into shapes. Panic drove me to my knees. Natim ran away from the shades, vanishing into the trees. I crawled closer, daring to touch his cool shoulder. I shook him. "Wake up." He didn't. But the shadows flickered in response to my touch, finishing their black designs, painting him from head to toe. The wolves kept their distance as I traced a mark on his lower belly, following the wings of a shadow-drawn moth. I don't understand. I followed the stencil of another, and another, the wings of more appearing all over his chest. More and more moths appeared until his entire form was covered in hundreds of tiny, shade-given creatures. Every inch of his skin, every scar, every mark, was covered with pulsing shadows in the shape of moon-loving insects. I reared backward as more shadows poured out of knotty hair, curling around his cheeks before scribing another moth right over his mouth, as if barring him from speaking. A gag made of night butterflies. My heart pounded as the shades flexed and fluttered, imitating moths in flight, making it seem as if the stranger's shadow-tattooed flesh came alive. I wanted to swipe them away, to tell them to stop. But the longer the shade moths flew against his skin, the more my mind sank into their spell. I became hypnotized by their flickering, enchanted with memories I wasn't fast enough to grasp. The words I'd used to speak to the fire, using the Nil's native tongue of Firenese, vanished from my head, replaced with the unknown dead language that the stranger and I shared. Just a word, only one. The one for moth. A rush of heat flowed through me. Darrow. A nudge of knowing made me gasp. Something deeply buried and eternally sleepy woke up, clawing its way through my memories, granting me a tiny pinprick of truth. Darrow. Tears welled. Just as I'd known my name was Runa the moment I heard it, I knew his was Darrow. My shoulders rolled in thankfulness. Tears leaked down my cheeks. I leaned over him, brushing my fingers ever so softly through his hair. Darrow, wake up. The shadow moths on his skin suddenly dissolved, soaking back into his skin. My heart tripped, and I grazed my hand from his hair to his cheek. Darrow, please, open your eyes. The wolves shot to their feet as the stranger's spine suddenly arched toward the sky, wrenching his back off the ground, leaving his arms to dangle by his sides. I cried out, scrambling backward. Darrow! I screamed, my voice lashing around the river's shore. His back snapped higher before collapsing hard against the ground. He groaned. He shifted. His eyes shot wide as his lips parted and he choked. His hand flew to his throat as if he couldn't breathe, his stomach muscles clenching as he jackknifed up and gagged. I crawled to his side, rubbing his back. I was useless as he choked again. He coughed explosively. He coughed and coughed, retching as if something was lodged deep in his throat. I didn't know how to help. I could only watch as he convulsed. With another wrenching cough, he sucked in a wet breath before dropping his forehead to his knees. His ribcage moved with gulping inhales before he shuddered and raised his chin. I trailed my fingers off his back, resting on my heels as he twisted on the spot and caught my stare. It was as if a single arrow struck us both through the heart, a cord of awareness that was so strong, so tight, it hurt. Neither of us moved. We just stared and stared. My tears kept falling, but for entirely different reasons now. I didn't cry because I feared he'd died at my hands. I cried because he was okay. He was breathing and blinking and alive. His name that burned my tongue as I whispered, Darrow. I wasn't expecting his reaction. Wasn't prepared for the way his eyes snapped closed, and his dark earthen skin flushed with sudden silver. Wings of deep black night poured out of his back, enveloping us in a cloud, deleting the dusk and delivering us straight into midnight.
You know who I am.
I nodded, breathless and shaking. Your shadows covered you in moths, and I knew. Shyness blushed my cheeks as he reached for me. His fierce fingers lashed around my wrist, dragging me into him, onto him. His legs spread out, kicking through the ashes of the dead fire. Not caring, a cloud of dust thickened his globe of shadows. He didn't speak as he pulled me onto his lap. My legs spread over his hips for balance, and his hands landed on either side of my waist, his thumbs drawing circles on my lower belly, burning me through the deerskin. His eyes locked onto my mouth.
Say it again.
I trembled at his intensity. Looping my arms around his neck, digging my fingers into his nape, I breathed, Darrow. Your name is Darrow, and... His lips smashed mine. The bite of his kiss layered sudden pleasure with sudden pain. I gasped. I froze. But then a swell of overwhelming need tore through me. The forbiddenness, the forgetfulness, it all ignited in a heart-thundering blaze. I moaned. His self-control snapped. His fingers shot up my spine and grabbed fistfuls of my white hair. His tongue stroked the seam of my lips, then plunged inside without warning. I arched in his hold. His tongue found mine, aggressive, worshipping, delivering the decadent dark taste of smoke and shadows. I shivered as he kissed me rough and hard, a kiss full of primal belonging and wicked hello. A guttural noise rose in his chest, tangling my stomach and turning me to liquid in his arms. He kissed me as if he'd kissed me our entire lives. He kissed me as if he was terrified I would disappear, as if he would disappear, as if we'd wake and find this was all a heartbreaking dream. His breathing turned heavy as his hips thrust up beneath me, catching me by surprise, brushing his hardness against my heat. A cord of stiffness ran up my spine, only to be incinerated by the sunshine in my blood. I let go. I gave in. My hands fisted in his hair as his tongue dove deeper, licked harder. His mouth bruised mine, and we lost ourselves completely. Hot and fierce, demanding and destructive. I opened wider for him. He rewarded me with a tug on my hair and a rock of his hips. His heart pounded in his chest, keeping time with my erratic racing beat. We kissed wildly, madly. We kissed as if this was familiar and right, even while every sense screamed with newness and delicious drunken shock. He shuddered with a tattered grunt. Another flush of blackness poured from his back, coating us in layers of darkness as his body glowed ice-hot. There was nothing but us. No sound, no air, no dusk. His hands loosened from my hair and flattened against my shoulders, pulling me deeper onto his lap. He groaned as my heat rocked over his hardness. He quaked as if I'd broken him. I moaned again, as needy pressure built between my legs, teased by the steady pulse of his hips driving against mine. My sunburst marks stung with agony. My mind swam. My blood sang. His touch was too much. His kiss was death and life, annihilation and rebirth, killing me, reviving me, dragging me into an entirely new existence. I cried out as his arms banded around my waist. With a powerful flip and grace gifted by darkness, he tore me off his lap and pressed me flat on the grass. My thighs spread as he covered me in his weight, his hips still clad in his wolf pelt, his mouth claiming me as if he couldn't breathe unless we were one. His hands roamed as if he needed to touch me everywhere, all at once. Desperate and greedy, pawing and spreading fire with every finger. My back arched as he cupped my breast, then shuddered as he squeezed my hip. His teeth nipped at my ear. His hand slid down my leg, circled my stinging mark, then slipped up my deerskin wrap. I stiffened. Fear of what Actor had done came and went. Horrible memories tried to steal the freedom of lust and longing. Darrow stilled. His hand trembled on my inner thigh. His forehead wedged on mine as he gulped for air. With a savage snarl, he went to pull away.
I'm not like him. I'd never...
It's okay, I whispered, panting. I want you to. And I did. This was all so new, so sudden, so wanted and needed and right. His eyes met mine, blazing black and silver. His gaze searched me as intimately as his hands had possessed my body. And in that fragile, frantic moment, I saw everything I needed to see. Saw him, us, my past, my present, my everything. He didn't speak. He didn't have to. I knew. I knew how his heart swelled, how his very form was itchy and hot, as if it would shatter if we didn't touch, kiss, and join. I knew because I felt it too. With a feral groan, he fell on top of me. His mouth slammed to mine, kissing me punishingly deep. I kissed him back. Our lips burned and tongues danced, and my heart overflowed with home. His hand slid up my leg. I cried out with mind-shattering ecstasy as his touch brushed the wetness between my thighs. Desperation unraveled. I wanted more. I wanted everything. I gave myself entirely over to him as a single finger dipped inside me. Oh. He swallowed a snarl as he lost himself in me, claiming me as his, as I'd always been. Shooting stars rained as his finger sank deeper. My mind split apart, and in the wreckage, a missing piece of myself opened its eyes and saw. I saw him. I gasped at memories of us. The midnight honey taste of him slipped from memory into truth. The reverent way he'd always cared. The love he'd always harbored. I cried out as Darrow's touch pushed me closer and closer toward the veil hiding so many other things. I wanted him to tear it down. I wanted to see every moment we'd shared and every forbidden heartbeat. His finger feathered inside me. I moaned. My legs widened. I felt more myself, more real, more alive than I'd ever been.
Runa.
He exhaled with a grunt, pushing a second finger inside me. My eyes shot wide as he rocked his hand. Light, sunshine all around us. I choked on what he'd done to me. The black cocoon of his shadows reflected a shimmering golden glow manifested by desire and awakening. A golden glow coming directly from me. His eyes opened. He froze. And then absolute adoration clogged his throat as he choked.
It is you.
His eyes were luminous with my softly glowing light, his lips swollen, love molten.
Stars, I've missed this. Missed you.
His mouth sought mine again. His tongue entered me just as his fingers pulsed inside, stroking me, sending me into delirium. A dark chuckle tangled with a tortured groan.
No wonder I'm drawn to you.
He nuzzled my neck, skating his tongue from my ear to my jaw.
You are light itself, and I am just a moth desperate to bask in you.
His fingers withdrew, only to thrust back inside. My head tipped back as I lost myself to the building, blinding bliss. I scratched at his back, spinning like a star, glowing like the sun. He bit my throat, his entire hand cupping me, his hardness rocking against my thigh.
Never again.
He panted.
Never again will I lose you.
His fingers withdrew, then plunged back in, thrusting in time to our writhing desperation. I squirmed beneath him, hungry, wanting more, needing all. I lost myself. I found myself in him. My mind remained stubbornly locked to everything else but this. This I knew. This I remembered. His mouth sought mine again as his wrist rocked between my legs. I reached for his wolf pelt. My fingers scrambled at his furs, needing to feel him as he felt me, to stroke, to claim. A needy, lusty growl vibrated in his chest. His fingers withdrew. His touch wet as he helped me, yanking at his coverings. His furs loosened. Our teeth clacked as he kissed me violently. My fingers burned as I touched hardened flesh. A blur of golden spots. A lash of two tails. A bite of fanged teeth. Darrow yelped with pain. His shadows disintegrated around us, snuffed out and delivering us back into dusk. My golden light extinguished as my eyes fell on a nightmare of prowling, snarling wolves, their teeth bared, and ground churned with their paws. Their track of rage ringed us, almost as if they'd tried to attack us, but were held at bay by Darrow's shadows. A blur of killing swiftness soared through the gloom. Another flash of spots. Darrow launched off me, tucking his pelt back around his hips. I scrambled into sitting just as Sin pounced on Darrow with a wicked snap of her teeth. He ducked, but wasn't fast enough. The lynx leapt onto his back, her claws digging into his flesh, her fangs coming whisker close to his nape. With a roar, he flexed, and in a blast of absolute darkness, Sin was knocked sideways as if she was nothing. She twisted in the sky as a whipping shadow punched her with swift accuracy, whipping back to coil around Darrow as he stood panting with a strained chest, balled fists, and silver-ringed eyes. All around him the air shimmered with darkness. Sin landed on all fours, her two tails slicing with rage, her yellow eyes luminous with hate. Crouching low, she stalked him. Her haunches gathered power to leap again. The wolves joined in her attack, their horns shredding the dusk, ready to hurt their packmate just because he'd kissed me. "Stop!" I leapt to my feet. Sin paused for a single heartbeat, her gaze catching mine. But then she looked back at the stranger and leapt. The wolves barked at the lynx but leapt with her, all three predators soaring toward Darrow. I opened my lips to scream, to run, to help, but it was too late. Spotted fur and sleek pelts flew through the sky, their teeth glinting. Darrow didn't move. At least, not physically. But as suddenly as the three beasts pounced, they were knocked aside and pinned to the earth with thick, pulsing shadows. Sin howled and snarled, her back legs scrambling at the ground while her shoulders and neck were pressed tight to the churned grass. The wolves were released, their own shadowy binds falling away as if Darrow didn't feel right trapping them. They sprang to their feet, backing away from their packmate instead of attacking again. With a slight nod, Darrow accepted the wolves' surrender and focused on the lynx who snapped and grunted with fury.
"Enough,"
he murmured.
"I didn't hurt her. Enough."
Sin only fought harder. It hurt to see her pinned down and broke my heart that she attacked him because of me. She only believed she was doing the right thing. Moving toward her, I opened my heart, just as I had when I'd found Natim. Her anger stung me as I welcomed her presence to blend with mine. "Sin."
"Stay back, Runa. You don't know if she'll hurt you."
Darrow's voice was tempered with the same darkness he wielded. I shook my head, crossing the final distance toward the imprisoned lynx. "She won't." My heart warmed with every step. Whatever force existed in my veins that was sensitive to creatures and their spirits sparked and prickled. My entire body hummed with awareness, my bones brightening, my blood burning. "Please, Darrow, let her go." He didn't argue or refuse. With a heated look and a worshipping bow of his head, he obeyed. The final ribbon of blackness holding Sin's shoulders down evaporated, leaving the deepening dusk free from summoned fog. Sin's emotions buffeted me. Worry, panic, rage, regret. She'd come to defend me, not to kill. Natim's tiny bleat sounded behind me as he galloped out of the trees, racing to my side. His frantic thoughts buffeted me with fear, relief, and love. I gave him a smile, just as Sin sprang to all 4 feet, angrily shaking off her entrapment and licking her lips. Her gaze fell on the vulnerable fawn. But I wasn't afraid. She wouldn't hurt Natim, because we were linked in ways that couldn't be explained or known. Dropping to my knees, I opened my arms for Natim to scramble into them and silently bid Sin to join us. She didn't hesitate. Lowering her head, she whimpered and trotted into me. Her sand-coarse tongue ran over my cheek as she collapsed over my knees, wriggling as close as she could get. Her black nose sniffed Natim's legs dangling over my arm. Then, with easy acceptance, she nudged the fawn in kinship before rolling onto her back and presenting her soft white belly to me. I smiled and looked up, needing Darrow to see her regret. He stood watching me, but he didn't smile. His lips thin and jaw clenched. His hands rested on the horned heads of the 2 wolves who sat meekly either side of him, remorse glowing in their intelligent gaze. The silver ring around Darrow's gaze had gone, replaced by familiar smoke. The wolves licked his waist, their guilt feathering through my awareness along with their pained hope to earn Darrow's forgiveness. He scratched behind their fluffy ears absent-mindedly, his attention firmly on me, his face churning with questions. I had the same ones. Yet another moment when we'd been torn apart. Another warning we needed to heed. Sin whined and nudged my hand. Tearing my eyes off Darrow and away from all the things he made me feel, I dove my fingers into her warmth, feeding her every ounce of love and gratefulness I had. She purred louder as my fingers moved up to her throat. I froze as I touched a stiff strip of leather. Fear unraveled as I followed the thin leather all the way around her thick ruff. It cut through her dense fur until the loop ended in a broken leash just over her shoulders. Sin's emotions collided and jumbled, not giving me a clear picture. Her memories were full of missing me, snarling at the fire for taking me, then racing to find me, only to be grabbed by her pack and collared, keeping her from leaving. I stiffened. Why would the Nil restrain her? She'd never been leashed before. Darrow shifted to stand over me, his arms crossed.
They used her,
he said quietly, his voice tight.
They used her to find you.
The unease within me sprang into white-hot panic. The hunters. I soared to my feet, making Natim grunt and Sin halt her happy purring. They're here. Darrow's gaze snapped to the small forest and the wolf cave beyond.
We have to go. Before Salak kills.
A piercing wolf howl sliced through the new night, followed by a savage roar. A mortal scream tore apart the stars.
Too late.
Darrow broke into a run, heading toward the trees.
Chapter 28. Darrow. I crashed through the grass, following the sounds of carnage. Wolves snapping and men shouting. Shadows bled through my legs, granting speed, taking my weight and allowing me to run like quicksilver. It hurt to leave Runa behind, to run without a word after everything that had just happened. That kiss. I wanted more. I wanted everything. I ran faster, my feet barely skimming the earth. I ached to go back to her, to hide her somewhere the hunters couldn't find her, to turn my back on everything so we might finally know the mystery of us. But I wouldn't be able to live with myself if Salak or any of the wolves got hurt. Anger boiled in my blood as mortals and wolves suddenly appeared before me in a blur of speed. I slammed to a stop, grass swaying in my haste as I glowered at the unfolding war. Nil-Mels stabbed their fire-hardened spears at giant horned wolves, missing their marks thanks to the swiftness of paws. Fangs glinted and tails whipped, but the wolves didn't attack. They merely held their ground, warning the Nil that to come any closer was suicide. Kiva, the pale-skinned male who'd attacked me and kept me from saving Runa as Actor hurt her, yelled something in Firenese, raising the same staff he'd hit me around the head with. He dived forward, swinging the bulbous end directly at Salak, feathers fluttering around the top. Salak ducked and snapped at the air, his teeth coming whisker close to snatching the weapon from the Nil hunter's hands. I panted, trying to get my breath, my eyes flying over the writhing predators. Salak's patience was almost finished, his snarls growing louder with hate, his huge bulk bristling. A sharp bark brought his pack to his side. The wolves stopped taunting the Nil and fell in line with Salak, flanking their alpha and blocking the way to the cave and pups within. Salak dug his claws into the dirt, lowering his heavily horned head, his tail flicking with fury and fangs dripping with spit. The Nil hunters didn't move. The wolves didn't move. Each side assessed the strengths and weaknesses of the other. Salak's ear twitched toward me. He knew I'd arrived, yet he didn't tear his eyes off the Nil trespassers. A couple of females had come, but the majority who held spears with white-fisted hands were males. I didn't rush forward, watching from the outskirts as my shadows weaved around my legs. I weighed up the situation. A bloodthirsty fight hovered on a precipice. One wrong word would send the fragile peace into outright slaughter. The wolves wouldn't hesitate if the nil took another step toward their den, and the nil would kill a few of my family in return. They were too skilled with their weapons not to ensure there wouldn't be death on both sides. I couldn't let any of the pack get hurt, and I couldn't allow any of the nil to get eaten. Runa would never forgive me, even though my blood hummed to make them pay. It felt like I deliberated for hours, but really it was just a moment. A single moment where I saw all and made a swift decision. The other wolves didn't break position, waiting for Salak's command, all while the nil shifted with nervousness. The alpha flicked his ear toward me again, his wisdom in ruling this territory making him assess all threats before leaping blindly into battle. A nil hunter who I didn't recognize suddenly shot forward, his fear making him impatient. With a yell and skilled leap, he threw his spear, sending the feathers tied around the top fluttering as it whistled towards Zita's, who held her ground at Salak's right shoulder. I froze. The she-wolf wouldn't be able to defend herself from such an attack, but she braced bravely and snapped at the sky, refusing to leave her alpha's side. The spear arrowed straight toward her, close, too close. A crackling shadow shot from my skin, whipping toward the spear and slamming it into the ground by Zeta's paws. The she-wolf who I felt such kinship with flinched. She flinched. A lone survivor who'd chosen Salak's family for her own, just like me, merely flinched in the face of falling death, all because of her loyalty and courage. Fury ripped through me. How dare they try to hurt her? How dare they threaten my pack? Savage ferocity hissed in my veins, and without a thought I sent a pulse of death through the darkness. The spear snapped into pieces, shattering beneath my blackened timber. It took no effort, just a wish, a simple desire to smash the spear into nothing. Salak froze. His head whipped to face me, his spiral horns wide in the night. The wolves followed his stare. A few howled as I stepped from the long grass and joined the battleground where feet had trodden grass low, ready for blood. Nil hunters stiffened as I walked with my shadows. I didn't suck them back or hide the darkness I belonged in. A few males swallowed hard, knuckles whitened further around their weapons. They moved closer to one another, almost unconsciously, their different-hued skin gleaming dark and light with perspiration. I stopped in the center of impending war and crossed my arms. I didn't go to the wolves. I didn't go to the nil. I placed the wolves at my back and faced the mortals. I carried no spear or staff, no blade or shield. I just stood there in a simple wolf pelt, my body etched with rage, and my shadows twisting and licking at my feet. No one spoke as I ran my gaze over the row of nil hunters. I recognized a few from my evening watching them after Sin's bite turned into fevers. Some were old and others young. A crowd of 10 or so men, all dressed in their wraps of bison fur with their hair intricately plaited and constantly clinking with their threaded beads and shells. The 3 females wore strips of fur over their chests, their faces strained. Unfolding my arms, I fisted my hands and locked my knees as a tall, broad-chested, dark-skinned male nudged a few of the others out of the way, moving toward the front. Actor and Kiva drifted to the man's side as he stopped, their lips thin and eyes full of loathing. I trembled with the overwhelming urge to send a shadow to wrap around their throats, to squeeze, to fasten a shade into a blade and stab it into Actor's neck, letting him experience how Runa felt when he'd pinned her down and pressed his body to hers. My teeth ground together as my vision blackened at the edges. My fury gathered with fatal thirst as images of Actor's hips between Runa's spread legs bombarded me. How he'd made her bleed, made her cry. How he tried to take what wasn't his to fucking take. The curse tumbled through my mind, blending with the ancient language Runa and I spoke. My shadows reacted, snaking across the flattened grass, heading straight toward Actor, completely out of my control. I willed it to hurt him, punish him. Salak scented my unraveling ferocity. He stalked to my side with stealthy, heavy paws. All it would take was a thought, and Actor would be dead. But then Salak would pounce. the Nil would attack. And by the time the moon rose, there would be no more Nil, and the grasslands would be drowned in hunter blood. I wanted that. I wanted to remove their threats so Runa would stay protected and mine. But I can't. I couldn't hurt the wolves, and I couldn't hurt the people Runa had chosen over me. It took monumental strength to blink back the fog of fury, to halt the murderous shadow just as it reached Actor's throat. The Nilmel stood stock still, his nostrils flaring. Our eyes locked and I smiled thinly, gritting my teeth as I yanked my shades back. I trembled with the effort. They vanished, but not willingly. My stomach cramped, and my bones ached as if I no longer fit correctly into my body. Salak huffed and nudged me again, letting me know he understood how difficult it was to choose peace instead of bloodshed. With trembling hands, I rested my palm on his powerful shoulder, feeding off the musty heat wafting from his fur. Doing my best to rein in my anger and settle back into who I was, I swallowed hard and glared at the Nil leader who'd pushed his way to the front. I hadn't expected him to be with the group. The chief's place was back with his clan, to guide and watch over. Not here. Not here chasing after a missing girl who wasn't even his blood. I crossed my arms again, studying him. His chest was daubed with designs made from animal fat and ashes, swirling around his pectorals, and smeared down his taut belly to the bison fur around his hips. He wore his hair in one thick braid with raven furs woven in the black strands. Our eyes met. His lips thinned, and he tipped his chin as if he knew who I was. Give us back the girl. No pleasantries or pleases, just a curt command given in fire knees. I bared my teeth as anger churned in my gut. Salak pressed closer, his large bulk warming my bare chest with his every breath. His lips didn't drop from a snarl, smelling the clan before us and waiting for the barest sign that they deserved to die. We just want her back, the chief muttered, pushing his spear away from him as if to symbolize his lack of willingness to fight. Give us the girl, and we'll remove ourselves from your territory. I kept my face unreadable, my voice ice cold as I spoke in the Nil's tongue. There's no girl here. Don't lie. The chief's forehead furrowed into frustrated tracks. Our fire reader hasn't woken since they shared a trance. He remains unconscious. He knew the risks and performed the trance anyway. But before he did, he told me about you. He looked me up and down. He told me of a man who ran with wolves and shadows, a man who befriended our adoptive daughter. Adoptive daughter? I smiled tightly. I wasn't aware you'd claimed her. Our fire reader claimed her the moment she was found by the river. We were merely waiting to make it official once she had a name. He stepped forward, waving a hand at Actor, who'd reached for him. Actor barked. Father, don't. Father? The scum who'd hurt Runa was the chief's son. My memory was hazy on that night. I vaguely recalled Actor's boasting that he was next in line, which meant Runa was his responsibility to ensure she wasn't a threat. I hadn't understood then, but now I did. He deserved to die all over again for using his position of power to intimidate and torment. My arms dropped. A coil of darkness appeared. Salak growled, keeping me in check. The chief hushed Actor with a withering stare. I suggest you keep quiet. Don't make me give you another 20 lashes. Breaking off from his hunters, bracing his shoulders with authority, the chief said, Give us the girl so we may leave. Salak growled again, shredding the night with his warnings. Another wolf barked behind us. The chief threw a worried look at the bristling pack, but kept his chin high. His eyes landed on mine again. We followed the lynx. Sin is very fond of the girl, and we knew she'd be able to track where she went. When we learned the girl was no longer with Solon, Sin tried to run to find her. He shrugged as if believing his attempt at conversation would help dampen a bloody fight. We leashed her and followed where she led. But she broke free just as we came near the trees. He pointed behind me into the tree line that was the only thing protecting the den and pups beyond. She ran in there. Let us follow and find the girl and... Give us the girl, you savage, Actor hissed, lowering his spear as if he could impale me across the small clearing. We don't have time for this. Our fire reader is unconscious. Actor, the chief shouted. Get back, shut up, and don't say another word. The male I would happily kill glowered at his father. But he deserves to die. He took her. He's the reason Solon is dead. He's not dead, the chief muttered. But he won't wake unless we have the girl's help. A tingle on the back of my neck, a feathering in my spirit that curled around my heart without knowing. Runa. She's here. I spun on the spot, searching for her in the tall grass just before she stepped into the clearing. The wolves didn't move, having sensed her too, but the nil all turned toward her, relief pressing on their shoulders. Thank the fire, there you are. The chief moved toward her. Zita shot forward with a savage snarl, wedging her sleek body to Runa's side. Her head lowered with fanged caution, just daring the chief to take another step. Runa halted, her arms full of Natem with Sin sinking to her haunches beside her. A wolf, a lynx, and a deer. All three creatures acting like family, bonded together thanks to the love they shared for the fascinating, mysterious girl in their midst. I watched Actor as he drank in Runa, saw the way his eyes rounded, and his tongue slid over his bottom lip. I didn't like it. I despised it. A shadow snaked out of my hands, shooting forward and looping around Runa's waist. I felt her as surely as if it were my arms that encircled her. I drowned in her heat and strength. I quaked with desperation to pick her up and run far away, to carry her into the stars and keep her hidden from these underserving men. Runa looked toward me, her white hair wild down her back and amber eyes wide with worry. Our gazes locked. My nostrils flared with need. Salak pressed harder against me, drawing me back, reminding me to keep my temper leashed. I didn't remove my shadows from around her waist, but I did push away some of my fury, hoping she could see how much I cared, how much I wanted her, how much I hoped she'd pick me over them. I begged her to come to my side, but she stayed where she was, hugging Natim and drawing courage from the wolf and lynx at her hip. Tearing her gaze from mine, she focused on the nil. The welcome in her body, the subtle shift down her spine and gentleness in her tone made my gut churn with frustration.
Troll.
She smiled and stepped toward him. Zita shadowed her. Sin patted silently, and Natim flicked his big ears, looking over Runa's shoulder at me as if he agreed with me, wishing she'd return to the pack, to the den where he was fed and slept with fluffy litter mates, to the only home he now knew. Girl, we were so worried. The chief gritted his teeth and stepped forward, keeping his hands high on his spear to avoid sharp teeth watching him greedily. How did you leave? Why did you leave? You need to come back.
I'm so sorry, Troll.
Runa flinched with remorse.
I didn't mean to. I don't know how it happened. One moment I was with Solon and the next I was...
She flicked me a glance before looking back at the chief.
I was going to come back.
She shifted on the spot, her gaze landing on Natim and the tiny bumps that had appeared on his head this morning, revealing the nubs of antlers that would one day grow.
I found this orphan fawn. He needed milk, which the wolves have so kindly provided. I stayed because he needed me.
She straightened and looked at the chief.
But that's no excuse for the worry I've caused. I should have returned sooner to let you know I was well. It's unforgivable after the kindness your clan has shown me.
The chief nodded, his eyes tight. I appreciate your gentleness toward a youngling girl, and I'm grateful that you feel such obligations to those who need care, but others need you too." His voice thickened. "Our spirit master hasn't woken up since you entered the trance together. We can't get him to eat or drink. Much longer and he'll die." Runa stiffened, her arms wrapping tighter around Natim.
"He won't wake up?"
Thrall shook his head. "Nothing we do rouses him."
"Does the fire still burn?"
He nodded. "Yes. It just keeps glowing. It doesn't accept any bison dung or new wood. It doesn't putter out. It's as everlasting as Solon's sleep." Holding out his hand, he muttered, "Please, come back with us, girl. You owe it to Solon to help him after he tried to help you." I strode forward, my shadow snaking around Runa as Zetas growled at the chief. "Her name isn't Girl." Runa gave me a tense smile as I stepped next to her, Zetas between us. Thrall scowled, glancing at both of us. A few moments passed before his eyes flared with understanding. "Wait. Does that mean the trance worked? You remembered your name?" I answered for her. "Her name is Runa." I studied him carefully, waiting to see recognition of the word, to see if he had knowledge of what her name represented and just how precious she was. But he merely smiled and gave her a respectful nod. "Runa is a very pretty name. Whoever your people were, they chose well." "Do you know who her people were?" I asked coldly. The chief's face tightened with annoyance. "No, but she must be Quellis. Even if Runa is not a Quellis name, or not one I've heard of, I believe, like Solon believes, that she must come from Lagul or Karf, and carries the power of flames in her blood." His eyes searched hers eagerly. "Was he right, Runa? Did the fire give you the gift of its light and children?" Runa nodded, shifting Natim a little so she could hold out her palm. In a single breath, she summoned a flickering flame, making the fawn cringe away and Zetas to wrinkle her nose. The lynx didn't care, desensitized to smoke, after living with a clan who had no respect for the danger of living in a grass sea with a perpetually burning bonfire. Murmurs spread throughout the Nil hunters, whispering about Runa in ways I didn't like. Actor stayed tense, unable to take his eyes off her. He kept watching even as she snuffed out the tiny flame and bowed her head at the chief.
"I'm honored that I learned my name and have been given the same gifts as the Nil. And of course, I'll return with you, Thrall. That was always my intention."
I crossed my arms. Fear of losing her thickened my stomach. "I'm coming too." "You?" Thrall frowned, his hand tightening around his spear. "Are you Fireborn?" He looked me up and down. "Solon mentioned you were a foreigner, a stranger who didn't belong with us." I bared my teeth as my voice turned icy. "I don't know who I am, but I do know that I'm not letting Runa out of my sight." The chief threw an unreadable look at his son before sighing and locking eyes with me. "Runa has chosen to become Nil. She'll become one of us the moment Solon wakes to finalize the name and spirit ceremony. Your home is here, with these—" He waved his hand at the pack of crouching wolves. "Beasts." "Beasts?" My tone was deceptively soft. "They might not walk on two legs like you, Chief, but I assure you, your son is more beast than them." The chief drew up with a glower. "I am fully aware of what my son has done, and he has been punished, as well as Kiva. They will be reprimanded. Once our fire reader has awoken, we will ensure they never—" "I don't trust them around Runa," I growled. "She isn't safe in your clan." "She is one of us," Thrall snapped. "We would never harm family." "You merely harm guests staying within your borders." "Enough!" the chief barked, making the wolves shift and snarl. "I don't have time for this. We need to go." Marching back to his hunters, he held out his hand to Runa. "Give the fawn to the foreigner, Runa. We're leaving. Runa threw me a worried glance. My temper uncurled, hungry for their submission, raging at the thought of them taking her.
Darrow,
She looked down at Natim, as if she actually contemplated following Trall's commands. No way. No way would I let her leave without me. Stepping around Zetas and brushing aside her bushy tail, I cupped Runa's cheek and forced a smile. I didn't want to leave Salak. My heart broke at the thought of saying goodbye to my pack, but I'd do it for her. I had no choice. She's mine to protect and cherish. Ignoring Salak's pained huff behind me, I murmured, "We'll both go. We'll figure out how to feed Natim without Kiyu's help. They can't stop me from—" Something hard and sharp thwacked against my temple. For a second I felt nothing, but then a gush of agony made my vision black out and the world swim. Pain arrowed through my head. I swayed with sudden sickness, dropping to one knee as I pressed a hand to my temple. Blood. Moon-dark blood glistened on my fingers. A shift in the air. A billow of shadows trying to protect me. Runa's scream ripped apart my ears.
No, don't!
Her panic made my heart race, granting a pinprick of sight as I looked up.
Kiva, stop!
Her voice warbled in my drunken mind. I couldn't focus, couldn't see. The hazy silhouette of a male leaping from their ranks, his staff swinging wide and high, was the last thing I saw as it crunched against my skull. Pain. Nothing but pain. Then darkness. Nothingness. Coldness. Gone.
Chapter 29. Runa. For a terrifying heartbeat, no one moved. Everything unfolded in slow motion. Darrow lay unmoving at my feet, blood trickling from his temple and his arms splayed from Kiva's strike to his skull. Natim bleated, and Sin hunched into herself as if she was the one in trouble. I couldn't make sense of what had just happened. One moment Darrow had been beside me, his spirit so rich and powerful, so alive and potent within his shadows. But now he was gone. Gone. I choked as every inch of me froze to frigid frost. His strength was missing, his shadow snuffed out, his skin gray and eyes closed. I blinked, falsely believing he would leap to his feet and prove he was too powerful to be hurt. But he didn't wake up. He remained on the ground, his blood trickling black in the rising moonlight. A small pebble rested by his head, stained crimson from striking him. I stumbled in numbed shock, looking up. My eyes landed on a young hunter, Lita. I'd watched her training with Kiva and a few others over the past month. She was tiny compared to the other hunters, but she was deadly accurate with a leather hurler. I'd been awed how she could sling rocks at targets and take down birds from the sky with just a simple leather strap. She caught my gaze, her chin tipped up even as tears rolled down her cheeks for what she'd done. Her delicate hands clenched around her dangling weapon. Trall's mouth dropped open as he looked at Darrow's sprawled form. The Nil hunters shifted behind him, sucking in a worried breath. Kiva had the audacity to smirk, his arrogant face full of pride.
Told him I'd kill him. Kiva.
Trall choked, his eyes still locked on Darrow's unconscious form.
What have you done?
Actor grabbed Kiva's arm, his black eyes landing on the snarling wolf pack.
You need to go, now.
A rumbling growl sliced through the night, freezing everyone. The night air crackled with stormy venom, lightning filled with hate and death-delivering thunder. Natim struggled in my embrace as the hair on my nape prickled. Tumbling growls grew louder, deeper, angrier, vibrating with vehemence. Rage ignited through the pack, a wildfire of revenge and revulsion. It thickened and tangled until their fury was so thick, so black. I tasted it, saw it, felt it. I flinched as Salak howled a vicious war cry. Kiva tripped backward. Troll yelled something in Firenese. Actor gripped his spear. Salak pounced. The giant predator soared through the sky, blotting out the stars. His mouth opened wide with carnage. Kiva didn't stand a chance. The huge alpha landed on Kiva, bowling him to the ground. He vanished beneath dense fur and wiry muscle of the wolf as other Nil hunters screamed and scattered. Yells and bellows clashed into one maddening noise as Salak raised his head, bared his teeth at the moon, then sank his sharp teeth into Kiva's throat. Kiva's legs kicked, his fists batted at Salak's muzzle. He sucked in a breath to scream, but it was too late. With a feral snarl and a vicious shake, Salak tore out Kiva's throat, breaking through his windpipe and crunching through his spine. Sickness crowded my belly. Natim bleated with fear, squirming away from the stench of death. I shuddered as Kiva's life force was cut short, ripping him from this life and into nothing. The prickle of his ending felt like 1,000 bee stings against my skin. Planting his paw on Kiva's dead chest, Salak yanked up, taking a mouthful of bleeding gristle with him. Troll retched, and Actor screamed, but it was Lita who caught my horrified attention. The young, light-skinned girl dropped her leather hurler, trembling so hard her knees gave out. Her auburn braids danced and chimed as she clasped her hands together as she sobbed a Nil prayer for mercy. She'd been the one to strike Darrow first. She knew she was next. Salak spat his mouthful of Kiva's remains to the ground, his gums bloodied and lips drawn back over ruby-dripping fangs. Lowering his massive head, he stalked the girl, his claws sinking into the churned grass as his back rippled with power. His haunches gathered to pounce. He would kill her as surely as he killed Kiva. He would tear out her heart for daring to harm the man he'd chosen as his packmate. Lita sobbed and ran backward. Her eyes locked on Salak as Nil men tried to stop the Alpha's slinking attack. They threw spears and hurled staffs. Stones were cast only to bounce off his dense fur. Salak paid the other men no heed. He snapped at their spears and snatched at their staffs, breaking every weapon that came near him. Actor took a running leap, jabbing his spear at Salak's back. The Alpha merely spun and sank his teeth into Actor's thigh, throwing him to the side as if he were nothing. Troll bellowed and landed on his knees beside his son, pressing his palms against the pumping wound. The wolves scented blood. Salak had drawn the first drop. It was their turn now. They moved forward in terrifying synchronicity, going after the Nil hunters who broke into a run, vanishing into the grasslands. They gave chase. Everywhere I looked, chaos reigned. The anarchy of terror and panic suffocated me. The Nil's horror overwhelmed my sensitivity, and I buckled onto all fours, struggling to breathe through the ripe, sour extinction. My vision faded in and out. My pulse skittered and fluttered. I felt their pain, their desperation, their dread as beasts hunted them down, running, running, running. I choked as I felt the wolves' triumph, their steadfast eradication of mortals who dared trespass and harm. They were diligent in their duty, unremorseful as they delivered revenge. The first screech in the grasslands as a wolf chose its victim tore through me. I cried out as my thundering heart threatened to smash through my ribs. I grew faint. I couldn't cope with so much emotion, such raw death and despair. Stop. I clawed at my suffocating chest as Natim bleated. I tumbled onto Darrow. He didn't move, didn't breathe. The fawn wriggled against me, seeking shelter from the upcoming slaughter. Pressing my forehead to Darrow's bare belly, I begged him to wake. I clutched at the wolf pelt around his waist, pleading for him to open his eyes. If he woke, Salak would stop. If he was okay, the Alpha would spare those who were now his enemies. But I sensed no life, no power, no shadows, only death. Death all around me. Death about to explode in a rain of blood as the wolves hunted down their prey. Stop. Lita screamed, wrenching my head up. Salak stood over the fragile girl, his eyes locked on hers as if imprinting her face, forever remembering the female who'd hurt his friend. He reared up. His bloody fangs glinted in the moonlight, and my heart stopped beating beneath the bitter contempt from both sides. Malevolence and malice, revenge and ruthfulness, and the mindless, heartless faith that both were right. Both were justified in hate and horror, both vindicated and victimized by what each other had done. Their hate broke me apart. It choked me, killed me. Despair drowned me, pushing me deep, 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 trying to escape the torture. I cried out as I gave in to the sickening darkness, on the edge of passing out. But there, in the eternal blackness, the first nudge of true power found me. A power that felt so similar to the strength I felt rippling through Darrow whenever he summoned his shadows. A power that I'd already sampled when I'd opened my heart and spirit to commune with Natim, Sin, and Q. That power cradled me, welcomed me, chastised me for waiting so long to find it. It was hot and white and blazing. With a rush of comfort and clarity, it unfolded from its forgotten prison, bleeding through my mortal form in a burst of golden light. I cried out as raw, resplendent power cast through the night, enveloping every mortal and beast at war. I sensed them, every single one of them. My glow expanded, encompassing each and every life force. I became them, was them. I could touch every heartbeat, stroke every spirit, soothe every tattered pulse of their fear. The unexplainable sensitivity that I shared with animals suddenly snapped into awareness, bridging a gilded link to every wolf and nil hunter in the grasslands. I stiffened at the shock of it, the strangeness of it, the beauty of it. I looked down at my glowing skin, shimmering sunny luminescence on Darrow's still unmoving form, and I knew what I had to do. I think I'd always known. I'd just forgotten, like everything else. Stop. I closed my eyes and fed the word through the bond. Stop. A hitch, a flickering. Stop. All of you stop. The world paused. Salak whipped around to face me, his yellowed eyes narrowed on where I kneeled beside Darrow. Lita panted on the ground, pinned between his giant paws, her face white with terror. But she was alive. Still alive. The sounds of running feet and chasing paws all stilled. Death hesitated, listening to me with respectful ears. With a heavy breath, I climbed to my feet and spread my radiant hands. My skin pulsed with a scintillating glow. Locking gazes with the Alpha, I gave him a gentle smile, all while pushing as much power as I could through the bond. Enough. Salak shook out his fur, snapping at my silent command. Lita trembled and cried by his feet. The shudder of relief from countless nil hunters rippled down my spine, followed by the taint of disappointment from the wolves. Come here. I lowered my head, never taking my eyes off Salak. All of you. My skin blazed brighter as I sensed their obedience. Slowly, surely, incredibly, mortals and wolves slunk from the grass, lining up side by side, all facing me, breathing hard and blood-streaked, Lita stood beside Salak, and Tral wobbled beside Zetas, all tamed and listening. I trembled as I balled my blazing hands. Darrow didn't wake, even as my light continued to pour over him. Sin licked my foot with her sand-coursed tongue, and Natim nudged my knee with his tiny head. But I never took my eyes off Salak. It was him I spoke to. He who would determine what would happen next. Slowly he padded toward me. He stood to his full majestic height, his spiral horns overshadowing me, his tail straight and stiff behind him. He licked his bloody jowls and stared hotly into my spirit. We were locked together, diving into each other, learning each other, becoming each other in ways I couldn't describe. I felt his authority. I respected his reign and sovereignty over his pack. And in turn, he felt me. He tasted my awed disbelief that I had this power and licked at my shock that I'd forgotten what I was. He snorted as if laughing at my unknowing. He nuzzled my chest with his nose as if scenting my heart and everything I hoped to remember. He knew. He could tell me what I was. Tell me. But he shook his head and, with a submissive groan, lowered his mighty bulk to the ground. I stiffened. My glow flickered over his silver and black fur as he pressed his nose into Darrow's slack face and whimpered. His grief poured through me. His anguish and sorrow were like teeth tearing into my spirit. Tears ran down my cheeks as he shared his heartache with me, revealing his desire to make everyone pay, but also showing me, beneath his blackened need for revenge, he wallowed in deep remorse. He cursed the acrid taste of mortal blood on his tongue. He cowered away from the thought of eating the male he'd killed. He licked Darrow's nose, all while his spirit begged mine for forgiveness. Dropping to my knees again, I wrapped my arms around the giant wolf. He huffed and leaned into me. I sobbed into his fur for everything that had happened, and I forgave him. I poured understanding down our spirit bond and promised him that Darrow would wake, even though I had no idea how I would deliver on that vow. Someone cleared their throat, breaking our hollowed moment and bringing my eyes up. I swallowed hard, wiping away my tears as I caught Trall's strange stare. His own emotions slipped through me. I winced for burning hate and revenge, for his fury at Kiva's death and demand for retribution. Instead, he tangled with regret, just like Salak. He burned beneath sick responsibility for the pain and bloodshed of his clan. Clasping his crimson-stained hands from attending to his son's wounded thigh, he stepped warily toward Salak and me. Keeping his chin bowed and voice low, he said,
"The Nil will not avenge Kiva's death. It was his decision to strike, done by his will alone." "Father,"
Actor snarled.
"What are you saying? Kiva died protecting us."
He pointed a shaking finger at Darrow, his hands equally as bloody from holding his bitten leg.
"He's the reason this happened. He took the girl and—" "Enough."
Trall whirled on him, his voice booming with clout.
"I have been too lenient on you, son. You and Kiva nursed violence in your heart when there ought only be loyalty to our clan."
He shook his head.
"What you did to Runa, what you and Kiva did to Runa and the foreigner, has not been forgotten. Kiva has paid a high price. I suggest you keep your mouth shut so you don't pay the same toll."
Actor bristled, his mouth open as if to argue back. But with a glower he looked at Kiva's corpse and snapped his teeth together. Trall studied him for a moment, his eyes dragging over his son sitting on the grass with his leg bleeding from Salak's defense. For a moment, I sensed his flush of anger toward Salak for biting his air, followed by the quick need to even the score and hurt the alpha in return. But then he pulled his shoulders back and glanced over his clan with a watchful eye.
Are there any more hunters dead?
Men and women shook their heads, some nursing nasty-looking bites, but all still breathing. Lita gave a mournful hiccup, her sobs full of despair for causing such disaster. A murmur of assurances whispered through the group, relaxing Charles' tension as he turned to face me again.
It seems only one has lost his life. A high price, but I will not contest it.
Nodding his head at Salak, he said coldly,
Your punishment toward Kiva and my son is justified. You have delivered vengeance.
Bowing his head at me, his gaze traveled over my fading glow, fear and awe throbbing through the link.
I don't know who you are, Runa, and I don't know what happened here tonight, but I know it was you who stopped a nightmare from coming to pass, and you who somehow controlled the wolves.
I shook my head. I don't control them, Troll. I merely listen. His eyes stayed wide on mine.
I saw your affinity with the lynx from the first moment you met her. I see it now with a pack of beasts. Solon warned me you were different, but I didn't fully believe it.
He flinched.
I believe it now.
I didn't know what to say. Fisting his spear, he added,
If you listen to the wolves, then you must speak to them in kind. Please, apologize to them for me, and accept my apology to you. I should have stopped Kiva from hitting the man beside you, and I should have stopped Actor from hurting you in a place where you believed you were safe. I should have stopped them from nursing such harmful pride, but I'm aware now, and it will never happen again. You have my absolute word.
My skin flickered with golden light, fading with every moment of peace. Sharp, heightened emotions had dampened, leaving me shaky and empty. My skin didn't prickle with others' feelings, and my heart didn't kick with sensitive strings. I no longer tasted what they'd suffered. The more my powers sank deep within me, the more Darrow was no longer etched with gold, slowly returning to the shadows where he belonged. Troll looked over his shoulder at Lita, who bowed over her knees, almost catatonic with fear.
I also apologize for my youngest hunter. She struck from panic instead of command. She let fear guide her instead of thinking about the consequences. I take responsibility for her mistake and will ensure she is disciplined. I request the wolves take mercy on my clan.
Salak shifted to his haunches, keeping careful guard over Darrow. I stood too. I studied Darrow's slack face. I could accept Charles' apologies, but Salak never would if Darrow didn't wake. My stomach clenched with grief. Please, let him be okay. Panic smoked my heart, urging me to use my gift. I had to know, had to help in whatever way I could. Gathering my fading awareness and pushing it into the man I knew but had so terribly forgotten, I dove into his spirit. I pushed past the shadows and shades that often followed him into the mortal realm and swam through the darkness to find him. I no longer tasted death on him, merely sleep. A deep, deep sleep, where his body kept him unconscious, giving itself time to heal. I sighed with relief and opened my eyes. Darrow's life is still linked to mine, which meant all the other lives here tonight would remain breathing. Glancing at Salak, I communicated the only way I could. I fed him images of health and vitality. I promised Darrow's recovery and the joy I felt at touching his sleeping spirit. Salak relaxed immediately. His ruff smoothed out from its savage bristle, and the burning anger in his gaze tempered into dominant peace. He sent back trust, stepping away from me with a final message of goodbye. He would not stay. His duty was back at his den, now that he'd defended his friend. We caught eyes and held. The Alpha painted an image of letting Darrow go with me, of no longer standing in our way. of his permission to let us touch and care because he understood our connection couldn't be broken. He also gave me his faith that I would keep the stranger and his shadows safe, even if it was in the midst of these mindless mortals. With a huff, he glanced at his pack, and with silent command, drew them to his side as he padded toward the tree line. Looking once more at Dara on the ground, he shook out his bulk and disappeared into the darkness. Thrall didn't speak as the wolves followed their alpha, their paws shaking the ground and their tails whipping through the moonlight. Only once the last wolf was gone did Thrall exhale loudly and march toward me. I stiffened. My sensitivity flared, and I did my best to read his intentions, but the truth fell from his lips, proving I didn't need to pry.
I owe you so many lives tonight. I am in your debt, Runa.
His towering height overwhelmed me, and the raven feathers in his hair glinted with oily black. The ash marks of war had smeared over his chest, leaving the silvery marks of his spirit tattoo visible over his heart. A bear. I finally made out his spirit animal, a bear that defended its cubs with ferocity and fearlessness. Reaching out, Thrall paused for a heartbeat before resting his palms on my shoulders. I flinched at his touch, and my awareness for spirits snapped shut, vanishing into me and snuffing out the remaining light on my skin. He frowned for a moment, then tucked a strand of white hair behind my ear, fatherly and kind.
Solon has said many things about you, Runa. When he first came to Tiptu and spoke of what he'd seen, I feared he'd indulged in too much Damek root. But now I see what he did. I see why he pushed to make you his acolyte if you were approved by the fire. And I see why he was so steadfast on stepping into a trance with you, regardless of the danger.
I breathed hard as he let me go. Once again, I didn't know what to say.
You aren't just fire-touched, girl.
He tensed.
You are fire itself. I have never seen a mortal with more magic, and I believe, just like Solon, that we were meant to find you. You have been given to us for a reason. You belong with us. You are one of us. And whatever you want, you shall have it.
I clutched at what he said, hoarding his words to pore over later. For now, the only thing I cared about was Darrow. My eyes dropped to the male who was nameless until today, a male who carried as many mysteries as I did. He needs a healer. Thrall nodded. Looking over his shoulder, he snapped his fingers at his hunters.
Fashion a travois, now.
3 males leaped into action. Selecting 2 spears, they each stripped their bison fur from around their hips and tied the hide with their sinew strings between the 2 wooden poles. Marching forward, bare, with only war designs smeared on their chests, they squatted down and gently picked Darrow up by his legs and shoulders. His head lolled to the left as his messy black hair licked over his handsome face. His lips parted as they laid him over the strips of fur. Once he was placed correctly, 2 males positioned themselves at the front and the back of the travois, gripped the 2 horizontal spears, and picked him up. I blinked at how quickly they'd created a carrier, immensely grateful that I didn't have to fight for help. The hunters marched into the grasslands without another word, heading in the direction of the Nil camp, such a long, long walk away. My heart ached the moment I couldn't see him. My feet drifted after him, drawn by whatever linked us together, urging me to stay close, stay near. Natim bounded after me, meek and wary of everything that had happened. I bent and scooped the trembling fawn into my arms, all while Sin gave me a somber look and didn't leave my side, her 2 tails flicking. Thrall slipped into a brisk walk beside me, throwing a harsh glance at Actor, who'd bandaged his leg with a spare bison fur. The faintest knowing of the chief's thoughts fed into me. He was grateful that Actor wasn't seriously injured, but frustrated that his heir had turned out to be so lacking. Leica, the nil male who'd lost his mate and had caught Naya's eye, hoisted Actor upright, keeping his arm wrapped around his waist. 2 other hunters gathered Kiva's body to take him home. Actor's gaze burned into me as I moved past. His attention never left me as he fell into a walk behind me and Thrall. The rest of the nil, including a red-eyed Lita, fell in behind him. Long grass enveloped us, and moonlight showed us the way. The only sounds as we moved were soft breathing, hushed whispers, and the gentle rustle of sun-dried stems. A wolf's howl suddenly pierced the sky, sending prickles over my skin and sorrow through my heart. Natim struggled in my embrace, his little bleat making my chest ache. It felt wrong to take him away from Kio and her pups. What would he eat at the Nil camp? Was it right to take Darrow away from his pack? To carry him away from the alpha who'd saved his life and given him a family after being alone for so long? I shivered and pressed a kiss to Natim's knobbly head. Tomorrow, once Darrow woke, we would discuss where we should live. I would tell him everything Thrall had told me. I would share everything that had happened tonight with the wolves and the hunters and me. And then we would decide together, because even though the Nil had been the ones to bring me back to life and had opened their homes to me, they weren't my true family. Darrow was. Another wolfen howl followed us as we traveled deeper into the grasslands. As their song tapered off, I made a promise to myself and to Darrow that we would see Salak and his pack again. We would return. A wolf suddenly streaked past, whip fast and camouflaged in the dark. The hunters gasped and jumped, their spears clinking with beads and feathers as they reached for weapons out of fear. Even Thrall stiffened beside me. But I merely smiled. Zetas. The wolf who always nudged me in hello and watched Darrow with overflowing adoration. She galloped toward the hunters carrying Darrow, then slowed. The male slammed to a halt as Zetas sniffed Darrow's dangling hand and licked his wrist. Natim relaxed in my arms at the sight of a wolf, recognizing a member of his carnivorous family. Sin sniffed the air, but didn't challenge the wolf, content to stay by my hip. I said to the quaking men, "She won't hurt you." The male holding the spear ends by Darrow's feet looked at me with worry.
She's trying to eat him.
No. I moved closer, Thrall keeping stride. She's protecting him.
Will she follow us all the way to camp?
Thrall asked quietly, his eyes narrowed on the wolf. I looked at Zetas, studying her determination and puffed-up chest. Sinking into the power humming in my blood, I slipped into her spirit and tears came to my eyes. She loved him. She viewed Darrow as her brother, another lone traveler who knew the pain of loss and loneliness. She'd chosen him over Salak. Her home was now wherever he was. I pushed a hug of welcome and understanding through the bond before closing myself off and looking at the chief. She now goes where he goes. Thrall chewed the inside of his cheek.
Will she harm my clan? Can she be trusted around our younglings?
I shrugged and ran my hand over Sin's tiny antlers. You trust a lynx, why not a wolf? He kept my stare for a long moment before nodding and waving his hand at the men.
Walk on. The wolf can come with us.
A male gaped.
But, Chief... But nothing.
Thrall grunted.
Walk on.
With a grumble, the hunters obeyed. We all resumed our march. Dropping his head to speak to me privately, Thrall murmured,
Come dawn, we will be home. And then you can enter the fire again and bring our fire reader home.
His hand landed on my shoulder and squeezed.
After all, you are our next spirit master. You will need his guidance to reach your full potential now that you are his acolyte.
I shook my head. I am nothing. I'm not even nil.
You are everything.
His eyes burned into mine.
You are light itself. You embody the very word that nil represents. Surely you see that. You know the Firenese word for light is nil, and you are so bright you lit up the night sky, Runa. How can you say you're nothing when you're everything that we believe in?
His voice sharpened with urgency.
The moment Solon wakes up, you won't just be named nil. You won't just be marked with the spirit animal that the flames have given you. You will be marked as the next fire reader and spirit master of our clan. You are Solon's heir, and from this day forth, you are Quellis royalty. Chapter 30. Darrow. Moths everywhere. They blinded me and carried me. In a cloud of their wings I flew from earth to moon. The silver cast of its glow set my skin to pewter. I hovered by the stars and smiled as my favorite moth appeared with its white dusted wings and silvery wake, black bushy feelers and banded legs. It fluttered closer, tickling my nose before dancing to my ear. Everything about this dream world seemed familiar. I'd been here before everything. Memories clawed at me to remember. Anger billowed, my past still frustratingly hidden. And then I froze as the white-winged moth whispered secrets into my ear. Secrets that sent shades siphoning from my pewter skin and wrapping thickly around us. I sank into its story, catching a glimpse of my before. I walked the silent earth, and there was nothing. Just endless brown dirt and soaring blue skies, a wasteland of possibilities. I was alive. What an odd concept. What had I been before I was alive? Where had my thoughts dwelled and what was I called? You are what you are, the moth answered. You are balance, one half of a vital whole. Who is my other half? You already know. You will have to make a choice soon. What choice? But it never replied. My attention fell back on the newness of living, of the ache in my chest for something I didn't know, and the gathering awareness of consciousness. Consciousness. What was consciousness? What was I? I'm alive. But why? Follow the sunrise. Without the sun, you are nothing. Darkness cannot exist without the day. So, I looked at the horizon, waiting for sunrise. I waited. I waited in the darkness before padding barefoot across a desolate, dreaming world. I grew familiar with bones fashioned from the moon, and slipped into skin tainted with starlight. I waited for my other half, for the sun and a new day. My eyes snapped open. Just like when I'd passed out with fevers and Salak had taken me back to the cave, I woke with frost coating me. My bones were brittle with cold, my blood thick and unwilling to flow. It took a few moments to settle back into such a stifling form after floating in a vision of moonshine. Images of the white-winged moth taunted me, whispering it wasn't a vision this time but a memory. Gritting my teeth, I forced life to flow through my veins. Sluggish and icy, I shivered as I raised my head and willed my foggy gaze to focus. Yellow eyes instantly met mine, looming over me, framed with fur and crowned with horns. My heart pounded in recognition and relief. Zetas, my fellow sister wolf who shared the same knowledge of loneliness. My heart skipped and tripped, trying to find a smooth tempo. Its erratic pump made me breathless and woozy. Rubbing my chest, I frowned as the strangest sensation of cold blood flowed through my heart, only to become warm and weak again. Coughing, I sat up as Zetas nuzzled into me, her wet nose pressed over my defective heart, whimpering quietly. Hey. I wrapped my arms around her thick ruff. Don't be sad. I'm fine. She pressed closer, crawling over me and dropping onto her belly, blanketing my spread legs with her warmth. I hugged her closer, pressing my cheek to her mighty head. We stayed like that while my mind scrambled in familiar forgetfulness. I tried to remember where I was and how I got here, but I couldn't. I was blank, all over again. Zetas raised her head and licked my temple, washing my hairline with her tongue. I hissed and pulled away, pressing my fingertips to the stinging pain she'd found. I winced as I poked a painful bruise, then stiffened as another bruise made itself known, fanning out over my jaw, throbbing along the entire side of my face. I followed the radiating discomfort, grateful as both injuries began to fade as quickly as they'd hurt me. They vanished with every beat of my awakening heart, almost as if every pump deleted past pain and renewed whoever I was. If you can't remember what happened, you were struck in the head with a pebble and then hit with a staff. I saw it happen, Emil said quietly, ripping my head up. We all thought you were dead, but you'll live. Olish made sure of that. I scanned the odd space, drinking in the circular shape, the hole in the middle of the roof that allowed sunlight to pour through, and the stone ring fireplace beneath. I'd never been inside anything like this before, but I knew what it was without being told. This was a nil home, which meant the man who spoke was, "My name is Leica." A man studied me from the other side of the dwelling where he sat cross-legged on rich brown fur, a pile of wood shavings stuck to his legs, his hands busily carving something with a sharp stone blade. "You're safe here." His hands stilled from whittling. "You're in my Lupik. You've been here since we carried you from the grasslands." He arched his chin at a large pelvis bone of an animal that had been turned into a platter. Food rested on top, waiting by the ash-filled fireplace to be eaten. "There's roasted cattail shoots if you're hungry." Pushing Zetas off my legs, I shook away the rapidly fading pain in my temple and jaw and focused on the male. He seemed about my age, if I knew my age, and seemed very proficient with that knife. His chest held tight furrows of muscles, his honey-brown shoulders lean and strong, and dark eyes shrewd and calculating. The same ashy mark I'd seen on other nail people glinted on his bicep, etched with sunlight. A kingfisher. He followed my steer before returning to his carving. "If you're curious about my tattoo, I was gifted it by the fire. It's granted me luck, and I wear one of my spirit guardian's feathers." He grabbed one of the brown braids draped down his back, pulling it forward and showing me an iridescent purple-blue feather of a kingfisher. "My guardian has allowed me to become one of the best fishermen of my clan." Zetas yawned, showing her sharp teeth. Leica paused his whittling, shooting the wolf a wary look. I narrowed my eyes as different questions filled my head. Why had a nil hunter permitted a feral wolf to enter his home? Why had he allowed a stranger to rest on a comfy mat of dried grass? Why offer me food? It didn't make sense. Clearing my throat from dryness, I asked, "Are you not afraid of the wolf?" He shook his head. Runa, advised the clan that the she-wolf will not harm us." His eyes darkened with awe. "And after what I saw last night, I trust her." I scowled. "What did you see last night?" "Our next spirit master coming into her gifts." His lips curled with wonder. "She glowed and spoke to the wolves. She stopped a bloodbath with a simple silent urge." He shook his head as if he couldn't believe what he'd seen. "She will be the most powerful fire reader Quellis has ever seen." His words triggered a memory that wrenched me backward, drowning me beneath fires and burnings, of moons and celestial webs, of a kiss and desperate desire, followed by... My hands balled. You came for her. You took her against her will. He stilled, his carving resting on his crossed legs. She came back with us willingly. After your hunters killed me. He snorted. If they killed you, you would be dead. A chill scattered down my spine, but I ignored it and stood. Zetas immediately sprang to her paws. Where is she? The male returned to carving as if my gathering anger didn't bother him. She's with Solon. They've been in a trance together since dawn. Horror filled me. She'd returned to the fire? After it incinerated us? After it had mocked and refused to help me? She's in danger. Take me to her. I marched toward him, swaying with the same sickly sensation I had when I'd first woken in the den. My body shifted but awkwardly, as if struggling to remember how to walk again. Leica didn't move. Did you hear me? Take me to her. Now. He unfolded his legs and brushed away wood shavings, not caring they scattered the brown furs below. No one is to disturb them. Trawl has positioned 2 guards outside Solon's Lupik, and the lynx watches over them from inside. He moved around me, keeping a careful eye on Zetas. If you try to interfere, you'll be put in ropes. Zetas growled. Placing my hand on her bristled shoulder, I bared my teeth. If you're so eager to imprison me, why am I not in ropes already? His eyes widened as if my question made no sense. Because Runa commanded you were to be tended to by a healer and kept safe until she returned. He peered at my temple and jaw. And judging by the fact that you're no longer bleeding, and the swelling seems to have vanished, Olish did a good job. You expect me to believe the Nils suddenly do whatever Runa tells them to do? She's an outsider, same as me. She was an outsider. He sniffed. Now she's as important to us as our chief, chiefess, and spirit master. His voice hardened. We've done as she asked, and we'll continue to do as she asks, but not if you don't listen. So I suggest you sit down, eat some roasted cattails, and wait, just like the rest of us are doing. I crossed my arms, feeding off his temper, trying to keep mine in check. I'm grateful for the care, but I won't take orders from you. Your hunter struck me. Kiva is dead. Leica snapped, crossing his arms with the first sign of his dislike. Your wolf ripped out his throat. I reared back. I didn't know what to say. I had no memory of that, or how I'd ended up here. Other members of our clan are hurt as well. Leica continued, his voice strained. 6 had to be treated by our healers, thanks to your wolves biting them. And 1 might not make it to see another sunset. So forgive me if I don't have the patience to deal with your demands. Sit down and don't do anything that will require me to bind you. Runa is safe and doing what she can to restore balance within our clan. Balance that you upset by taking her away in the first place. Leica suddenly moved, stalking toward the entrance. Zetas lowered her head, tracking his every step, her eyes missing nothing as he grabbed a shallow bone bowl and used it to scoop up some water from a barrel in the shadows. He drank deeply, droplets dripping off his chin. My own thirst struck me with the same pain as it had had when I'd woken in Salak's cave, followed by crushing hunger. But I ignored both of those urges, just as I ignored the urge to growl back, to wrap him in ropes so he wasn't in the way of me finding Runa. A sharp lance shot through my temple. I shook my head, trying to shake away the ache of so many things, so many happenings. The moment I'd woken to my name on her lips, I'd felt something that transcended everything I thought I was. Hearing her say my name had felt like home. Daharo. So strange that I'd forgotten it. So odd that, now I remembered it, I could scarcely imagine forgetting it. A moth flittered into the Lupik, defying the sunshine from outside and floating down from the hole in the roof. The hair on my nape prickled as the white-winged, black-banded creature flew straight to my ear. Its feelers tickled the shell of my ear as the quietest whisper filled my mind. You will have to make a choice soon. I tripped sideways, bumping against Zetas, who let out a warning grumble. I glared at the moth as it hovered in the sky with effortless wing beats. I shot a look at Leica, who still drank his fill on the other side of the dwelling. Darrow. My eyes snapped back to the moth. I daren't whisper in case the nil hunter figured I was insane as well as a threat. Balling my hands, I formed a silent question. How are you here? You aren't real. It danced and parried. I am real while you are real. Your name is me, and I am you. There cannot be one without the other. I couldn't take my eyes off the night insect, odd as silver dusting from its white wings shimmered in the sunlight. You shouldn't be here. I am here because you have remembered. One thing will lead to all things, and soon you will know everything. Another gust of chills scattered down my spine. The moth swooped forward, flitting by my ear again. 2 ends you have visited, and 2 awakenings you have endured. A third will make you whole. What will make me? What's that bug doing in here? Leica swiped his mouth from droplets and pointed at the moth. They chew our furs and leave holes in our lupics. Leica stormed forward, fixated on the moth. Don't just stand there. Kill it. My heart stopped as he raised his hand, intending to crush the night butterfly. Only he missed. The moth vanished. Leica scowled and lowered his hand. His forehead furrowed as he spun on the spot, searching for it. Leica turned back to face me, his attention falling on Zetas. She bared her fangs at him. She wasn't as big as Salak, but her nose still hit chest level, her horns reaching Leica's chin. They glowered at each other before Leica grumbled something under his breath and returned to the other side of the lupic. He grabbed a woven basket full of bark strip sticks, selecting one with careful consideration. I watched the nil hunter for as long as my patience would allow. I studied his home and took notes of the hundreds of carvings littering the circular space. Small and large carvings, intricate and rudimentary. Some of mortals and others of animals, with an entire pile of whittled bison in the corner by a pile of animal skins waiting for a purpose. He either had way too much time on his hands or didn't know how to sit still. Resting against the wall closest to the exit was a basket of spears. The smooth tallow-polished staffs and sharp fire-hardened points caught my attention. He might be willing to be patient and trade Runa into the fire to bring their spirit master back. But I wasn't. I wouldn't sit quietly while she put her life into the hands of a malicious element, and I wouldn't permit the nil to bind me in ropes. Sucking in a breath, I marched toward the spear basket, snatched up the closest weapon, and broke into a run. Pushing aside the fur flap of the entrance, I darted outside. Zetas flew beside me, a streak of silver and gold. Wait, don't! Leica's curse chased us as we bolted into the sunshine.
Chapter 31. Runa. A few hours earlier, I only managed to catch a glimpse of the sunrise as we trudged wearily into camp. Tiredness weighed heavily on my shoulders, and worry filled my bones every time I looked at Darrow on the travois. He hadn't opened his eyes the entire journey across the grasslands. His head wound kept him as silent and as still as the dead. My heart ached as men and women dashed forward, some rubbing sleep from their eyes, and others jittery and tense from waiting up all night for their hunters to return. The large central fire smoldered, while the cylindrical lupics caught the first speals of sunrise, crowned with halos of honeyed pink. We pushed forward, some hunters drifting off to their own homes, while others helped the injured find a healer's help. A few stragglers headed toward the fire, ready to worship the flames and thank them for their safe return. The males carrying Darrow headed toward Olish's Lupik on the other side of the clearing. I followed. A kind but firm hand landed on my shoulder, pulling me back. Blinking away the trance of walking, I focused on the chiefess, Tiptu. The skin around her eyes had deepened into cracks full of concern, while the silver in her black hair seemed less like decoration and more like weariness. "You're back. Thank the fire." Darrow was carried farther away. I struggled to follow. Natum wriggled in my arms as Zetas padded beside Darrow, slinking where I wanted to go, flicking me a glance over her furred shoulder with glowing yellow eyes. "Please, let me go. I have to go with him." Tiptu shook her head, her hair loose and thick around her shoulders. Her scorpion spirit mark seemed to shift on her forearm as she released me, its venomous tail a threat in my exhausted, worried eyes. She parked herself in my way. "Not yet. Solon needs you more than he does." A weary Trull appeared by my side just as Naya and Hyath dashed through the dawn, their bare feet kicking up dust from the dried earth, their hair equally as loose, almost as if the past few days of waiting for Solon to wake up meant their braids couldn't withstand the constant stress-induced finger-tugging. "Girl," Hyath gasped. "You're back." Naya wrapped me up in an embrace while Hyath kissed my cheek. "We were so worried." Sin grunted a hello, winding herself around Naya's legs as my friend's gaze fell on the fawn in my arms. Naya's face instantly softened into love. "You're back, but not alone." She stroked Natim's tiny head. "Where did you find her?" Her question roused me enough to shut off the night of walking. "It's a stag. His name is Natim." Natim bleated, his ears twitching at his name. His black gloss eyes locked onto Zeta's as the wolf stayed close to Darrow, moving toward Olish's Lupik in the distance. A few males tried to stop her from going inside, but Zeta snarled, her warning ripping around the camp, freezing the milling members who had watched the predator's journey with open-mouthed shock. The men gave up and dashed inside, followed swiftly by the wolf. Murmurs broke out around the camp, no doubt discussing the unbelievable occurrence of a wolf padding through their home as if she belonged. A few males clutched at their waists where short clubs hung on belts made of knotted leather, and a couple of women gathered, handing out spears and stone hurlers. My heart skipped a painful beat. "Please tell your people that Zetas isn't to be harmed." I looked at Trull in panic. "You said she'd be safe."
"They're your people now, too,"
Trull murmured.
"But I will, and she will be."
His chest rose with determination.
"I'll call a quick gathering and tell everyone what's going on. They'll accept the wolf and the deer just as surely as they accepted the lynx. And they'll accept the foreigner. He can stay here for however long he wishes."
His name is Darrow. Moth. He's named after a moth.
"Darrow will be welcomed,"
Trull said gently.
"He will want for nothing."
My shoulders slouched, grateful for his assurance. "I appreciate all that you've done, Trull, and I will uphold my side of the bargain, but I need to be with—"
"Solon,"
Trull interrupted me, his eyes growing stern.
"You need to be with Solon."
He looked at where Darrow had been taken.
"I've given you my word that Darrow will be taken care of while you're in the flames. Please don't make me ask again."
His voice cracked, revealing just how worried he truly was. It aided him, glittering in his dark eyes with more than just respect, but deep love. Tiptu pressed against Trull's side, saying quietly, "Solon is more than just our spirit master, girl. He's Trull's brother, so you can understand why this is urgent." I gasped, glancing at Naya and Hyath, who merely pursed their lips. The revelation wasn't new to them.
Solon was firstborn and birthed with the gift.
Troll sniffed back his grief.
I was not. Our parents always knew he was destined to be our spiritual leader, so they left me to rule. I was the second son, but the clan accepted my reign. Together, Solon and I have provided abundance to our people.
He wiped his mouth and cleared his throat, returning the past to where it belonged.
He entered the trance to help you. Please return to it to help him.
Natem made a forlorn noise, reaching up to lick my chin. The gentle nudge of his spirit made guilt swarm. Troll was right. Solon had returned a forgotten piece of myself. The least I could do was bring him home. Repositioning Natem, I pushed him into Naya's embrace. Her shocked gaze met mine. Feed him, I commanded softly. I don't know with what, but he's hungry. He's not weaned yet and has been surviving on wolf's milk, but will nibble on grass. Tears prickled my eyes with fear that the fawn might not make it. Naya glanced at Hyath as her elegant hand stroked Natim's spotted flank. We'll see if anyone can suggest something. A warm mashed grain, perhaps.
Tiptu will give him a cup of milk,
Troll said in a tone that brooked no argument. His wife flinched as if shocked her mate, who had left with spears and men and returned with a stranger, a deer, and a wolf, could suddenly make such demands.
He will need to be weaned sooner than normal. But while he gets used to grain, our son, Bon, will share his mother's milk.
I tried to catch Tiptu's gaze to see if she agreed, but she kept her gaze locked on her husband, questions burning hotly in their brown depths. Troll ignored Tiptu's intensity, glancing at Naya and Hyath.
You should also know, your friend is no longer called Girl. She has a name.
He half smiled.
It's Runa. Solon was right about her, and as soon as he awakens, everyone will know what he knows.
Tiptu didn't speak for the longest moment, her gaze diving into mine before she looked at her mate and asked a single question that carried the weight of 1,000 more. What happened tonight, Troll? The chief smiled sadly and just shook his head.
Later, my flame. I will tell you everything later. For now...
He turned to face me, his hands landing on my shoulders.
You have my word that your fawn, wolf, and foreigner will be safe. Please, go to Solon.
Looking past Troll to the milling people of Nil, to the low burn of embers and smoke from the ever-blazing central fire, and the swiftly day-brightening sky, I sucked in courage I didn't have and spun on my heel. No one followed me as I stepped toward Solon's lupic with a lynx at my heels. No one stopped me as I ducked into the entrance, waited for the cat to slip inside with me, then tugged the bison hide tightly together. And no one offered me guidance as I sewed the two flaps together, just like Solon had, all while 2 Nil hunters took up sentry outside. I sat frozen beside Solon. I'd feared he looked like a corpse, that his skin would have tightened and his body shrunken without food or water. But I couldn't have been more wrong. His face was slack with peace and rest, his arms sprawled to the side with bison fur cradling his back. His legs were still crossed in the exact way we'd sat as we'd chanted together, his flesh vibrant and healthy, as if he'd just closed his eyes for a few moments, not a few days. My shoulders slouched as I clasped my hands in my lap. The soft deerskin I wore tingled faintly, pulsing with a life force that ought to have left long ago. I stiffened as the scents faded, overshadowed by the fire and its ever-present smoky crackle. I'm so sorry, Solon, I whispered in fire knees, bowing my head in the dawn-lightening lupic. I'm so sorry I left you trapped. Nothing answered. No chilly gust or heat-thick wind. The fire continued blazing, the pop and sizzle sounding impatient. Sin licked her lips, her intelligent gaze never leaving my face as I shifted on the furs and did my best to be strong. Sharing a look with the lynx, I nodded and reached for the box of Damak root and the sharp stone blade. My heart wouldn't stop pounding. No one had told me to complete the ritual that Palin had made me do the last time. I hadn't bathed away the sweat from the journey. I wasn't clean or painted in ash and tallow. I'd eaten no grounding mushroom and had no desire to poison myself with a root that carried enough toxin to be fatal. Gritting my teeth, I placed the Damak root neatly back into its box and pressed the prettily patterned lid down tight. I hadn't needed the root when I'd requested an audience with the flames for Darrow by the river, and I didn't want to take it now. Sin watched my every move, her two tails flat on the grass mat-covered ground where she lay on her belly, her front legs outstretched and her claws unsheathed, digging into the mats as if holding on to the world she was familiar with, all while tasting one that didn't belong. Inhaling, I twisted to look at Solon, catatonic on his back. With trembling fingers, I reached out and linked my hand with his, ensuring our palms locked tight together just like before. He was warm and alive like any other mortal, yet stiff and unyielding as a carving. The fire flickered in its never-burning fuel, dancing with eagerness. An urgency filled the air, stifling the Lupic with its searing welcome. "Solon," I squeezed his hand. "Please, Solon, it's time to wake up." I slipped into a string of sentences, rushing without thought. "I really need you to wake up, Solon. I'm lost. So many things have happened, and I don't understand any of them. The fire made me Quellis, yet the river sings to me. I was able to sense every spirit in the grasslands tonight, yet now I feel empty and so terribly cold. I don't know who I am, but you convinced Trawl and Tiptu that you do. I need you to wake and tell me, Solon. Wake and tell me who I am so I can avoid whatever monstrosities I'm supposed to commit. Please don't make me step into another trance. The fire doesn't want me to walk amongst its flames."
Lies.
The fiery hiss whipped through the silence, the force of its heat lifting my hair. I shuddered. "You can hear me?"
We always hear. Everywhere.
I narrowed my eyes at the fire. "If you hear all, then you tell me. Stop refusing and tell me who I am." Sin growled low, a threatening purr. She stood and patted around the Lupic, her two tails lashing with annoyance. She could sense we were no longer alone, but couldn't understand it was an element, not a mortal, who conversed. "Let Solon wake," I demanded, my voice pure and cool in the ever-sharpening light. "Return the fire reader to his people and—" A sinister laugh echoed around the Lupic. Sin snarled and swiped at the air with her claw-sharp paw. I stiffened and tried to stand, but it was too late. I gasped as my body switched from real to myth. The fire yanked my spirit from my mortal casing and wrapped me in its flaming embrace. I no longer sensed blood flowing or muscles twitching. I was no longer made up of bone and sinew, but light and bright and heat. I struggled, but there was nothing to struggle against. Just sameness. We were one and the same, merged. Through fire-flickering eyes, I looked back at the world that made sense and saw the body I'd grown to know as myself. My white hair danced with firelight. My sun-browned skin was dull and lifeless. The sunburst mark on my thigh, that hummed constantly now I was always in Darrow's presence, blazed a glowing crimson, bright as a ruby star. I watched as the girl I believed was me folded backward, her head bouncing off thick furs, her hand still locked with Solon's. The lynx yipped and flew to the girl's side, nudging her lolling head and snarling at the fire's magical aftertaste. The flame world blazed around me, manifesting into reality with a rich orange glow. I tensed for its smoke and brimstone, preparing to walk upon hot coals, but then something happened. A tearing white light ripped through the solidifying existence. My stomach fell into my toes as some entity snatched me tight and yanked me high. up, up, past sunrises and storms, through rainbows and mist. I spun and twisted. I gulped and gasped. And when I opened my eyes, the world was aflame once again. But this time, there were no landmarks of the fire world I'd grown to know. No burning trees, no smoking bushes, no cinder-glittering grass. I walked on a ground of whitest, purest flame. With every footfall, light beamed up my toes, ankles, knees, and thighs, illuminating bones and blood, replacing mortal flesh that I still carried in my mind's eye. A crusting wave of light drenched me. Light everywhere, in me, around me, through me, above me. Rich and depthless, mysterious and luminous. I shivered in the presence of pure, undiluted power. The ivory glow vanished beneath a crashing blanket of fire. Chiming bluebells and booming summer storms tore through the sky. I fell, plummeted, falling, enveloped by yellow and gold, caught in the greedy arms of flames that welcomed me back with a billow of soot and smoke. I landed heavily. My knees smarted as I crunched against the sizzling grass. I struggled to catch a breath as my head swam with dizziness. A snake of heat around my ears.
You should not have stepped into the light.
The fire seethed. The burning tree I remembered from the last trance suddenly sprouted from the fire-licking ground, its boughs heavy with rippling cinders and leaves dripping endless ash. I was given form again, fire-graced and smoldering with coals. I gasped and choked as the tree's flaming trunk shot black with rot. Its roots in the earth fanned out like a spider web, all while its bark became a pyre. Leaves turned brittle and wilted. Branches broke and crashed to the fiery grass below, becoming tinder for a new kind of flame. A black kind, one that burned with ice instead of heat.
The wolves tried to warn you. We tried to warn you. Solon will try to warn you. Even you have tried to warn you. Yet you are deaf and blind and ignorant. This is your final warning, life-giver. Do what we say, and you might avoid what's coming.
Another gust of yellow and red flame, centering at the base of the now charred and blackened tree. It was no longer blooming, and proud but a crumpled shell, its trunk hollow and leaves gone. And, at the base of the tree, Solon appeared. The spirit master raked a fiery hand through his flaming hair, dislodging a few embers until they glowed on the cinder robes he'd been given. His glowing eyes cast up, catching mine. Shock widened them. He scrambled upward. The grass smoldered where his feet stepped, simmering with dampened coals.
Runa!
He knows my name. I didn't have to speak as he wrapped his arms around me, pulling me from the ground and causing us to spark and sizzle.
You found your way back to me.
I nodded against his shoulder, my arms locking around his powerful, trim waist. I hadn't realized how much I'd grown to care for this man, how much I yearned for someone to approve of me, to accept me, to see me and still choose me. Tears seared my eyelashes as he pulled away and grinned. His teeth were the glowing heart of a flame.
I knew you'd return.
I'm so sorry I broke our handhold, Solon. He scoffed and shook his head.
That's in the past. I've been well cared for in my keeper's arms these past few hours. I've had trances that last far longer than a night before.
Worry pinched me. How long does he think it's been? Far longer than a night, I asked carefully.
Yes?
He smiled.
Sometimes I've stayed amongst the fire until well past daybreak.
Doing my best to keep my voice level, I said. It's been longer than just a night, Solon.
Has it?
He raked both hands through his hair, the sleeves of his fire robes swinging with char.
We best wake then. Troll will be fretting.
Troll? I caught his eyes. Your brother. He scowled and lowered his hands.
How do you know that?
He looked around at the fire with a stern stare.
Did the flames tell you we are kin?
I shook my head. Tiptu told me, but Troll told me the rest.
How could you speak to the chief and chiefess while you've been in the fire with me?
The fire chuckled around us.
Because your acolyte escaped.
A cyclone of cinders surrounded us before petering out by the dead tree.
She summoned a swarm of bees and flew out of our grasp. She used the water element to wash away our hold on her. She's been with him ever since. Him?
Solon asked.
The one who walks with death in shadows.
Solon froze.
You've been with the foreigner. Darrow.
The fire hissed, giving up all my secrets.
The Zanasha word for moth. Messenger of death and darkness.
Solon rubbed his flickering arms. Zanesha, was that the name of the tongue Darrow and I spoke? The dead language that was no longer used? Solon suddenly grabbed my shoulders, squeezing tight.
How long have you been with him, Runa?
I delayed answering by asking, How do you know my name? His lips thinned with impatience.
The fire speaks to me, even when you leave the very trance I conjured to aid you. The flames mentioned you'd gone on your own quest for knowledge, that you would return and not to worry. I assumed that meant you were still in the flames' control. Yet now it tells me you've been with him all along.
His temper flared, and he looked at the fire all around us, speaking to the element with barely restrained anger.
You let her go? After weeks of whispering premonitions in my ears? After making me vow that I'd keep the two of them as far away from each other as possible?
Why would you agree to that? I squirmed in his tight hold. You didn't even know Darrow existed until Kiva and Actor hurt him. You've never met him.
I knew he existed the night before you were found. I dreamed of you both, Runa. I've seen things that fill me with sickening fear.
I scowled. Whatever you've seen is wrong. Darrow is not a bad person. The fire is mistaken about him. It's feeding you lies and—
We only feed the truth,
the fire hissed.
Truth as we see it.
Exactly. I glowered at the flickering flames. Your truth isn't my truth.
Runa.
Solon shook me gently.
Speaking back to the fire when it honors you with its gifts is a great sin.
His voice softened.
I know it can be a harsh advisor. Its flames can hurt, and its fury can sometimes be too bright. But that is the nature of its element. It is neither soft nor kind.
My eyes locked with his fire-touched ones. If it's just an element with a sharp tongue, Solon, perhaps I don't wish to listen anymore. I don't want gifts given by someone that twists the truth for its own—
We twist nothing.
The sky kindled with new heat. You hurt Darrow when he asked you for help, I snapped. You burned him into unconsciousness.
He stepped into the fire?
Solon tripped backward, his mouth opening in shock. A thread of smoke escaped his parted lips.
Why would he do that? How could he do that? Unless you—
I winced and hung my head. I know I shouldn't have done it, and I know I put both of us at risk, but it was the only way he could recall his name. Darrow protected me when I woke alone and confused from the trance. He gave me shelter and food and was going to bring me back to the Nil the moment I helped him remember who he was.
He's in the camp,
the fire crackled.
Amongst the Nil where he should not be. He has started remembering, Spirit Master. And with every memory, he grows stronger.
Solon raked both hands through his fire-sparkling hair, pacing away with furious steps.
A day will come, one day soon, when Runa will know nothing but pain. She will live it, breathe it, die with it. That is her destiny.
A burning caress over my cheek as the fire's tone switched into grief.
There is only one way to stop it, Solon. The way we showed you. The only way to stop him from doing to her what can never be undone.
Solon stiffened.
Time is running out. Make her your acolyte. Protect her with the bloodbind we showed you. Only you can prevent what will come to pass. Already it might be too late.
A gust of fire worked through my hair. Words rushed up my throat. Darrow is good, Solon. He's not death like the flames say, even if he does walk with shadows. His flickering eyes softened.
You trust him over the fire?
Yes.
Even if it's you he will hurt, not them.
He would never, I rushed. He would never hurt me. He sighed heavily.
You speak so passionately, Runa, about things you don't understand. She is your family, Fire Reader.
The fire hissed.
We have adopted her in your name. She wears our mark.
Mark? I frowned. What mark?
Our apologies.
The fire gave a deep, blazing chuckle.
This one.
I screamed as sudden agony scalded above my heart. My fiery skin smoked and sizzled as I fell to my knees. 3 slices and a swirl drilling into my flesh, sending crimson blood plopping onto the burning ground.
You could have done it without the pain,
Solon muttered, dropping to one knee and clasping my elbow.
Pain is the price of this adoption.
The fire muttered mercilessly.
It is done. Nothing can rid our claim.
Gasping through the searing discomfort, I looked up into Solon's strange stare. Instead of looking pleased that the fire had taken initiative and claimed me, he looked apologetic and reeked with guilt. Apprehension tickled my heart. Solon, I winced as pain continued to flare through me. What aren't you telling me? He smiled ever so gently, smoothing away cinder hair sticking to my cheeks.
You've been branded by Quellis, Runa. Congratulations.
His eyes glittered with suspicious sadness.
It's the highest honor and greatest responsibility. It seems both our decisions have been made for us.
Resting his forehead on mine, a shower of sparks cascaded to the smoky ground as he whispered,
Please forgive me.
Forgive him? With a quick yank, he grabbed my elbows and hoisted me to my feet. I trembled as another wash of agony throbbed over my chest. Glancing down at my new wound, I stiffened at what the fire had done. Right over my heart, a tiny, charged symbol had been permanently branded into my fire flesh. What is it? I asked through gritted teeth. Stepping into me, he pulled away his flame robes and pointed at his own chest. It was hard to see past the flickering of his form, but there, in the exact same position, scarred with time and silvered with age, was an identical mark.
It's the brand of a spirit master and fire reader, Runa. Like I said, it's the highest honor and a lifetime commitment to master gifts that others can only dream of. It has also set your destiny in an entirely new direction. At least I hope it has. I truly hope this is the path that will prevent so many awful things from happening.
I flinched. Solon traced his own brand, his voice heavy.
Fire trapped in a triangle. The flame represents our power and dedication to service. The 3 sides of the triangle represent our mind, body, and spirit. A promise to all those who look to us for guidance that we are in tune with all 3 facets of existence.
His shoulders suddenly slouched with shame, thick and cloying.
I'm so sorry, Runa. I'm sorry for what I must do and what this means for you. Enough!
The fire hissed.
Awaken and finish the bindings. Do what needs to be done, Fire Reader.
Solon reached for me.
Runa, before we go, I must tell you, wake!
The fire smoldered.
Wake and she will know. Not before. Runa, listen to me.
Solon stepped into me, his fingers searching for mine just as the world bled into sickly rivers of fire.
What the flames haven't told you is the price of becoming its chosen. You are now my kin. You will be given loyalty and respect for the rest of your days. You will be the next bridge of fire and flesh. But in order to have balance within our Quellis-guarded clan, you must... Enough!
Fire gusted, and the sky rained with burning droplets of light. The ground melted into giant puddles of ash. The coal soil turned to magma, and the tree that had been a charred husk cracked in two, releasing a plume of bees. A stinging, swarming cloud cocooned us. Solon ducked against the onslaught. He cried out as venom pierced our fire-given forms. The cloud of bees spun faster and faster, wrapping his arms tightly around me. Taking no chances that we'd be broken apart this time, he rested his chin on my head and didn't let go. The fire world liquefied into a single giant flame, then snuffed out with the faintest ribbon of smoke. The bees all stung as one. Everything went dark.
Chapter 32. Darrow. Zetas nudged my hand for the 100th time as the sun slowly sank closer and closer toward the horizon. The late summer heat vanished with the sun, leaving the promise of impending autumn in the air. Soon the weather would turn, and the seasons would change, and the world would slowly go to sleep, ready for its deepest dreams while snow and frost killed what needed to be killed, purifying the land, lakes, and mountains to wake fresh and new, just like I needed Runa to wake. My eyes returned to the Lupic where Runa was. The 2 Nil guards stationed outside the entrance never stopped watching me, their left hands on spears and their right on their hips where short, heavy sticks hung off knotted leather belts, ready to be swung at someone's skull. At my skull, if I dared step any closer. My feet ached, and my back protested from standing for so many hours. But I refused to move. I'd done what Troll, the chief, had requested, and in return he'd kept his side of the bargain. It had been a strained bargain, and neither of us trusted it to last, but he'd assured me Runa would awaken by the time the first star twinkled. He was so confident. He'd arranged a feast for their return, and Nil members milled around the camp, preparing food, roasting meat, and slowly coming alive with eager anticipation. My stomach snarled with the sense of sustenance, and my thirst had gone past painful to excruciating. But I would not leave this spot, not until Runa appeared. All day, I'd stood outside the Fire Reader's Lupic, waiting, and all day, Nil men, women, and younglings skirted past Zetas and me as if we were a monster in their midst. But now, night was falling. My hand stroked Zetas' soft shoulder. My mind wasn't with the wolf. It was in the Lupic, watching over Runa, defending her against powers I didn't understand. Was the fire hurting her like it hurt me? How much longer would it make me wait? Shadows writhed around my legs, ever present, ready to lash out. I didn't rein them in. I didn't hide my darkness from the wide-eyed stares around me. Helplessness infected me as my patience waned. Another surge of anger and frustration scalded, feeding my temper to the wolf. Zetas huffed, her fur bristling. Pressing her warm bulk against my hip, she offered comfort and restraint. If it wasn't for her, I would probably have lost control and hurt someone by now. After I'd rushed from Leka's home with a spear in my hand and a horned wolf at my heels, I'd been ready to slaughter anyone who got in my way of Runa. The sun had blinded me as I'd slammed to a stop and glowered at the multiple dwellings, some larger than others, some adorned with ropes of handmade decoration with animal bones, beads, and feathers. Runa had spoken of the Fire Reader as one of the most important members of this clan. Therefore his Lupic had to be one of the best. With my heart winging and Zetas snarling beside me, I dashed past younglings playing in the trodden dirt with different-sized sticks and river pebbles. But then the large man who led his people across the grass seas to take what was mine appeared. He blocked my path, stepping out of the Lupic with his meaty hand wrapped around a carved staff. His body was clean and black hair freshly braided over his shoulders, but his eyes couldn't hide his weariness. I'm relieved to see you survived, the man said coolly, looking me up and down, his attention lingering on my jaw and temple. His gaze widened when he found no wounds, no swelling or discoloration. I let him assess me while Zita bared her teeth. Take me to her. Now. The man shook his head, looking to his left as a tall, strong woman slipped out of the lupic and stood beside him. Crossing her arms over the bison fur wrapped around her chest, she muttered,
"Before you do something stupid, allow me to tell you how a fight within our home would go."
Arching her chin at something behind me, her lips thinned with authority.
"Look."
With my hand fisted around the stolen spear, I looked over my shoulder. I stiffened at the swarm of hunters who'd crowded behind me. Males and females, young and old, all armed with steely determination on their sun-weathered faces.
"Runa is safe. You have our word,"
the woman said, wrenching my attention back to her and the silver threads in her black hair.
"She walks in the flames. She is chosen and protected. She is the only one who can bring our spirit master back."
Her hands balled as her tone turned icy.
"She cannot be disturbed. The fire will let her go only when she's ready to be freed. If you try to wake her, you will cause irreparable harm to her and to Solon. If you try to fight us, you might kill some of our family, but one of us will kill you in return. If you set your wolf on us, we will put her down with a blade to her belly before she can hurt our younglings."
Her eyes glowed with a deathly promise.
"Do you understand?"
I looked from the woman to her maid and back again. My jaw clenched. Just let me see her. That's all I ask. I need to see for myself that she's... You can't, the chief interrupted, his dark eyes glinting with challenge. I've kept my side of the bargain not to harm you, and I will continue to do so, as long as you don't give me reason to regret that choice. My shadows feathered out, creeping toward every hunter behind me. Power fed into every darkened tendril, full of the same warning the chief had given me. I hadn't asked for this. I hadn't asked to be taken away from Salak or wake without Runa by my side. I was surrounded by mortals who blindly worshipped an element that could hurt so easily, so callously, an element that had tried to kill me for stepping into its embers, and refused to let me near Runa. I just want to see her, I growled. I need to see her. Anger built, growing hotter, churning in my shadows.
"Troll,"
the woman muttered under her breath.
"Look."
Her eyes locked on my shadows as they thickened and twined, licking around the ankles of every male and female who stood too close, fogging over their weapons, mocking their belief that they could hurt me before I could hurt them. As my shades touched their skin, I tasted their fear and determination. I felt their loyalty toward their leaders and love toward their clan, their confusion over Kiva's death, and the sharp flavor of their hate. The novelty of sensing who they were at their core made my power quake and quiver, building with strength that robbed me of breath. I didn't just touch them. I touched their spirit. I stroked each one with a simple shadow, and all it would take was a choice. A single decision to swipe them off their feet, snatch their spears, blades, and staffs, and drive a bolt of night through their hearts. I could sense their blood pumping, their veins flowing with mortal life force. It would be so easy. Too easy. And my mouth watered for the power I suddenly had at my fingertips, at the heady, fatal potential that only seemed to grow stronger every hour. Darrow. Charles' voice ripped me back into the present. My name and his deep baritone made my hands fist. I respectfully ask you to stop. He puffed up his chest, all while keeping his fingers wrapped tight around his staff. We are not your enemies. Tell that to your people who are watching me as if I'm theirs. His nostrils flared with impatience. When Runa wakes, everything will be explained, and I hope, for your sake, that you accept what must happen. But for now... Waving his hand, he stepped back in line with his woman. Be patient like the rest of us. You have my word that by the time the first star appears, She and our fire reader will be back with us. My stomach churned. Zetas growled. The way he spoke made my shadows twist and twine with unease. Let me see her. You have my word I won't touch or try to wake her. Just let me be near her, to watch over her while she wakes. I'm sorry, but no one is allowed to see her. Not even me or Tiptu. They must stay alone. It's an unbreakable rule set by the fire itself. He sighed with understanding that ultimatums wouldn't work on me. When the fire envelops its chosen, their spirits are free from their mortal forms. While they are in the fire, they have no need for those forms, but when it's time to return, they require a clear path in order to come home. If others surround their spiritless forms, muddying the road back to their mortal flesh, then their spirits might slip into another's, or worse, snuff out the spirit residing in that form and steal it for themselves. I stilled. Yet another reason not to step into the fire's control in the first place. The woman stepped forward, her face smooth and regal.
I agree with you. When Solon mentioned he wanted to share a trance with Runa, I was terrified.
She pulled her shoulders back, her head turning slightly as a babe's cry sounded in the Lupic. Ignoring her youngling's summoning, she finished.
I'm no longer afraid. Unlike the last time Solon attempted a shared trance, Runa has proven able to retain her individual awareness and somehow slip free of the trance on her own. She found you. She returned to her rightful form and now understands the journey it takes. She must help Solon do the same.
She stepped closer, resting her hand on my arm even though Zeta snarled. Tiptu, the chief warned. I suggest you don't...
Accept our welcome, Darrow,
Tiptu said.
Don't give us a reason to hurt you when Runa wants you well. Like my husband said, you are safe here amongst us. Put away your shadows. Don't go looking for trouble because we will respond in kind. Runa wouldn't want war or bloodshed, so please, allow our clan the same courtesy of being safe around you and your wolf.
Dropping her touch, she turned and squeezed Troll's hand. Whispering something into her mate's ear, she slipped back into the Lupic and the sound of the wailing youngling ceased. Troll inhaled, his nostrils flaring as his eyes continued to stare at my shadows. I didn't call them back, despite Tiptu's request. How are you controlling them? The chief asked quietly. I stroked Zetas as she crushed closer. Do you ask your lungs how they breathe, or understand how your heart beats? He scowled. If you must bleed shadows, then do it without scarring my people. And if you cannot wait patiently like the rest of us, then you must stand outside the fire reader's Lupic. He pointed across the clearing toward a modest Lupic that held no decoration or status. 2 males stood outside the entrance, stiff and unyielding. Runa is in there. He held up his hand as I shifted to go. You have my permission to wait outside, Darrow. But mark my words, step any closer, and you will be stopped by 100 spears. That is a promise. His chin lowered. It's not just Runa you put at risk with your impatience, but my kin too. With a stern stare, he retreated back into his Lupic, and I'd stalked across the camp to take up my place where I hadn't moved ever since. My stomach growled, sending a shooting pain through my middle, wrenching me from the past and into the present. Hunger grew ever more painful, demanding to be fed. Zetas licked her muzzle, no doubt feeling the same discomfort. Behind me, around the blazing fire, bone and wood platters were being dressed with smoked meats, roasted vegetables, charred roots, and a whole host of other foods I'd never come across. A weak, achy part of myself wanted to break position and commandeer one of those overladen platters. I would eat my fill and share with Zetas. I would reward her loyalty and connection for coming with me to this mortal den where wolves were not welcome. My heart pinched with worry for Salak. Would he care that Zetas had followed me? Would he expect both of us to go back? A Nil girl with long black hair gathered into a simple braid down her back appeared from a lupik farther away. In her arms squirmed a creature I instantly recognized. My heart clenched. Natim. The name slipped from my lips, making its way to the tiny fawn who wriggled with vicious determination to get free. The girl grunted as his hoofs kicked and barely managed to put him down before she dropped him. Natim shook away her touch, then bounded and frolicked toward me, bleeding and attempting a stag's grunting bay. Zetas huffed, and I swear she rolled her canine eyes as I bent down and scooped up the wriggling happy fawn. He felt heavier than last time and far more leggy. His growth was happening so quickly. I laughed as he reached up to lick my chin, his tongue smooth and warm. Cupping him around the middle, I looked down at the round handful of his stomach. Someone fed him.
Tiptu gave him a cup of milk.
The girl who I'd seen sitting beside Runa the night I'd spied came closer. Her eyes were hesitant and eyes wary on the ever-feathering shadows by my feet. Swallowing hard, she forced a smile.
Once he drank the milk, he still seemed hungry, so we, me and Hyatt, cooked some grain, crushed some grass, and mixed it into a warm paste.
She grinned as Natim licked my cheek again, fondness for the fawn glowing despite her guardedness toward me.
He loved it a bit too much. I think we probably overfed him, but at least he has a full belly and will rest easy tonight.
Slowly, I put the fawn back on the ground. He sprang and leaped towards Zetas, rearing up in her face, attempting to lick her snout even as the large wolf raised her horned head to keep her muzzle out of reach. Undeterred, Natim headbutted her in the knee, pressing himself between her front legs and disappearing under her fluffy belly. Zetas huffed as if she was well used to annoying wolflings.
I'm Naya.
The girl smiled carefully.
And you must be the stranger that Runa told me about.
I studied her. I committed to memory the darkness of her warm eyes, the glossiness of her black hair, and the richness of her ebony skin. She was pretty. She seemed to possess a kind heart. Yet she wasn't Runa. No one would ever compare to her. My patience threatened to snap. My teeth clenched ever tighter. That the fractured light inside me was steadily fading deeper into darkness the longer we were apart. My eyes returned to the closed lupik. My hand locked around my stolen spear. And Zetas nudged Natim to corral him against us, protecting the fawn all while keeping her fierce attention exactly where I kept mine. Naya glanced at the fawn, understanding that she wouldn't be getting him back. He's safe, I grunted. You may go. An awkward moment of silence fell before she sniffed and rubbed her arms.
Okay, I'll just leave him with you then.
Nodding once, she added,
I know you're worried, but she'll wake soon. You'll see, it's almost dusk and...
A cat's cry tore apart her words, sounding distraught and terrified. The lynx. Sin. She'd never cry like that unless... Runa. My feet shifted of their own accord, rushing toward the lupik. The guards slashed their spears together, creating an X, blocking me from getting any closer. They are waking. Stay back. Move, I bellowed, my shadows rising up like nightmarish wings behind me. Trawl came running from where he'd been helping with the feast. Darrow, patience. I breathed hard, my chest straining and the wolf pelt around my hips stifling. I itched all over as if my shadows were moments away from shredding my mortal flesh. Another female moan and a man's grunt. Lowering my jaw, I glowered at the chief. Let me pass. I won't ask again. Trawl flinched as he listened to the racking coughs and stilted sounds of discomfort inside. The guards watched me carefully, their knuckles wide on their crossed spears. Trawl's head cocked as low hums of voices replaced the sounds of pain. He dared smile as if things were exactly as they should be. They're almost coherent. I want to see her. My desire to run in there and snatch Runa into my arms made me quake on the spot. I wanted to smack the smile off the chief's face. Another cough sounded, followed by the happy yip of the lynx. I moved closer. Not caring, the guards brought up their heavy sticks this time, ready to pummel me. Trall's large hand landed on my shoulder, yanking me back and squeezing with authority. Move any closer, Darrow, and I'll have my entire horde of hunters surround you. Runa is safe. You will see her soon. His fingers dug into the hardened muscle around my shoulder socket. There's one more thing that must be done before they step back into our clan. So continue to be patient for just a little longer. My eyes shot to his. What else needs to be done? My instincts prickled with deep dislike and warning. The fire gave her back her name. She's remembered thanks to the flame's help. He pointed at a silver mark carved into his chest and shoulder. A bear with its paws spread wide, its claws sharp and ready. The feast we're preparing is for Runa's naming ceremony. But first, she must be marked with her spirit guardian, so she will always be watched over and in tune with the creature who guides her. He dropped his hand, his face etched with command, worn with the importance of a chief who was used to being obeyed. Be patient and perhaps we can get through today as friends. Do not move. With another scathing look, he walked back to where he'd been helping two males carve a large haunch of bison that had been roasting in the flames. Another sound pricked my ears. Runa's voice. Her wonderful voice. Followed by a man's. A man I didn't trust. A man who was inside there with her. The fire might have released her, but he still held her hostage. My shadows thickened and whipped into angry ribbons, veining the wings behind me, turning them into a stormy sky. I did my best to keep waiting. I waited for as long as I could. I waited until I could wait no longer.
Chapter 33. Runa. I woke with a choking cough. Smoke poured out of my lungs as I launched upright, hacking and spluttering, patting myself on the chest to clear my airways of fire. Sin leapt to her feet, attacking me with licks to my face and whiskers tickling my neck. Her two tails lashed so quickly, so nimbly that they made cracking sounds in the otherwise stagnant silence. That silence was shredded as Solon jackknifed up with a single dainty cough, as if he was long used to inhaling the smoke the fire lived in. He groaned as he stretched, his spine snapping in 3 places, his shoulders popping and knees clicking as he moved a body that had been locked in one position for 3 days. I blinked back the grit in my gaze, noticing the sun had faded into twilight, a snapshot of its impending bedtime visible in the roof hole. The fire that had been blazing brightly in the stone-ringed fireplace had gone out. I nudged a toe toward the stones, expecting them to still be warm, but no heat existed. The ashes were as gray and as lifeless as if the flames had snuffed out hours ago. Sin cried with sharp demands, doing her best to catch my attention. Clambering onto my lap, her feline bulk pushed me backward as her paws landed on my chest and her tongue covered my face in another licking frenzy. "Hey!" I raised my arms, doing my best to protect myself from her love attack. "I'm fine, Sin." My lungs still ached with smoke soreness, and my limbs felt heavy and foreign, the same lightheadedness and disorientation that made me stumble and sway in the grasslands when Darrell had found me kept my thoughts heavy and thoughts soot-sticky. Solon raised his arms above his head and stretched again, groaning in pleasure. His lips twitched into a smile as he watched me wrestle with the lynx. After a few heartbeats, he murmured,
"Sin, enough. The girl is alive, but she needs space to breathe."
Sin glanced at the fire reader. Then, with a happy yip, she obeyed. Her black gloss eyes remained bright with relief as she threw herself onto her belly by my hip, her baby antlers fuzzy with barely their velvet. Solon shifted to face me, his face slipping into concern.
"Brace yourself, Runa. It's almost time."
With a wince, he pushed his lean frame slowly and stiffly to his feet. He swayed over me, his bare stomach flexing with muscles to stay in one place. I looked at him, my heart kicking. "Brace for what?" I cried out as the same agony that had seared through me in the trance ripped through my body. The mark. The awful, fire-claiming mark. Ruby blood soaked into the deerskin, oozing from the freshly scorched mark of a flame trapped in a neat and nasty triangle. Solon grunted as he lifted his arms to the sky again, stretching left and right, groaning with pleasure as both his hips popped. His skin pulled taut over his abdominals and ribs.
"I'm sorry I couldn't stop the pain."
Bending, he touched the ground with his fingertips, then eased upward and ran on the spot, groaning as circulation returned to his limbs. I sat silently, nursing my second wound. I hurt. I was tired, confused, and most of all, I was desperate to see Darrow. Solon dropped his arms, licking his dried lips. Cutting across the lupic to the large carved bowl holding water from the river, he dipped his hands into the fresh liquid. Washing his face, he cupped his palms and drank his fill, not caring he gulped down the dirt from the past few days that he'd just washed away. My own thirst caught me around the back of the throat, and I longed to leap into the river, to replace fire with water, and seek out another element to balance the one that spoke with such daggers. I went to stand, cursing the lancing pain as the deerskin pressed against my still bleeding mark.
"No, don't get up,"
Solon muttered, treading over his woven mats to a small shelf made of driftwood that he told me had been traded with a clan who'd traveled through the grasslands from the Simpan Sea to the west. I'd always liked the silvery, twisted shapes that reminded me of trapped waves in wood, but now I studied the shelves warily as Solon selected a slim, narrow woven box, a folded piece of supple rabbit skin, and a small wooden jar with a stopper wedged in the top. Carrying all three items back toward me, he hitched up his ceremonial furs and folded gracefully back down. He tapped my knee.
"Face me."
Sin crawled closer, but remained on her belly, her eyes locked on the items Solon placed in front of him. I did what he asked, blushing as my stomach rumbled with hunger, and a longing to see Darrow made my voice curt. "You're awake, Solon. After 3 days, no less. Your brother will wish to speak to you." Planting a hand on the bison fur, I went to push upward. "I'm just going to check on Darrow. Make sure he's—"
"You can't step outside yet. Not until the bind is finished."
His voice was stern, and his hands quickly efficient as he opened the lids and pulled out stoppers.
"You've been shown your spirit guardian, and the ashes from the flames that granted such a vision must be tattooed into your flesh, so you can summon their gifts and wisdom whenever you are lost. I must also scribe you with the fire reader and spirit master's emblem, so every citizen of Quellis will know your new rank and power."
His chin tipped up. His dark eyes met mine. His braids were as perfect as they had been when he'd snagged my wrist and dragged me into his lupic to perform the trance. His handsome face was unaged from such a long sleep.
"Both of those things must be done before the sunrise or sunset following the trance."
He raised his shoulders in a half-hearted shrug.
"In our case, both blessings must be scribed before the sun beds into the earth, which means we don't have much time."
Scooting closer until our knees touched, he eyed up my deerskin dress as if seeing it for the first time, which he was. I'd entered the trance wearing nothing but ash and oil symbols. His eyes narrowed a little, but he didn't mention my new clothing. He merely cast his attention over me and asked,
"You can decide where you will wear your spirit guardian. Tell me where you'd most prefer it."
My eyes once again went to the closed entrance, fear thick that Darrow still hadn't woken, even with a healer's help. Sighing, I looked at Solon's own spirit mark on his right hand and wrist. I studied the careful lines and swirls closely, but, just like all the other times I'd looked, I couldn't make out what it depicted.
"It's a wasp,"
he murmured, holding out his palm and revealing the thin banded body and hooked stinger of the angry cousin of a bee. Its wings were what feathered over his hand and up his arm, larger than any ordinary wasp, strong while flimsy, solid while fragile. I sucked in a breath, meeting his eyes. He gave me a gentle smile.
"Yet another reason why you were always meant to be mine."
He looked away and pulled out a thin rod of wood from the narrow box. It boasted a wicked sharp bone awl, spliced into the end. The awl had been carved with a channel, thick on top and thin on the nib, ready to feed fire ink into the wound it would leave behind. Reaching to the side, where bowls waited for stews and dinners cooked on the fire, Solon scooped a bowl through the cold ashes, then poured liquid oil over them from the wooden jar. Looking up, he stirred the mixture with his forefinger, saying softly,
"I was blessed with a mate when I was very young, well before I stepped into my gifts and calling. She was the best weaver in the clan, and incredibly kind and gentle. We bedded each other many times, but no younglings were blessed. After so many years of trying, the fire finally came to me and raised me to my true purpose. Our previous fire reader, Troll and my father's, was dying, and his power siphoned to me. The clan had been waiting to see who would be the new spirit master and who would be the new chief. I'd hoped Troll would inherit the fire's true gifts, but it was me they deemed most worthy. The night I was initiated was the night my mate left with a wanderer who'd been staying with us, leaving for Karf and a new life."
My heart twinged. "I'm so sorry, Solon." He kept stirring the oily ash.
I understood. We still cared for one another, but the hurt that our coupling didn't produce younglings broke whatever happiness we once had. Troll has often tried to make me take another mate, to try for more offspring, an heir that will eventually inherit everything I did. But I know it wasn't my mate's fault we couldn't have babes. It was mine.
His voice roughened.
I had a bad case of fevers when I was young. Before our healers were as skilled as they are now, I danced with death for a full moon. I believe that sickness made me fruitless.
He stopped stirring, his eyes blazing with odd affection.
I'm telling you this because for so long, Troll and I feared that the lineage of chief and spirit master would die out with us. I could produce no heirs, and his showed no aptitude for the flames. Yes, they carry the spark of fire, like all Quellis do, but they can do no more than conjure a simple flame.
His voice thickened with gratefulness.
But the day the fire whispered about your arrival, I felt hope, true hope. You might come from origins unknown, Runa, and you might carry a power different from the one I do, but there is no mistaking that you were brought to me for a purpose. I might not have created you with my own flesh and blood, but you are mine in every way that matters.
Reaching across the small space between us, he squeezed my fingers kindly.
It was a certainty when the fire told me your name, how the dead language that no one is meant to speak, yet you use so fluently, means be, life-giver.
He chuckled under his breath, looking at his own marking.
I carry the mark of a wasp,
he murmured.
The kin of a bee, even if we are different.
Letting me go, he dipped the thin awl into the stirred mixture and gathered up enough oily ash to fill the etched channel. Tapping it once, he looked up and held it poised in his fingers.
Tell me where, Runa. Tell me where I can scribe you with our link, so everyone in Quellis will know that you are my daughter, even if our skin holds different shades and our hair couldn't be more different. You will always have me as your protector and friend.
His eyes darkened.
And Father, if you'll have me.
Tears burned my eyes, making him dance and shimmer. I swallowed hard, unable to speak. I didn't know what I'd done to deserve such welcome and love, but it healed a savagely wounded part of me, the part that still bled inside, never healing, letting a river of my grief trail behind me wherever I went. Without a word, I held out my right arm, the same as his. His eyebrows rose as he caught my gaze.
You sure?
I nodded as a tear rolled down my cheek. With a heart-hugging smile, he leaned forward and swiped the droplet away with his thumb.
I'm yours, Runa, from now and forever. Please remember that when we step outside this looping. Please remember that when you learn the rest of what comes with this gift and obligation.
My insides tensed. Questions crawled on my tongue to ask. There was something he wasn't telling me. Something big that made him hunch with secrets. My arm twitched backward of its own accord, shielding myself from whatever unknown rules I might face. But with a quick groan of reluctance, Solon snatched my wrist and prevented me from pulling away.
I'm sorry for what I must do.
With tight eyes and strict determination, he bowed over my hand and spread my fingers with his. Too fast for me to refuse, he pierced my skin with the bone and wood awl, pressing the ooze of ash into my body. The instant he punctured me, a slashing burn licked through my blood. I stiffened, my arm going rigid in Solon's hold. I tried to pull away, but the pain rendered me utterly immobile, frozen for him to draw on. Solon, stop! It crested with hot, hot agony.
Just breathe through it. I promise the burning will cease once I finish the tattoo.
I bit my lip, drawing blood as I fought against the mind-consuming scorch. My vision scattered as if my mind walked in two worlds again. Hotter and hotter. I gasped under the onslaught. He kept drawing. He kept slicing apart my flesh and feeding in the ash from the fire that had given so much and tried to take so much in return. My head swam. I lost track of time. I was sick and hot and feverish and shivery. I sank deeper into myself, into the pain, into the empty space that suddenly existed between this world and another. And as dusk settled outside, the Lupic filled with a different sort of light. A light not graced by flame or sun, but me. Solon sucked in a breath as my skin glowed brighter and brighter, fading from gold into a pearly sheen, just like the white light I'd seen when I'd first stepped into the flames to find Solon. It warmed my chest and helped fight against the pain, pulsing and shimmering like sunlight on water. With his breathing shallow, Solon kept drawing on me, making his way up my glowing wrist and wrapping a bee's translucent wings up my incandescent forearm. He didn't seem surprised by whatever power bled out of me. He remained deadly focused and committed. My light cast over his face, shadowing his cheeks and eyes. I winced as his needle hit bone. I blinked back tears as he wiped away blood with the rabbit skin as it oozed and distorted his design. Time skipped forward again, and I was barely aware as Solon let go of my right hand. He reached instantly for my left as I swayed from side to side, gasping with gratefulness as the awful burn in my blood began to fade.
Almost done, Runa. Just a little more.
His fingers were cool against my blazing awareness.
Forgive me.
I screamed as another pain blazed, dark and cruel, vicious and binding. This time on my left palm. My blood tingled and seared, pushing through my heart until fire existed in every organ. It felt as if 1,000 bees stung me with their venom, seizing up my muscles and sending rivers of sharpened agony through my veins. A noise came from outside. Shouts and thuds as if a fight had broken out. A man's voice rose in outrage. My heart skipped. I did my best to focus, but I slipped backward again, dragged down by venom, pain, and an eternal awful burning.
These marks can never be undone,
Solon murmured, his head dipped over my left palm. The light in my skin flickered, threatening to snuff out the more pain that drowned me.
You must heed everything I tell you, Runa. They cannot be simply washed away or forgotten.
He sniffed back what sounded horribly like grief as he finished the final draw.
These marks bind you to your new path and promises. I hope they can protect you from the horrors I have foreseen. Please remember that you will always have me, and I will protect you until my final breath. You will never be alone again, but with that gift comes a cost, and the cost has already been paid.
He kept his chin down, as if he couldn't bear to look into my eyes.
He will never hurt you. I will not allow it. He will cherish the earth you walk upon, and will do everything he possibly can to make sure you are loved and happy.
My head was woozy, my thoughts clouded and unable to follow. A cooling balm smeared over the scalding discomfort on my right and left palms, tenderness granted with softly spoken promises of peace after such awful pain. My eyes flickered open as Solon pushed aside my deerskin wrap and smeared the comforting ointment on the mark the fire had branded me with, coating my skin and protecting it from the air and pulsing agony. Only once all 3 wounds glistened with whatever medicine he'd used did he help me sit up. I didn't remember lying down. With fatherly softness, Solon captured my cheeks in his astringent hands. The herbs in the salve teased my nose, vowing that one day I would know what they were once I started my lessons with Palin and her apprentices. I clung to that vow, all while Solon came back into focus. He kissed my forehead and looked at the smoke hole above. Outside, a spritz of stars had appeared, dazzling in the new fallen darkness.
It is done.
Letting me go, he stood and wiped both hands on the bison fur wrapped around his hips.
You will learn what you have agreed to the moment we step out of this Lupik. I hope to every flame that you will forgive me.
I shuddered with gathering discomfort. Solon, what aren't you saying? He didn't speak or offer me his hand to pull me to my feet, knowing my palms and their new ash-oozing tattoos were beyond touching for now. Solon. He just shook his head and raked fingers through his hair, tangling in his woven braids. Keeping my hands tucked carefully against my belly, I stood without too much of a wobble. Sin whimpered and nudged my thigh, sending me tripping before I caught my balance. "It's okay, Sid," I murmured, raising my palms to study what Solon had done. I gasped at his mastery. The fuzzy, plump body of a bumblebee took up my entire right palm. Its feelers spread up the insides of 2 of my fingers, while its 6 legs fanned out over the edges of my hand. Its wings somehow looked as translucent as nature intended. Faint lines scratched over the body of the banded bee before swooping up my wrist, as if the bee hovered in midair, its wings pinned up and proud, the softest hum of its flight echoing in my ear. Solon. I looked up with fresh tears in my eyes. "It's beautiful." He winced as if my praise hurt him. Sin sniffed the balm coating my newly drawn ash bee. She went to lick me, but I pulled out of her reach, dropping my right hand and raising my left. The second tattoo wasn't nearly as intricate or detailed. It was small and symbolic. Directly in the center of my palm, 2 bison horns curved with their points almost touching. Beneath the crown of sharp-tipped crescent moon horns existed a flickering fire morphing into a blazing sun. Looking up, I frowned. What does it represent? Fiddling with his braids, as if they needed redoing instead of being pristine, he muttered,
It's the mark of our clan.
Solon looked at his left palm, tracing the silver-ashed mark that linked us.
The bison horns are the emblem of the Nil. We're named after light, as you know, and only exist thanks to the generosity of the bison who share our grasslands.
Dropping his hand, he shrugged.
3 marks for the 3 clans of Quellis. Everyone knows their mark, but only the chief, chiefess, and spirit master from each clan may wear the symbol on their skin, drawn into their flesh with the ash of the fire that chose them.
Coming toward me, he cupped my cheeks once more. His eyes burned black with intensity, scaring me.
I wish I knew who you truly are, Runa. I wish you could remember so you could see that what I'm about to do is far, far greater than you and I. Far greater than my people, my kingdom, and everything I hold dear. I cannot see past the visions I am granted, but I beg you to trust me.
He exhaled with a wince.
Trust me and forgive me. Chapter 34. Darrow. I could kill them all with a single thought. That knowledge. That sickening, suffocating knowledge slammed into me the moment I heard Runa's scream. I threw myself at the 2 guards, barring the Lupic with their flimsy, stupid spears. I threw a fist into the jaw of one of them, and a shadow mimicked me, attacking the other like a mirroring piece of my spirit. Both men toppled sideways, their spears clattering uselessly beside them. Natim bleated and bolted, disappearing into the night. Zeta snarled, and I almost managed to snatch the Lupic's entrance before Trawl proved to be a chief of his word. In a flurry of action and well-orchestrated discipline, I was suddenly surrounded by weapons. Get on your knees, Trawl commanded from behind me. Kneel and you won't be hurt. Tell your people to get out of my way, Chief. Take another step, and the first thing Runa will see when she steps out of that Lupic is your corpse. Zeta snarled at the spear points angled at my neck. The Nil never took their eyes off me, even as the wolf growled and snapped at the long links of their weapons. They didn't flinch or waver. I knew in their locked knees and braced shoulders that they would die before letting me pass. I let my very willing, very lethal shadows rip murderously through the camp. A spear pressed against my jugular as a male with almond eyes and jet-black hair demanded, "Do as our chief says and kneel." My shades clashed and clouded in response, buffeting his spear with enough force to make him trip backward, bumping him against another hunter. I gathered another gust of darkness. "Don't." Charles' voice came from behind me again. "Don't be suicidal." Didn't he understand it was them who had a craving for death, not me? Their hearts would stop well before mine did. Runa cried out again. My heart tore up whatever mortal parts of me still existed, and opened wide to what I truly was. My shadows knocked 2 hunters off their feet without a single command. Their different-colored braids clacked with beads as they flew backward, and the brown fur around their hips padded their jarring fall. They landed with pained grunts, scrambling upright as fast as they could, tripping forward to angle their weapons in my face. They glowered at me with ferocity, yet they couldn't hide the trembling of their fear. They feared me. Their panic stunk like a decomposing carcass left in the sun. "One last chance, Darrow." The chief's voice slipped straight into fatal demands. "Kneel and this will all be forgotten." "She's awake." I chewed every word, crunching every letter. "She's in pain. Let me see her." "Not before she comes out of her own accord." Charles' voice hovered directly over my left shoulder. "The pain is only minor," he urged. "Every Nil member goes through it, some as young as 10 when they're first marked with their spirit guardian. I promise you, no true harm is befalling her." No true harm? Didn't he understand that any harm was unacceptable? My vision blackened as my shadows grew so thick that the circle of hunters and their spears were cocooned in a cloud, blocking us off from the rest of the camp, intensifying over me in the center until I moved in clotted night. I pictured them all collapsed and silent on the ground. I imagined every spear broken in half, and every point crushed and dull. I could eradicate them, not just kill them. My shadows coiled to make my imaginings a reality. My head tipped backward, my arms opened wide, and my mind split into excruciating pieces.
Darrow.
I smiled and skated my finger down Runa's body. Her skin glowed as luminous as the sun. Her eyes traded their mortal amber for the truth of what she was. The truth that ought to separate us. Ought to stop every touch, kiss, and love, but only made us fight against the unfairness of our fate. She arched up as my finger dipped inside her. She moaned. I didn't care anymore. I only cared about her. I'd kill for her, destroy for her, scorch the skies and poison the world for her.
Darrow.
I silenced her with a wickedly deep kiss. Her hips rose, and I looked down upon the bed where we lay. Bones. Nothing but bleached and bloody bones. I reared back as crimson droplets rained all over her face, splashing into her pristine white hair, staining the world a rich ruby red. Blood and bones. The destiny we'd promised not to cause. Our bed of bones grew higher, higher, until we touched the stars with our morbid mountain. I screamed as shades poured down her throat, snuffing out her life, plunging the world into perpetual ice-cold night. My eyes flew wide as I gasped for breath. I choked and clutched at the dirt with feral fingers. Zetas whimpered beside me, her large horned head pressed to the ground, her yellow eyes glowing with worry. She licked my wrist hesitantly. Her warmth seeped into me. Her aliveness shed away the horror of my vision. Just a dream, not real. If it was just a dream, how did I see it while awake? Icy sweat drenched me. Zetas growled, wrenching my head up. Breathing hard, my gaze locked on the closed entrance of the Lupic. Runa. Had that truly happened? Had I kissed her on a mountain of bones before suffocating her with my shadows? Who are we? Nil hunters kept their spears trained on me, locking me in their tight circle. Their heights were different, their skin colors distinct. Their eyes, fates, and histories were not the same. Yet they all had one thing in common. They'd been created by mortals who had birthed them. They belonged in this world. Yet I had an awful suspicion that I did not, that Runa did not, that we weren't born. And if that was true, perhaps I was the monster here. I shuddered at the thought of how close I'd come to murdering innocents just because it stood in my way. Trawl entered my spiraling thoughts, his voice heavy with concern. Are you okay? I refused to meet his eyes. He was asking if I was okay, after what I'd almost done. Darrow. He bent closer, steadying me. Are you well? I gave him a sharp nod. I'm fine. You collapsed. His dark gaze traveled from me to Zetas and back again. Perhaps the injuries you sustained from Lyda and Kiva aren't fully healed. His eyes flared with another thought. How long has it been since you ate or drank anything? I didn't reply. What if it was a premonition? Curling my hands, I summoned back the shades. They struggled against me, making me fight to restrain them. They slithered and tangled, before finally obeying and fading from opaque to smoke, vanishing into my skin. The hunters guarding me exhaled with a collective grateful breath. Trawl opened his mouth to ask more questions, questions I had no answers to. But the Lupic's entrance parted, and a happy prancing lynx appeared. Sin froze when she spotted me. Zetas rumbled quietly beside me. The two predators eyed each other up. I went to stand. Runa appeared. All the ice in my chest and fear in my mind dissolved. Every thought quietened. Every worry disappeared. My entire form shivered with relief. I stumbled to my feet, swaying a little. She froze for the briefest of heartbeats before she tripped into a run. flew through the sky and launched herself into my arms. I caught her. I groaned. The world made sense again. Runa. My arms lashed around her. My nose nuzzled into her hair. Every inch of us plastered into one. The sound of disapproving inhales rippled around us. I didn't care Sin swatted my thigh with her claws. I didn't care Zetas tried to wedge her muzzle between us. I didn't care about my vision of bones and blood. All I cared about was her. I needed her to survive, to stay good, to remain in the light that was slowly dimming inside me. Her skin to my skin, her heart to my heart, her scent and sweat, and I inhaled a spicy iron smell. Blood. Pulling back, I held her at arm's length. What did he do to you? Biting her lower lip, she spread her palms, revealing the artwork in her skin.
I've been given a spirit guardian of my namesake and the adoptive mark of the Nil.
Twisting her wrist, she revealed the carefully scribed bee and its intricate wings fluttering up the inside of her arm.
You're awake.
Her tension slid all over me, lingering on my jaw and temple.
Are you hurt? Did Olish...
I'm fine, I murmured. Her face whitened as she looked past me to the guards, ringing me with spears still pointed. She frowned.
Why are your weapons drawn?
She asked the hunters. Her amber stare met mine.
Why were you on your knees?
Looking from me to Trawl, she demanded.
You said he'd be welcomed. You promised.
And he is welcomed. No harm came to him. Trawl crossed his mighty arms and raised his chin as if needing his physical strength to justify his actions. The way he watched Runa wasn't the same as when I'd spied on them the night Sin bit me. Back then, he'd looked at her as a guest, an unknown nameless girl who may or may not survive a trance that he unwillingly approved. Now, he watched her like she might burst into flames at any moment. He wasn't allowed to go into the Lupic until you and Solon were fully coherent, Trawl stated. The ash tattoos needed to be completed, but he heard you cry out and... I tried to get to you. I ran my hand down her arms, immensely grateful that the burn between us was still there. The hum in my crescent moon mark comforted me, threading with my pulse, almost as if our blood pumped through the same heart. I hated hearing you in pain. She smiled just for me.
I'm okay, Darrow.
My name on her tongue did things to me. The spirit master appeared behind Runa. Trawl's disapproving expression broke into the broadest grin. Striding toward the older tall male, Trawl exclaimed, By the fire, I was so worried. 3 days, Solon. The two males embraced. They were almost the same height, although the fire reader was slimmer and leaner than the chief. Their hair shimmered with the same blue-black shade in the moonlight, and their noses carried the same straight shape. Even their dark eyes were similar, revealing to anyone who noticed that they were more than just leaders but kin. Their embrace was fierce and fast. Don't do that again, Trawl laughed, patting Solon on the shoulder and tugging on one of his braids. You should have told me your duties as fire reader were getting too much for an old man. Next time you need a break, tell me before taking a nap that lasts so long. Solon chuckled. Next time I propose a shared trance, remind me not to. Deal. Solon glanced at Runa. Then again, I'll have no need to do another. I couldn't stop the flare of night. It whipped out of me, tangling around my waist, pulsing with impatience to hurt whoever deserved it. The fire reader's jaw clenched. Runa suddenly moved to my side. She ran her fingers over my knuckles, leaving a wake of heat. Swallowing hard, I yanked back the shadows, flinching as they dissolved unwillingly. Trawl shook out his bulk and tried to return the conversation to something somewhat normal. So, brother, are you ready to feast after such a long nap? Solon rubbed his bare stomach. I could eat an entire bison. Good, because that's what's been roasting all day. Runa gave Zetas a half pat, careful to keep her wounds free from wolf hair. Sin stayed by her hip, glaring at me with warning. It seemed we had yet another fanged chaperone. For the first time, I actually questioned their steadfast attempts to keep Runa and me from touching. My back tensed as Solon padded barefoot toward me. The bison fur around his hips hung low, and a string of animal teeth clicked softly down his moonlit chest. I narrowed my eyes and stood to my full height, grateful that even though the fire reader was tall, I was taller. His eyes locked onto mine. I tensed for a fist or a curse, but he surprised me by saying, "Thank you for keeping Runa safe. I don't know how she woke from the trance without me, or how she slipped unseen from the Lupic, but she told me you found her in the—" He glanced at Runa. "I'm grateful you were there at the right time." His entire demeanor changed to one of affection and pride the moment he looked at her. I didn't like this male. I didn't trust this male. But the way he watched her, the love he held for her. My hackles prickled, and I rested my palm on the small of her back, stroking the beads of her spine with my thumb. She inhaled and caught my gaze, but then relaxed into my soft petting, leaning closer and soothing the darkness snapping with its black fangs inside me. Solon didn't miss the way she swayed toward me. Clasping his hands, Troll raised his voice at the milling crowd. "Our beloved spirit master has finally awoken. Gather around the fire. Pass around the feast." A crest of happy hoots and hollers spread around the night-kissed camp. The hunters dispersed from around us, placing their spears down and going to join their loved ones, passing large platters of food around. The central fire blazed with fresh fuel, and the energy around the camp switched from waiting and worried to one of celebration and contentment. Solon came toward Runa, bowing his head as he smiled. "Runa, will you come stand with Troll, Tiptu, and me at the top of the fire, please? We will announce your name, your spirit guardian, and your newly adoptive status within our people." Runa shot me a quick look.
What about Darrow? Can he come?
Solon shook his head. "I'm sorry. He can't join us for now, but it won't take long." My heart hammered with warning. Not to let her go. Not to let Solon reveal whatever he was about to announce. But Runa gave me an apologetic smile and stepped out of my reach.
"I'm sorry, Darrow, but will you be all right for just a little bit? I won't be long. And then the rest of the night, we'll talk."
Her voice lowered with promise.
Talk about what happened by the river and your name. I'll introduce you to your new home.
Home? She was my home. In the hollow part of me, terror howled. I fought the urge to snatch her close and leave. "Go." I lowered my chin, memorizing her lips, her eyes, her smile. "I'll see you soon." Sin slotted herself beside Runa, and Zeta swallowed a growl as if she sensed my unexplainable sadness. Why did it feel as if I'd lost her, even while she stood there, promising the night to me? Our eyes remained tangled as Solon touched her elbow, making her jump. With a nervous smile, she sucked in a breath and turned away. My heart skipped a painful beat. With my teeth clenched, I followed in their wake. I grabbed an armful of roasted meat from a platter placed perilously on a log, then stepped into the darkness where the flame's light couldn't touch. Zetas padded silently beside me as we cut into the grasslands. I didn't go far. I picked a spot where I had a perfect view of where Solon had taken her. They stood outside the largest Lupic, deep in conversation with the chief's mate. I never took my eyes off her as I gave the majority of the fire-warmed meat to Zetas. The wolf curled her nose up at the overcooked flesh. I took one mouthful and almost retched. I was hungry, thirsty, exhausted, and terrified, but I couldn't eat. Couldn't blink. Couldn't breathe as the clan gathered, voices hushed, and all eyes landed on Runa.
Chapter 35. Runa. I stood next to Tiptu as Solon and Troll kept their heads close together, whispering fervently in Fire knees. I couldn't hear what they said, but their body language made prickles tiptoe over my skin. They suddenly strode toward the chief's Lupic and disappeared inside. Whatever was about to happen, I wasn't so sure I wanted to be a part of it. Gritting my teeth, I searched the clan who took turns passing around food and drink. Everyone seemed lighthearted and relieved now that their fire reader was awake. Everyone but Darrow. I can't see him. Our hello had been too quick, too sudden. I needed to touch him, talk to him, convince myself that he was okay after the second swing to the skull. I needed him to know that just because I'd chosen to return to the Nil while he was unconscious didn't mean he didn't have a choice. Darrow had a home here now, a home he didn't want. Solon had adopted me. I'd been given a power I didn't deserve. I had permission to study with a skilled medicine woman and become the acolyte of a spirit master. But all those gifts, far too many gifts, didn't feel right. Not anymore. Not too much longer. Tiptu grinned, her dark brown eyes so warm and welcoming. In her arms, she held her baby son Bon, who'd fallen fast asleep, safe and round-bellied in his mother's protective embrace. Nabin, her daughter, stood behind her, quiet and pensive like usual, blending into the background, always watching but rarely speaking. The silver in Tiptu's thick braids glimmered orange from the fire as Nil members kept piling wood and bison dung into the heart of it, encouraging one of the largest fires I'd ever seen, searing the sky with its violent yellow light. I shook away my racing, tangled thoughts and smiled at her son. I looked up, catching her gaze. "What? Will I need to do anything?" She shook her head. "No, the ceremony won't take long." Her smile faded, and the welcome in her eyes darkened with faint apprehension. I stood a little awkwardly, my mind resuming its chaotic racing. I wanted to thank her for feeding Natim, even if Troll had ordered it. I wanted her to know just how much I appreciated and adored everyone, even if I drowned beneath confusion. If Darrow did choose to stay, would he eventually have a naming ceremony like this? Would Sol inscribe him with his namesake, the moth? His talent at filigree lines and intricate detail would make a stunning work of art on Darrow's earthen, smoky skin. My eyes fell on the festivities before me again, searching for him. I kept searching. The camp was full of laughing faces, lilting voices, and the sense of decadent food. Everyone drank purple wine infused with relief and toasted with joy that their fire reader was still the master of their guidance, safe in the knowledge that they would continue to walk in prosperity thanks to the flames. The very air sparkled with anticipation, and for the first time since Naya had found me by the river's edge, I belonged just as much as them. So why does it suddenly feel so wrong? I shivered and swallowed hard, doing my best to stop my mind from spiraling yet again. Darrow, where are you? My eyes searched quicker, anxiousness settling cold and heavy in my bones. Where is he? I spotted Natim, happily curled up in Naya's lap as she spoke to Hyatt and Wei beside her. The three women kept patting and cooing at the fawn, making my heart warm that he'd found yet another family who loved him. I searched for the silver flash of Zetas, or the glint of her spiral horns in the moonlight. Nothing. Both the wolf and Darrow had vanished. My heart pumped faster, longing and loneliness trickling over my ribs, playing havoc with my pulse. I have to find him. Stepping away from Tiptu's side, I balled my hands unthinkingly. I hissed as fresh pain flared courtesy of the 2 ash tattoos on my palms. Tiptu narrowed her eyes. "Are you uncomfortable?" Glancing at my bare feet that twitched to run and find Darrow, she said kindly, "If you need more balm, I can get Palin to make another batch once the ceremony is finished." She smiled. I still remember the pain when I received the mark when I mated Thrall. The nil mark burned right through to my spirit as his father carved ash into my flesh. I paused my flight, unwilling to be rude. You felt it too? We all do. Some more than others. She hitched Bon higher in her hold. But it doesn't last. Tomorrow morning, the wounds will be mostly healed and the pain just a memory. Why does it hurt so much? It felt as if my entire blood was infected with flames. It's the fire's magic, Tiptu said, keeping her voice low as she cast a glance at Solon and Thrall, who reappeared from the Lupic. It has bound you to its will. It will lavish you with abundance and guidance, but it will also demand obedience and servitude. Licking her lips, she inched closer. Apprehension was back in her eyes as she tipped her head closer to mine. Runa, She inhaled and tried again. I'm sure Solon told you what is about to happen, and I just wanted to say that I will always watch over you. You aren't just Solon's adopted daughter, but you are also mine now. Shifting Bon to her hip, she reached out and squeezed my forearm. Whatever misunderstanding was between you two is over. I swear to you, you're safe. I stiffened in her hold. Misunderstandings with who? Safe from what? Her eyebrows knitted together. You mean you don't... She sucked in a breath and glowered at Solon as he came toward me and cupped my elbow, locking me between him and Tiptu. You didn't tell her. Tiptu hissed. How could you? She has to agree. Solon's shoulders pinned back.
She agreed the moment she remembered her name and her power started manifesting. It's the only way I can keep her and everyone else safe.
Solon straightened until he was stiff as a statue.
Regardless of what I want or what you think is right, it's not up to us.
His voice darkened.
So don't meddle with things you don't understand, Chiefess. The fire decreed what needed to be done. I have merely obeyed.
But you can't just...
I'm not doing anything.
Solon snapped.
The fire has seen what will come to pass. This is bigger than any of us.
His tone softened as his eyes met mine.
Runa, I promise you, I will always keep you safe. I vowed it in our Lupic, and vow it again, here and now. Eventually you will understand. One day you will forgive me.
I tried to free myself from his grip. Forgive you? Forgive you for what? Tell her. Tiptu wrapped her arms around Bon, shooting a glance at Nabin, who watched us with wide eyes. Tell her right now, or I will.
Tiptu.
Thrall's deep timbre echoed through my bones.
It's time. Relinquish Runa to our spirit master, and allow the fire to guide us, like it always has.
His eyes locked on hers with unrefusable commands. His lips thin and nostrils flared. Tiptu's hand lashed on my arm again, squeezing fiercely. She pulled me toward her, as if deciding to go against her mate's order, only for her to release me, drop her chin, and refuse eye contact, stepping back to stand silently by her daughter. She didn't look at me again, and I wasn't given time to ask what she meant before Solon plastered on a fire reader's smile and tugged me forward, taking me as close to the flames as he could without singeing the deerskin wrapped around my body. A hush fell over the camp, feathering out to silent even the males and females drinking and laughing in the shadows. Naya and Hyeth gave me a bright smile, picking up Natim and waggling his baby deer ears. I tried to smile, but my lips were numb. My heart beat too fast, and every instinct screamed to run. Thrall came to my other side, his huge bulk and imposing mountain blocking my path. My gaze flew over the many pairs of eyes watching us, the many eager faces locked on their leaders and me in their middle. Shades of skin varied from night to day. Braided and flower-decorated hair ranged from sunshine to black and even the fiery glow of flames. But no one had a smoky stare that had the power to stop my heart. Darrow, please. Trull raised his arms, silencing the final whisper. His dark chest strained with a deep inhale, and his voice echoed around the camp, cutting through the fire's crackle and seeping into every listening ear.
Tonight, our fire reader was returned to us after he risked his own spirit in order to help our nameless guest find hers. For 3 days he was trapped in the flames, while this nameless guest went on her own quest to remember. It took a special clan member to find her and bring her back.
He glanced around, looking for Sin, who'd been shooed away from my side when I'd been led to stand at the head of the fire. The lynx sat up from her pout, her whiskers glittering and tiny antlers proud as a crown upon her head. Trull beamed.
We seem to have created a habit of adopting of late. First, a lynx cub and now a newly gifted Quellis girl.
His pride-filled eyes fell on me.
Thanks to our fire reader, she is no longer nameless, and she is no longer just our guest. She has been chosen by the flames to carry on a lineage that continues to keep us healthy, wealthy, and safe.
Out of the corner of my eye, Actor appeared, slipping from the leader's lupic with a scowl. He moved with a limp, his hand wrapped around a sturdy stick that aided his wincing gait. His hips were wrapped in bison fur, while the thigh that Salak had mauled had been tended to by a healer, bound in a poultice and wrapped in woven river reeds. Our eyes met, memories of his hands around my throat and his hips driving between mine made icy sweat roll down my spine. Actor didn't hold my stare. His chin tipped downward as he moved to stand beside his mother, sister, and baby brother. Tiptu launched into a sharp, whispered conversation, directing a flurry of words into his ear. He listened, then froze, his head wrenched up, staring at me. This time, his eyes were wide and disbelieving. His chest was painted with ash and tallow, similar to the symbols Palin had drawn on me when I'd first stepped into the trance with Solon. He wore 2 strings of beads, with the tip of a bison horn dangling from the longest one. He flinched as I glowered back, just daring him to lay another finger on me. I would hurt him back. I would use my sensitive power to step into Zeta's wolfen spirit and borrow her fangs to tear another hole into his body. A hole that couldn't be so easily repaired. Whispering back to his mother, Actor's free hand that wasn't wrapped around his walking stick cut through the air with ferocity. Another droplet of worry rolled down my spine as I watched the two argue back and forth. The longer they spoke, the more my instincts burned to bolt. I shifted on my toes, tearing my eyes away from the male who'd hurt me, and searched for the male who'd saved me, the male who'd given me everything my lonely, forgetful heart didn't know it needed. I needed to feel him, touch him, so I didn't give in to the crushing dread growing thicker and blacker with every heartbeat. Squeezing my elbow again, Solon wrenched me back to the blazing fire and eager eyes.
Allow me to present Runa, chosen by the fire, named after the ancient dead language of Zanasha for bee, life-giver, and light-bringer. Adoptive daughter to Solon, first of his name, and current spirit master, kin to Tiptu and Trull, chief and chiefess of the Nil, marked by Quellis, and branded by the flames themselves. Runa!
The clan raised their hands and voices, just like they had when welcoming Bon at his naming ceremony. I twitched and stared into the deep, dark night, searching for a way to hide from so many seeing eyes. Solon looked at Trull, who picked up a small carved bowl resting by his foot. Solon continued in his assertive announcement.
Tonight's feast is in blessing to Runa's new path, to bring richness to her upcoming learning, prosperity to her fire-given existence, and abundance to her power and awakening.
The clan all raised their hands to the sky, calling out as one, drumming their feet on the earth. Runa. Once they'd fallen quiet, Solon said,
We welcome her spirit into our ever-growing family. May she be cherished and cared for by all, and guided and taught by our collective wisdom, so that she may guide and care for us all when she becomes our next fire reader.
Another ricochet of shouts, more feet pounding, more hands raised in praise to the fire and its bounty.
Runa now carries my bloodline. She is second in line to rule in my stead. She will guide our spirits and mystical fates, while Actor will guide our mortal forms and earthly journeys once he ascends to the chiefdom. Together, they will ensure that our clan remains strong and prosperous, in this world and in the next.
Another thundering of feet, a few cries and whoops as the excitement continued to grow. The air no longer sparkled, but throbbed with excitement and celebration. My heart skipped the louder the knell became. My eyes cast to Actor, who stood with both hands fisted on his walking stick. His jaw clenched, and the tendons in his neck stood out in stark relief as he met my stare, and looked away just as fast. How much must it irk him to have the girl he tried to traumatize suddenly become as powerful as he? To know that, one day, he must rule beside me. That I was no longer nameless and vulnerable. I was gifted and untouchable.
Vow, here and now, to keep Runa safe and secure within our family. Recognize her as your own, because we all share the same blood, same bone, same breath. We are fire knees. We are nil. The fire element sparks within each of us, granting its warmth, its light, and its power.
I recognized the words from when Solon held Bon into the sky. Unwilling to pick me up, Solon merely raised my arm.
Reveal that spark within you. Share the element we all carry. She is ours. She is one of us. She is yours.
Heat darted down my back as everyone raised their arms. Jubilant females with exultant males, young and old, all so accepting of a stranger who'd suddenly been named Solon's successor. I didn't feel worthy of such an honor. Darrow. I looked for him again, blinded by the constellations of flames as every clan member sparked fire onto their skin. The night was lit with so many flickering fires, fluttering in the cool moon breeze, some barely there while others proudly held aloft their palm-given candles.
She is ours. She is one of us.
She is ours. She is one of us. She is yours. It was happening so fast, so sudden. My head ripped to Solon as he held out his other arm and conjured his own flame. His fire didn't remain in his palm. It ignited his entire forearm, licking around his elbow with silvery smoke.
Now you,
he whispered.
Show our people that you belong.
My heart jangled. I shook my head. I couldn't control my trembling. This was wrong. I'd made a mistake. I can't do this.
Runa.
Solon pulled me closer.
It's almost over. Just summon your flame and you can go.
Go. Yes, I wanted to go. More than anything.
A flame, Runa. Then you're free.
Free. A simple fire, and then I could be alone with Darrow. Closing my eyes, I sank into the nervous jumble inside me. All my trapped energy, all my worry, confusion, and guilt. All of it churned and twisted. I was a ball of restrained intensity, and I was bottled to the brim. denied the urge to run, forbidden the need to hide.
Runa,
Solon commanded. I closed my eyes and gave in. Burn. All it needed was a single spark, the smallest tinder, the quietest call. All that nervous energy, all that blinding power, it fermented into something uncontrollable. The entire clan went deathly silent. Their pounding feet ceased. Their happy voices cut off mid-word. Solon's touch fell away from my elbow, and I opened my gaze. I blinked at a blazing world. I looked at my ash-tattooed hands as my skin danced and billowed with white, bright gold. Black smoke curled off me. Flames spat and crackled. Fire didn't just flicker in my palm. It cloaked me from crown to toe. I stood in a pyre of my own making. I burned brighter than the sun. I burned so vibrantly, so otherworldly, that every member of the Nil slowly dropped one by one to their knees. Their faces upturned, their lips whispered prayers, and their worship sank into my flesh, feeding false belonging, believing I was someone I wasn't, showing me a future that wasn't mine to tread. I've made a mistake. A horrible, horrible mistake. This wasn't who I was meant to be. This was wrong. A lie. Darrow appeared from the grasslands with a silver-furred wolf at his side, his lips parted wide with concern. Our eyes met. My heart cracked and shattered. Instincts hissed that this was the moment when everything changed. All my hopes, all our dreams, they went up in smoke because I finally saw. I saw what was about to happen, and I couldn't believe I'd been so blind. I should have seen, should have known, should have run.
Chapter 36. Darrow. She really shouldn't have done that. I told her by the river not to summon such light, such heat, such power. And just like by the river, the longer she stood in the heart of such fire, the less substantial her body became. The outline of her hair, face, and form glowed brighter and brighter until every member of the Nil squinted and raised their hands to shield their eyes from her gilded luminosity. Zetas grumbled beside me, her paws shifting with fear. Her nose sniffed the dangerous crackle of Runa's power, sensing what I did. If that power loosened, the entire grasslands and every creature living in it would be blackened into dust. The chief and chiefess grabbed Solon and spoke to him urgently. Their son kept weight off his bound leg, all while gaping at the bright orb that was the girl he'd tried to mount. She really shouldn't have shown everyone how much strength flowed in her veins. That sort of power had the tendency to terrify people into two extremes: blind worship or livid hate. Runa's magic was the exact opposite of mine. I could conjure the very darkness into day, and she could shed light on every corner of the night. What that meant, I still didn't know. But I did know we were wise to keep each other close, to keep learning about each other, keep testing our boundaries and gaining control over the powers we had forgotten. Because if we didn't, if we pretended to be like them, then eventually our past would catch up with us. No one else was safe until we remembered. No one else could be fully trusted until we knew. And no one else could understand what it felt like to be empty of mind, yet occupy a body that bristled with such potency. The chief suddenly grabbed the fire reader, pulling him away from Runa and hissing in his ear. Solon nodded once, then untangled himself roughly from the chief's grip. He shifted back to Runa, studying her gilded skin as if searching for a way to turn her back to mortal. Her gold-blazing eyes met mine across the kneeling crowd, blinded by fire and as bright as the sun. I couldn't make out her features or see the fear in her gaze, but I sensed it. I felt her calling out to me. I trembled with her panic as she glowed brighter and brighter, unable to stop. I couldn't look away. I opened my heart entirely to her and let the whispers of her spirit shout loudly into mine. We both jerked in synchronicity, bolted by the searingly intense connection even on opposite sides of the camp. Our lips parted as we sucked in a shared breath. Something forgotten skated around my recollection, teasing me to know. This sudden sixth sense wasn't new. We'd shared such a gift before. We'd spoken in silence and walked in purpose. We'd shared a destiny and accepted that whatever we were, we would never be fully mortal, even though we wished to be. What are we? I screamed into the void in my head. Nothing replied. Silence mocked. And in that silence, Runa's voice, bright as the stars and fragile as flowers, resonated directly in my mind.
Darrow.
I stepped forward, leaving the grasslands behind, intending to run to her.
Darrow, I can't stop.
I clenched my fists as a shroud of shadows peeled off me, swooping toward her at the head of the clan. Just like she couldn't control her light, my shades appeared without summoning. Nil members swung their stares from Runa to me as my shadows cast over them. They clambered to their feet as they were barricaded, standing in the middle of light and dark. They shied away from my lengthening blackness as it whipped out and veined the courtyard. Some shuddered with fear, and others cuddled their younglings close as if to prevent them from becoming infected by my night. I sank deeper into the spirit link that bound me to Runa. My shadows thickened into billowing black clouds. Zetas barked, nudging her wet nose against my wrist. I was only vaguely aware of the external world, drowning in the intensity from this newly remembered internal one.
Darrow.
I tried replying in the same silent way, but couldn't. Frustration and need to touch her fed such commands into my darkness. Shadows twined around clustered males and females, licking through the fire without any pain, sailing straight for Runa. I held my breath to touch her, to offer her comfort and protection. But the moment my shades brushed Runa's incandescent glow, something happened. A ricocheting boom, a heart-rending crack. Both of us cried out, dropping to our knees. Her light snuffed out. A splintering vision sucked me deep. She arrived as suddenly as I had. A tear in the air, a lash of wind, a flash of sunshine. I was no longer alone. She glowed with golden glitter as if her bones had been forged by sunlight, and her skin couldn't contain its fire. Her white hair looked like the heart of a blazing star, blistering with life and power. The silence that had stalked me since my awakening 2 nights ago seemed less somehow. Less stark, less thick, less oppressive. She broke it with her breathing, softened it with her presence. Slowly she raised her head and noticed me. Her eyebrows quirked up her flawless sun-glow face. Her eyes reminded me of twin suns, mirrors to her soul, blinding me with yellow brilliance. We were the same, her and I. The same 2 legs, 2 arms, 2 eyes, and living heart. I knew what she was. She knew what I was. I hummed with our unfolding potential.
We are all alone,
she whispered, looking away from me. I felt the loss of her attention. My skin grew cool, and my heart hung dejectedly in my chest. Even my stomach twisted with the need to have her focus on me again. Such a frail form we'd been given, so vulnerable to bone-bruising, breath-stealing emotion.
There's no life here.
She drank in the barren wasteland that stretched to every horizon, flat and unremarkable, brown and unexceptional. Nothing but us and the stars. The crescent moon mark on my thigh shattered the vision, plummeting me back into a body that felt foreign. The searing mark dripped with fresh blood. Runa's loud gasp of pain ripped my head up. I knew without seeing. Her mark had bled like mine. She kneeled like I did, her hands digging into the earth for balance. I went to stand, to go to her. Something smashed into my shoulders. Something icy and heavy and violent. I grunted as my chest was shoved toward the ground, forcing me to bow over my knees. I fought. I punched the dirt and tried to stand, but it was no use. I couldn't move, not even a fraction. Breathing hard, I jerked and scrambled. The pressure merely kept tightening until I could barely breathe. What's happening? Zeta snipped at my shoulder, whimpering, sensing I was trapped by something she couldn't see. She stalked around me, seeking its weaknesses, all while Solon grabbed Runa by the elbows and hauled her to her feet. "Don't!" I howled the words through the heart link. I tried to use my mortal lips, but both were gagged and silenced as I fought an unseen enemy, all while Runa swayed sadly on her feet. She searched for me. Tears rolled for me. I waited for her to speak directly into my mind, but nothing. She looked at Solon as he rubbed her now extinguished arms and grabbed a handful of her white hair before letting it spill through his fingers as if searching for remnants of her flames. He lowered his head to hers, speaking too softly for anyone else to hear. I fought harder against the pressure lashing me to the ground. But whatever entity or magic had captured me only tightened more, yanking my throat closer to my knees, making it harder and harder to keep my eyes on the girl I'd do anything to protect, the girl I'd known for an ancient age, the girl who wasn't just a girl but was so much more. With a soft smile, Solon cupped her cheek, spoke again, then turned to the chief who stood warily behind him. Taking the bowl that Trawl had been holding, Solon stepped back a little, looking past Trawl to the hunter who would one day feel my wrath. Actor puffed up his ash symbol-covered chest before holding his head high and shifting reluctantly to Runa's side. Darkness billowed in my stomach. I fought harder, sweat beading on my brow as the unseen, unknown force locking me over my knees pulsed with power. No matter how hard I struggled, no one came to help. The thick crowd all stood with their attention fixed on Solon, their backs to me. Even the younglings who looked around the camp bored and restless didn't focus on me. A young male with his toddler arms wrapped around a carved bison toy glanced in my direction, but his eyes didn't linger, didn't study. He looked right through me to the outskirts of the grasslands, focusing on a cloud of flickering fireflies as they swarmed with pinpricks of light. He shouldn't be able to see the dancing insects. I was in his way. My bulk would block him from seeing, unless I went cold. Zetas huffed and shook her head. Her yellow eyes glowed with night shine, but they didn't focus on mine like usual. They skittered around, panicking and searching her nose, wrinkling as she sniffed the sky. I stopped fighting the invisible binds, my skin frosting in horror. "Zetas, can you see me?" The wolf spun around, her tail whipping. She sniffed again, following my scent away from where I crouched, following the trail I'd walked before, her pace growing jerky the longer she couldn't find me. How could I vanish when I was still exactly where I'd been? I snarled and fought again as my eyes returned to Runa, my heart thundering. I had to get to her. Now. Dipping his thumb into the bowl, Solon held his hand aloft, revealing an oily, silvery mixture. The clan all fell into hushed reverence, their gazes enthralled with Solon in the middle of Runa and Actor. I fought harder, grunting under my breath. Sweat poured and panic choked. Zetas howled and broke into a run around the camp, her paws crushing the small grass seedlings that dared sprout in the Nil courtyard. A few Nil watched her running in crazed circles trying to find me, but no one looked to where I crouched. "I'm right here," I shouted. I waited for the crowd to jump, for Runa to dash from the spirit master and race to my side. Runa looked to where I'd been standing, to where I still fought, and her entire body stiffened. Her gaze shot around the camp as Zetas grew more and more unsettled. She gasped as she looked to the heavy swaying heads of the grasses, as if I disappeared and had no plans on coming back. "I'm right here, Runa." A tear rolled down her cheek, heartbreak bright in her glossy stare. "Runa!" I fought and fought, but she sucked in a thin breath and rolled her shoulders as if protecting herself the only way she knew how. "Runa! I haven't gone. I would never—" She looked away from me. She didn't hear. I was as invisible as the air we breathed and as silent as fallen snow. I gasped past the dread curdling in my lungs. Solon spoke in a loud, commanding voice. "As with all families, We have traditions and troths. Every mated pair within our clan began their matehood with the ashes of the fire that burned on the night of their first bedding. Their love was blessed by the flames, and the ashes of that blessing are stored for future happiness. Throwing a look at Tiptu, who clutched her son extra tight, Solon continued. In this bowl are the ashes from the night of Troll and Tiptu's mating ceremony. The fire burned a full day and night, and it brought many years of joy to the clan they watch over. Solon paused and looked around at the many watching faces. Slowly, the crowd shed their nervousness of Runa's blinding power, and were swept back up into the magic of ceremony. The girl on fire had extinguished, and the man who bled shadows had vanished. The strangeness of the evening and the brightness in which Runa had glowed only added more to her mystique, her newly adopted value increasing with every strange phenomenon. Turning to Runa, Solon smeared his ash-covered thumb over her forehead. He whispered something to her before saying loudly for the clan to hear. You are now heir to the fire's true calling, and my adoptive daughter. You are touched by Quellis, and have been gifted this responsibility because your heart is pure. Are you prepared to die for your people, to think of them first, to always have their well-being in mind? Runa seemed to struggle, her hands trembling as she looked to where I'd been standing. I fought with violence. Runa, see me. I promised I would never leave you, and I haven't. My words never traveled past my tongue, snatched by whatever force held me, silencing them into nothing. Shaking hard enough to be visible, tears tracked down her cheeks as she glanced toward the grasslands. She seemed to choke on something before her head moved jerkily up and down.
She
moaned in pain.
I am.
Her voice sounded despairing, unwilling. It tore my heart into shreds. With a stern nod, Solon accepted her vow before dipping his thumb into the ash-filled bowl again and turning to Actor. The clan vibrated with anticipation. And you, Actor, son of Tiptu and Troll. Solon's voice changed from warmth to chipped with cold. With a harsh swipe, he drew oily ash on Actor's forehead as the Nil Mel bowed his head, looking contrite and humble. You are touched by Quellis, and have been gifted this responsibility because your heart is pure. Are you prepared to die for your people, to think of them first, to always have their well-being in mind? Pure? His heart wasn't pure. It was defiled, rotten filth. Actor raised his chin, his gaze flicking to Runa, who stood so close, too close. The symbols on his chest glistened in the firelight as he sucked in a breath. I am. Solon stiffened before nodding and turning to face the clan. Males and females, younglings and elderly, all watched with rapt attention, their multi-hued skin catching the flame's light differently. Holding the bowl aloft, Solon announced regally, By the fire and its light, you, Runa, and you, Actor, are bound within its might. You were asked and tasked, and now you serve the greater good. Runa tried to step backward, but jerked on the spot as if something prevented her from moving. Her eyes blazed with panic.
Solon, please, stop.
Her back arched as if something crawled down her throat and silenced her. The spirit master's head hung as he trembled. For the longest moment he didn't move, but then the fire billowed with a loud pop, and his chin came up, his eyes shimmering with apologies. I'm so sorry. I twisted and thrashed, fighting. Urgency bled through me as Solon once again raised his voice, his tone subdued and burdened. Here stand your future rulers. Both have pledged to put you before their own life and desires. Their lives are entwined in service, and now they must be bound by blood. Grabbing Runa's left hand, he winced in sympathy as she cried out from the still sore tattoos. He whispered something. His entire body looked ruined, but he didn't let her go. She tried to fight, but something was wrong with the way she moved. Sluggish and tangled, bound just like me. Keeping her locked in his hold, Solon reached for Actor's left palm, tugging the chief's son closer. Actor's hand glistened with blood, a design carved into his flesh, awfully similar to the one I'd seen on Runa. My heart hurled itself against my ribs. No, he wouldn't. Don't, I snarled. Runa. She is not yours. She can never be yours. Now, she never will be. The voice blew through my mind like an Arctic hurricane. I stiffened, panting hard. I'd never heard the harsh whip before. The unseen power added another lash of magic over my back, gagging me with ropes of unseen force. I choked on the sickly presence of ice and strength, turning feral as it covered my mouth and nose with dense silence. We are doing you a favor, doing what you asked. My tongue was useless, my lips muzzled. I spoke in my mind, replying the same way it had. I didn't ask for anything. You did. You made us promise. Made all of us promise. Mortals, animals, elements, and entities. We all had to promise. Promise, promise. Promise what? To protect. Protect who? Us, them, everything. From what? From you and her. From you and her together. The voice dipped and dived like a feather caught in a breeze, cool and melodic while nasty and grim. Quellis failed. Lokarth failed. Vitak failed. Revosa succeeded. I went cold. Revosa? The dead language for air. I shifted in its invisible binds. You're an element? We are the element. We are breath and life like her. We are suffocation and death like you. We are the only element that matters. Without us, nothing exists. With you, nothing survives. But with her, everything flourishes. I stopped struggling. We will let you go, Moon Master. It is almost done. Its wintry bluster pressed up against my chin. Raising my head, forcing my eyes back to Runa and Actor still held in Solon's grip. The fire had called me that too. Moon Master. I tugged at a memory, but my head ached with sudden distortion. Solon hadn't moved. He hadn't spoken another word. Runa stood in the exact same position as she had when the voice first came to me. I blinked. It felt as if I'd fought for an age, yet my argument with the element didn't follow the usual pattern of time. How? Because of us. The wind gusted and played, pulling on my hair, seeming to read my mind. How? A tinkling laugh that sounded like shattering ice. Time is air. Air is time. Wind speeds, fog slows, thick and thin, quick and... Enough. I yanked my arms, trying to get free from its binds. Let me go. Soon. Soon we will. Soon. The finger of air holding my head up pushed higher, making my neck scream as time continued in its normal rhythm. Runa struggled as Solon tugged her closer. Actor gritted his teeth as he stepped to meet her, their bare feet almost touching. Watch, Moon Master. Watch us obey you. Watch us protect you. Watch. Are you watching? My heart hammered as Solon brought Runa and Actor's hands together, his face unreadable and eyes miserable. Runa shuddered as he pressed her still ash-bleeding hand to Actor's. I snarled as Actor wrapped his fingers tightly around hers. Runa tried to pull back. He wouldn't let her go. Rage. fury. My vision feathered black as my shadows siphoned out, clouding around me in the cocoon of air, trapping me, hiding me. The shades had nowhere to go, blinding my sight. "You'll want to see this, Moon Master, so you know all is lost." Yanking my shadows back, I bared my teeth at the icy voice, just as Solon placed his hand over Actor's and Runa's joined ones. With his legs braced and bare chest gleaming with fire flames, he spoke to his clan with a heavy voice. "I condemn Actor for his recent unforgivable act toward my newly adoptive daughter. His mistrust and doubt caused unnecessary pain, and for that he must atone. Physical punishment has been served, but with his blood, he is bound by a far greater task. The task of loving what he fears, of protecting what he doesn't trust, of learning to see instead of doubt." His voice cracked. "Her pain is his pain. Her life is now his life. This bind is commanded, not by me, but by Quellis, who knows far more than mere mortals. Something is stirring, something is coming, and the fate of all of us hangs in the balance." Runa struggled. Both Actor and Solon held her firm. The fire reader didn't look at her, almost as if he couldn't. "See, Moon Master? See? Do you see?" I fought again, sweat pouring off me. "Let me go, before it's too late." Because I did see now. I saw and I couldn't breathe. "Let me go!" The air merely bristled and blew, stinging my eyes and making my skin prickle with horror. Runa looked in my direction, eyes wide and panicked. She searched the spot where I'd stood with Zetas. Another crack of heartbreak bled in her stare. Biting her lower lip, she dropped her head, white hair cascading over her cheeks, hiding her tear-brimming eyes. "Runa, she can't hear, can't see, can't know." The air wriggled through my ear like an icy worm. "She asked, you asked, Revosa obeyed." "I didn't ask you to stop me from protecting her." "You did," Air replied. "This is us protecting her, protecting them, protecting all of them." Solon cleared his throat, speaking in an even stricter tone as if his throat was closing over every letter. "Runa has been chosen by the fire to be my successor. Actor is chosen by birth to be Troll and Tiptu's inheritor. Together, the blood of our lineage will continue." Zetas whimpered as she shot out of the grasslands. Her nose skated over the ground, chasing my tracks, confused and lost. But she didn't move. She lay as still as a silver-charred log, her eyes pooling with sadness. My back blazed from the angle the air kept me bound in. My arms craved to wrap around the wolf and give her solace. But Solon choked. "The chief and fire reader have always been blooded, for that is how the fire communicates with its chosen." Runa turned as white as Natim's ivory belly, and 2 fat tears rolled down her cheeks as she looked up, trying to catch Solon's eyes.
"Please, Solon, please don't."
But the fire reader wouldn't look at her as he dropped his attention to her hand, still trapped in Actor's. His voice broke as he chanted, "By blood, soot, and fire, you are trothed to become one. By bones, smoke, and flame, you share one heart as it is done. No other will break this bind, just as no death will leave a lover behind. Your rule will be rich and long, your mating blessed with 2 spirits who belong." No, he couldn't. It's not possible. Actor suddenly screamed, bending forward and tripping into Solon. His poultice-wrapped leg gave out beneath him. Runa's back snapped straight as her lips parted in a silent cry. No! Solon leaped back as Runa and Actor fell together, their hands entwined, their fingers glowing red, locked together by magic weaving its awful spell. Runa! The clan's voices swelled like a wave.
Blood, soot, and fire, they are one. Bone, smoke, and flame, it is done.
I lost myself to violence. I thrashed, I bucked. Pain I didn't know I was capable of feeling sliced through me. Actor's harsh shout wrenched my head up as he yanked his hand from Runa's, looking at his palm where joint blood smeared. Holding up his hand with a mixed look of triumph and trepidation, he revealed to his people the Astron symbol, like the one that had been carved into Runa's. 2 bison horns with a flame transforming into a sun. Cradling his bleeding palm with his other, he glanced at Runa as she stumbled to her feet. She shifted away from him, nursing her own bloodied palm, her skin stained with what Solon had done. Shaking her head, she looked at the cheering clan. Her amber eyes were dull as ochre. Tears dripped over her eyelashes as she shook her head again and again. The clan hushed enough for Solon to cup her shoulders and murmur just loud enough for all to hear. The betrothal bloodbind now flows through both of you. Through the power of the fire, your hearts now pump to the same life force. You aren't just bound, you are one. He shuddered, no signs of joy on his weary face. It cannot be undone. You will be mated the night after the Ayum festival. The roar that ripped through the clan hurt my ears. They celebrated Runa's imprisonment as if it were her throne. I groaned as agony tore through me. I thought the spirit master wanted her for himself. Yet he'd pledged her to the very male who'd tried to take her without consent, the male who'd held a blade to her throat and made her bleed, the male who'd strangled her and mounted. I fought with everything I had. I was a wolf. I was fang and claw and horn. Soon moon mass now, I snarled. Food was thrown into the sky in jubilation. Younglings were hugged and swung around in wild glee, and feet drummed the earth, rising dust amongst their ankles as they all celebrated the nightmare that had just been given. My bones popped as I wrestled and no longer cared how I would get free. I would kill anything that got in my way. I would strangle the wind and rip out the throat of fire. I kicked and rolled and snarled. With tears streaming down her whitewashed cheeks, Runa stared at the spot where I broke apart. I froze. I shivered violently. I felt her despair from here. Felt her fear, her grief, her pain. I groaned as every part of me howled. Zeta suddenly sat up and raised her snout to the moon. She made the sound I couldn't, her haunting call ringing out over the foot-pounding, happy-dancing crowd. Runa glanced at Zetas, and with a tattered gulp and face-twisting sorrow, she turned and ran. She ran on swiftest feet, white hair streaming behind her like starlight. She didn't stop until she disappeared into the grasslands, the summer-ripened grass swaying in her haste. The second she was gone, the gag and air ropes vanished. Leaping to my feet, I balled my hands, summoned my shadows, and sprinted after Runa. I was nothing more than blackened wind, scattering the pieces of my broken heart behind me.
Chapter 37. Runa. I couldn't breathe. I can't breathe. I ran and stumbled and coughed and sobbed and could not breathe. I can't. Tripping to a stop, I planted both hands on my thighs and bent over. My mouth opened wide as I sucked down lungfuls of burning air. My spirit screamed. The core of who I was tore itself apart with denials, refusals, disbelief, pain. Pain of loss, of hope, of awful, awful truth that I was no longer free to make my own choices. I'd never been free. I'd always been forbidden and hidden and blind. The ever-widening blackness inside me swallowed me whole. Every mistake, every heartache, every slip from whatever path I was supposed to follow leapt down my throat and choked me. No one else had seen. No one else had cared that the fire's heat wave had slithered out of the flames to tie tightly around my legs, my arms, my waist, my neck. I'd become its puppet, its plaything, imprisoned by its whims. No one saw me trying to get free. No one saw me fighting an unseen foe, all while Darrow vanished, Zetas galloped around the clan, and Solon betrayed my trust by betrothing me to Actor. Actor. He couldn't. He didn't. It couldn't be true. Tears rivered down my cheeks as I struggled to breathe all over again. Why hadn't Darrow tried to help? Why had the fire bound me in place and forced me to agree with pledges that destroyed all my faith and killed me with such sickening heartache? I wanted to scream, but the fire put words in my mouth, made me accept the terms of servitude, of matehood, of a bind that ripped through my blood and stopped my heart for an excruciating, terrifying moment. Why had Solon done this to me? The half-moon above glimmered brightly, refusing to give me answers. Its sterling light dappled on the ever-moving river as it washed quickly downstream. Little flashes of night-glowing fishes broke the surface, leaping for the luminescent fireflies skimming the top. Jeweled dragonflies ate the bugs the fishes missed, and frogs hidden by reeds sang their croaky song, adding layers upon layers to the dark serenade of night. It was all too much, too loud, too alive. A wolf howled. I froze. Was that Zetas? Has she found Darrow? Where had he gone? Why had he gone? What did I do for him to forsake?
Runa!
A faint breeze thickened behind me into denser, darker night. I spun around. I no longer heard the lullaby of life. All I heard was my heart slamming into my ribs and blood gushing through my veins. Darrow stood with his lean, muscular chest heaving, his wolf pelt hanging precariously low on his hips, and his hands balled into weapons at his sides. Zetas stood beside him, sleek and silver, her horn-crowned head low as if stalking prey.
Runa!
He raised his hand, stepping toward me, with agony staining his eyes.
You're safe.
Safe? I couldn't fight my instincts to get away from him. My heart still bled. My tears still flowed. He'd left. And he had the audacity to say I was safe? I wasn't safe. I'd never be safe again. How am I safe? I'm betrothed to a monster. I tripped backward, shaking my head. You left. You let them mate me to... I choked and swiped angrily at my tears. Was it truly his responsibility to save me from the Nils customs? Could I blame him for tonight when I was the one who wanted to go back? This was my fault. Yet I couldn't stop the terrified, horrified blame from raging through me. No matter how much I tried, I couldn't forgive him. I couldn't forgive his disappearance, all while my heart had pleaded for help. He'd heard me when I glowed. I know he did. Our minds had linked. Our hearts had synced. We'd been one. He'd felt my fear, and he'd protected me. He'd cloaked me in his shadows, helped me snuff out my overpowering light, and his smoky eyes had etched with silver rings as he stared right into my spirit. It had been a physical touch, an eternal promise that I would never be alone again. Yet, he left. He'd vanished when I needed him the most. Another wash of tears choked me.
Runa.
He winced and stepped closer, his teeth sinking into his bottom lip.
I'm so sorry.
You left me! I scream-sobbed.
I didn't.
He shook his head, his black tangled hair shaking free a grass blade.
I will never leave you. Never.
But you did.
I was right there. I never moved. I never left, Runa.
His voice turned raspy.
I was trapped, imprisoned by...
And you think I wasn't? I hissed. Do you think I agreed to sacrifice my life into service? Agreed to mate him? His eyebrows snapped down.
You were imprisoned as well? By what?
What do you think? I bared my teeth. The fire. It's always the fire. Tears clogged my throat as Sin suddenly appeared from the grasslands, the adolescent lynx once again chasing after me. She was the one constant, the only creature I could rely on. She came straight to my side and nudged my thigh with her nose, making me flinch at the stinging burn on my upper leg. My sunburst mark had bled again when Darrow touched me with his shadows. The fire holding me captive had screeched in my ears not to let him touch me, not to let him walk in my mind, not to let him blacken my heart. I'd fought against it. I'd embraced Darrow's touch. I'd fought to go to him, but the fire had turned demonic. It singed me, blinded me with its wrathful light, and when I'd opened my eyes, Darrow was gone. That pain, that loneliness, that agony, it all crested and added to the loneliness of before, of walking a miserable existence, of fighting to keep going when I had nothing to keep going for. It was too much. All of this was too much. For all his belief of a future where we remained side by side, nothing could change the truth. I was no longer his. I was no longer my own. Everything I'd hoped for had been stolen, and I can't do this anymore. Spinning around, I broke into another run, my bare feet crushing grass, waking a few bees who had chosen pink and purple wildflowers as their beds for the night. The bees buzzed after me, humming around my head as I forced all my remaining strength into my legs and ran as fast as I could. My hair whipped around me. Bees swarmed like a cape behind me, and paws ran swiftly through the tall grass, shadowing my every step. I looked at Sin, at her sweet golden spots and tiny velvet antlers. She'd been the only one to sense something was wrong. She'd growled and tried to come to me when the fire wrapped its arms tight to trap me. She'd snapped at the heat ribbons feeding from the flames, invisible but oh so powerful. I'd fought with everything I had to get free as Solon promised me to Actor. I'd cursed and shouted as my bloody ash tattoo had been pressed against Actor's identical, just as fresh mark, smearing our life force together, leaving me to the mercy of the searing, slicing blood bind. I gasped on another sob. I felt the bind even now. Felt the way the excruciating promise closed its hot, savage claws around my heart. How it sank hot white teeth into the pathetically pumping thing, a pitiful thing that had been falling for another, forcing it now to sink to the beat of my enemy. I hadn't been able to breathe then either. I hadn't drawn a proper breath since Darrow's shadows touched my blistering light. My power had spat and sizzled over my skin, turning me into an earthbound sun. His shades had extinguished my glow so quickly, so potently, that I'd fallen backward into a memory. My first real memory. A memory that was so vivid and so true, I could still taste yesterday's tears. Shadows chased his heels as we walked, skimming along the ground. His dark, endless eyes ringed with brightest silver as if a full moon hid behind them, an eclipse in his spirit just waiting to break free and shine. His fingers linked with mine, clouds churned with warning. He dragged me close for the swiftest kiss. Thunder boomed with threats. We looked at the sky, united against the constant hostilities forcing us to keep apart, both too besotted and brave to care. We were different. We knew that. Our bare flesh spoke that truth with our dissimilar parts. but it was our beginning that made us falter. We might be one half of a whole and the balance to this sudden existence, but we weren't the same. We were opposites. We dropped our touch. We stopped our kiss. Darrow fell back into walking. I didn't want to walk anymore. I wanted to know, to live, to be. I spread my hands at the emptiness around us, the silence that stalked us, the hollowness around every bend. This place is devoid of anything. He sighed.
It's forsaken.
I didn't know how much longer we would survive. I was hungry, afraid, and excruciatingly thirsty. I wanted rain. I wanted lakes and streams and rivers. I wanted things I'd never known. The preposterousness of our existence suddenly crushed me, and I kneeled in the dirt. Grief and heartbreak and misery. It welled within me. It bubbled and toiled, crested and waved. And when that first tear welled from my desperate, starving form, I was frightened.
Runa.
Darrow kneeled beside me. His hands cradled my cheeks with all the forbidden love he had for me.
You're crying.
Another tear breached my eyelashes, rolling slowly down my cheek. This one he didn't try to catch, and I licked at the salt as it flowed past my lips. The taste exploded on my tongue, breaking up the dreariness and drudgery of this tedious world. Another clap of thunder, demanding we move apart as a third droplet clung to my chin, reluctant to part from me. Darrow pressed his forehead to mine. His love and devotion bled through every unspoken whisper and prohibited touch, and I loved him back, defiantly, dangerously, endlessly. The sky turned black with final warning. We both stiffened for familiar punishment. But then my tear fell. It glittered with sunbeams and daybreaks, splashing onto the dry dirt. He stared at the small pockmark. He shifted to touch it. His lips parted, and the silver tones of his skin shimmered beneath the cloud-curdled storm. He never had time to touch that single salty droplet. In a fleeting heartbeat, my sacrificed tear became the first liquid on this desiccated planet. A stream sprouted from that very spot, bubbling with freshness. The damp scent of it was sublime. The feel of it as it cascaded over my hands was cool and comforting. Water, life, hope. I cried harder. My tears joined the gushing, frolicking stream, and it became a river, a torrential river washing away the earth, revealing wetted stones and giant boulders, all twinkling in the suddenly returned sunshine.
Runa, wait.
A strong hand latched around my wrist, yanking me to a stop. A hand that felt so familiar, too familiar. And out of sheer habit from before, my eyes snapped to the sky, so sure that the clouds would churn and thunder would boom and lightning would crack in furious warning. Darrow exhaled loudly, his own gaze going to the heavens. I shuddered as he let me go. From prior conditioning or present confusion, I wasn't sure. But then he lowered his jaw and pinned me with his smoky stare.
Before, when we touched, the sky would punish us.
He wiped his mouth with a dirt-smudged hand as Zita sat on her haunches beside him. His voice was nothing more than a gravelly whisper.
Lightning would strike us if we disobeyed. That's why we still carry the habit of looking up.
He shook his head.
I can still feel the pain of it. Punishing us for loving.
A soft cry escaped me, a cry of absolute agony. He dared to speak that word when we'd been forbidden love in the past, and were now forbidden love all over again? I would happily take the lightning. I would hold out my arms and let it crack right through me if it meant I was no longer betrothed to Actor. I bit my lip, doing my best to stop my grief. The bees that had chased me sank back down into the flowers, their buzzing sorrowful and sorry. My heart couldn't take any more pain. I couldn't stand in shared memories that we finally remembered. broken memories that brought 1,000 more questions, memories that proved just how much our love had been doomed right from the very beginning. I didn't have the strength. Not tonight. Possibly not ever. Back then, when I cried, a river had sprung. Now only my cheeks grew wet. With a hitched inhale, I sucked back the rest of my tears and rubbed the heel of my hand over my tripping, tormenting heart. I remember something. When you helped douse the light I couldn't put out. He stayed silent, sensing I didn't want him to speak. I remember the sky threatened us. I remember thirst clawing at my throat. I remembered my tears turning into a river, a lake, an ocean. He scowled, raking a hand through his hair.
I don't have that memory. Not yet, at least.
He paced away a little before turning to face me and dropping his hand.
Do you know what you are, Runa? Do you finally remember?
I shook my head. It was just a glimpse. I don't understand it, nor trust that it was even true. How could a single tear turn into a river? He came toward me. I flinched back. He stopped with a grimace.
I don't know, but I won't stop until we do.
Reaching out, he grabbed my hand, making the fresh bee tattoo sting from the salt in his skin.
We're leaving, right now. You're not going back. We're starting to remember. Eventually we'll know everything and...
Still have everything and everyone trying to keep us apart?
We won't let them.
He snapped, glaring at Zetas and Sin, who sat comfortably side by side, lynx to wolf, antler to horn. He added a bit calmer.
We're touching, and they're not biting us for a change.
His dark eyes flashed with defiance.
I'm going to kiss you, and they can't do a single thing about it.
He yanked me into his chest. I crashed against him, my lips parting in shock, just as his head came down and his mouth smashed to mine. I stiffened, but only for a moment. I worried. I blamed. And then I melted. His lips moved with delicious pressure, coaxing me, imploring me, begging me to kiss him back. The tip of his tongue licked the seam of my mouth, and I opened for him. He groaned. It echoed like a decadent purr, feeding directly into my ash-carved palms. I shuddered as he kept my hands trapped on his chest, with his arms locked tight around me. His scent of twilight and shadows surrounded me, and when our tongues touched, our kiss exploded with violent desperation. His lips parted wide as he held nothing back. His arms banded around my back, hauling me onto my toes as he crushed my entire length against his. He kissed me so deep, deep enough to soothe some of the splinters in my heart. He gathered me as close as he possibly could, pouring every unspoken affection down my throat. He groaned again as I licked his tongue with mine. Our skin flushed with scalding heat. Our lips pressed hard enough to bruise, wanting this kind of pain, this exquisitely right kind of pain. His hands landed in my hair, tugging my head back to nip and kiss his way down my neck. He left a trail of moon dust in his wake, adding another layer of shivering intensity as he returned to my mouth and kissed me even harder. I moaned as he claimed me. He lay ownership to my body, my lips, my tongue, my heart, and tears cascaded down my cheeks because I wanted so desperately to give them to him. I'd wanted it by the river when I first remembered his name. I wanted it back when we walked alone before we forgot each other. I wanted him since the dawn of time, since the beginning of everything. We were the beginning. The thought came and went, hunted by his tongue and stolen by his kiss. Each lick and taste echoed with decisions and destinies. Our skin became feverish as his hands roamed and his lips grew more and more demanding. The deer skin and wolf pelt between us couldn't hide his obvious want, and my core clenched with dangerous desire. I threw myself at him, Ripping my arms free from his fierce embrace, I looped them over his shoulders and sank my fingers into his hair. I forgave him. I never truly blamed him. Fear had made me angry. Heartbreak had made me run. But Darrow? He'd saved me, cured me, and reminded me I wasn't so alone. He kissed me harder, worshipping me, gifting me the truth that he'd fought for me from the very first moment he'd found me. He would never stop fighting for me, no matter how many things conspired to keep us apart. I believed him. Darrow, I panted into his mouth. He paused, breathing hard. Our eyes met. I jolted. His stare wasn't just smoke or silver-ringed. They were molten pools of moonlight. Luminosity cast shadows over his cheekbones and nose. I gasped, but then he blinked and the moonglow was gone. Running his knuckles over my jaw, he pressed his lips to mine.
Your eyes.
He shivered.
They're glowing as intensely as the sun.
Yours shone like the moon, I murmured against his mouth. He pulled back.
They did?
I nodded, my chest rising and falling, my skin burning for his touch. You're beautiful. Something shifted in his stare. Power rippled down his back.
You're the beautiful one.
Anger tightened his eyes.
Fuck, Runa.
His forehead crashed against mine.
When I saw him touch you tonight, I wanted to fucking kill him.
He pressed another heated kiss to my lips, sending a rush of violent need through me.
I wanted to rip out his entrails and snatch you away from all of them.
He sucked in a hitched breath, nipping my bottom lip with sharp teeth.
Fuck. I couldn't stand it.
My knees turned to water. My mind struck dumb with the aggressive but passionate word he'd used. It wasn't Firenese. It wasn't the dead language we shared. It was something else. Something with magic all of its own.
I want you. I want you so badly.
His nose trailed down my neck, inhaling me, imprinting me.
I want to tear off your wrap, push you onto your hands and knees, and prove to everyone that you are mine.
His voice thickened with heat.
I want you with everything that I am.
I shivered. Take me then. He choked on a snarl.
I need to get you away from here. We're too close to the Nell. I have no idea where we'll go, but I will not let him have you.
He brushed back my hair, his fingers cool but somehow hot.
You said you were imprisoned by the fire, that it made you agree to the succession and betrothal.
His voice slipped into sharper shadows.
I was imprisoned by air. I heard it in my mind, just like I heard the fire when you aided me by the river. It wrapped me in unseen ropes and hid me in plain sight. It tampered with my scent and made Zetas lose me even with her keen senses. It said it was only doing what I asked, what we asked.
Shaking his head, he murmured.
We need to remember, Runa. Now, not tomorrow. We need to know because I saw something while waiting for you to step out of the fire, and it terrified me.
What did you see? I asked softly, grateful his arms remained around me.
Bones. A bed of bones.
What does that mean?
He
scowled.
I don't know. But I do know I'll do everything in my power to keep you safe. I'll never hurt you, Runa. Never. You know that, don't you? No matter what omen or creature says otherwise, I would never fucking hurt you. It would be physically impossible for me.
His teeth flashed in the moonlight.
I'd rather rip out my own heart than ever...
I know.
Just remember that, okay?
His nostrils flared, appeased but only slightly.
We need to run.
His gaze dropped to my mouth again, as if he couldn't control himself. His fingers tightened in my hair as he pulled me forward.
We really, really need to run.
My skin tingled as his head dipped and his lips landed on mine again, hot and dominating. He groaned as I kissed him back.
Tell me to stop.
He groaned.
Tell me to take you somewhere safe.
My tongue had far more interesting things to do than speak. I wanted him to strip me, bed me, and do whatever it took to revoke the bloodbind that cursed me. We could run. After. We could disappear together. After. Right now, I needed him to prove to lightning strikes and biting lynxes that nothing could keep us. Wait. Pushing him away, I glanced at Zetas and Sin, 2 predators with very sharp teeth. Sharp teeth that weren't embedded in our flesh.